Hey, Shalom. Doovid here. Happy Hanukkah. Welcome to Week in Review. So, God bless everyone. Hope everyone's having a pleasant Hanukkah and a good week, good tidings, good things coming. So, another week in review. Try to have some interesting things to talk about. So, tonight I'm going to return back to some of my research on expertise. I'm going to mention something called cognitive load theory, which is related to expertise and just like mental overload and learning theory, learning technique. So it's somewhat useful. And then I'm going to go back to theories of expertise, specifically stage based models from the Attri book. I'm going to try to go over 12 major theories of expertise from the stage based models, and we'll look at the different types of theories of expertise where you have different ways of explaining expertise, and stage based models are one of them. I got my Hanukkah candles ready right here, so I'll do a few links real quick, and then we'll light Hanukkah candles. God forbid we'll do a war update. I also, God forbid, have a Sam Woll update, possibly some information about where the investigation is holding and what's going on with that, and what the main theory is right now and why there hasn't been any advancements on that end. So, Judas in the chat, God bless, happy Hanukkah. I'll put Lambie, God bless also, thanks for tuning in. I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come on and talk a little bit. So let's jump right in with the screen share and get some of these links. So I finally returned to my philosophy of science stream, and I read for over 6 hours and a lot of information. Felt good to be back to some of my research. Felt good about it. Felt like understanding some of these at a deeper level. Maybe you will talk about it a little more. I covered the indispensability argument of mathematics, which is the Quine-Putman hypothesis, the main one of some form of Platonism, basically saying that mathematics is indispensable to science, and anything that's indispensable to science should be held in some sort of special status. And since mathematics is indispensable to science, mathematics must have some form of special status. And when we get into metaphysics coming after this, after I finish the philosophy of science, probably won't do one this week. I'm not sure if I'm going to do an Ask the Rabbi this week. It doesn't look like it, but hopefully I'll continue with the philosophy of science the week after. I looked at scientific reduction. I almost read for 2 hours the entry on scientific reductionism, a big issue about priors and ground. What does it mean for one theory to be reduced to another theory to be more basic? And we looked at measurement in science, the philosophy of neuroscience, including reading the recent developments in neuroscience, and then a little bit about reductionism in biology. Actually, I have that written wrong, so let me fix that. Okay, so people want to go more in depth into the philosophy of science, and it's mostly rereading from the encyclopedia, but that's my learning method, and we'll talk about that. So I'm going to be going somewhat in depth today about cognitive load theory. So here was a little brief primer on cognitive load theory and a little overview how that relates to education and memory, of why understanding cognitive load theory might help a person improve their memory. And we'll talk about this: intrinsic load, extraneous load, germane load, in various aspects of memory and how that might be beneficial to as a memory aid. So there's a big space today with Alex Jones was reinstated on Twitter. Elon Musk put it up to vote, and I think over like 2 million people voted. 70% of the people voted to have Alex Jones reinstated on Twitter. And then Mario Nuffel hosted a Twitter space with Alex Jones, and quite a few people showed up. Matt Gaetz, Andrew and Tristan Tate, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Patrick Ben-David, Jackson Hinkle, and a few other people. And actually Benjamin Zev, who came on to the Keith Woods stream, who had attacked me for not being a rabbi, God forbid, we talked about a few weeks ago, is he's Mario Nuffel's I'm not sure their official relationship or whatever, but he was the co-host and he hardly said anything. But so they worked together in that, and I mean, it was minorly interesting. I'm not sure if there was any big insights. Elon Musk maybe answered a few questions about the direction of Twitter, X, and free speech, and so I'm not even sure I'd recommend listening to it, although I did listen to most of that in 2X, but that was today. Had over 100,000 live viewers. And you can see Mario Nuffel. I was on a show. I'm not sure what type of topic if I'll be on a show again, but it's possible. So that was big news today. We'll talk a little bit about the update in the War of Israel. I'll read a few articles and give a little bit of understanding what I understand is happening. So Russia appears to be making massive gains in the Ukraine. It appears unlikely that the United States is going to give further military aid to the Ukraine, although the United States has given huge amounts of military aid to the Ukraine already. But it appears that they might not continue it. And so Russia's made massive gains. They've gained back almost all of the territory from the Ukraine counterinsurgency. Ukraine is putting most of its defense into, I guess, a city called Vake, that is like their last remnant of gain that they gained from the counterinsurgency. It looks like they're having a massive loss of troops, and Russia is making massive gain, and Ukraine could be on the precipice of collapse, especially without the influx of United States military equipment and aid, and even it's not looking good. So, could be Israel and the U.S., the inability for this narrative. We read a few weeks ago about war narratives, and the narrative in Ukraine is just not really panning out anymore. So we'll see what happens with that. University of California has one of my favorite series. I guess they call it Carta, which is like anthropology, comparative anthropology, and other approaches to studying human origins. And he talked about ants. And ironically, I was organizing my dad's library, and my dad has like the whole Edward O. Wilson collection, who was an American biologist and entomologist. So maybe like Daniel Friedman from Active Inference Institute, who I had on my channel. And I haven't been following Active Inference that much, but I try to catch up with them also once I've caught up with other things. But Edward Osborne Wilson was one of the most well-known entomologists, and he wrote a whole bunch of books. I saw my dad had literally like over 10 books from Edward O. Wilson. And I think like Consilience, the Unity of Knowledge, I think I actually have that book. I'd read that one. in various issues, and I think he may have even did something for the teaching company. But um, whatever the case is, this wasn't Edward O. Wilson, it was someone else, and he was just talking about ants in general. And because I spent a few weeks ago talking about the origins of group behavior, uh, your ants clearly behave in a group fashion. Some ants are small. I mean, with like the queen that gives birth, you have some ants that literally have like just like 5, 10 ants, and then you have some ants that have millions, tens of millions, have huge um, living and differentiation of labor. You could have ants within the same colony that are up to 500 times bigger than the other ants. And so he was making the point, this man from here, um, Mark Moffat, that ants don't give orders to each other. So here's an example of just a small ant colony of a handful of ants that make up an ant colony versus some ants that have a huge colony, and the differentiation of function where ants clearly do useful things, work together. Um, they have different methods of communicating, and what we would call group strategy, like the origins of group strategy that I went into a lot of detail the other week. So I've been following Carta for a long time. It's one of my favorite programs on the University of California TV, and they just started a new series. Let me see if I find that picture of the big and small ant from the same colony. I'm not sure the. Okay, so here's something related to the PNP problem of circuit logic, and it was some sort of topic on Jennifer's debate on evolution on modern day debate. Someone kept on super chatting it, and then the post show on Amy Newman, people were kept on bringing up the question of the PNP problem, which is a relationship to circuit logic and computational ability of the difference between hard problems and problems, and it's considered a mathematical problem of complexity that's not that's still a remaining mystery about whether, like the Turing machine, whether basic circuits of Boolean logic could solve any answer, or whether you could have like an added layer of complexity based on basic circuits. So this was recently, Quantum Magazine had another thing, the greatest unsolved problem in computer science, the P equals NP problem. So we had the simultaneous chess Friday. Justice Williams from St. Louis, originally from New York, Brooklyn 318, came and did a simultaneous at the DIA and played 50 games. So, got some pictures. It was in the, great atrium. And so that was, kind of exciting. I gave him a little tour in the museum. We spoke a little bit. So wish Justice Williams a lot of success on becoming a grandmaster. And with follows chess, he has one grandmaster norm, and he needs 2 more to become a grandmaster, and maybe needs a minimum of some sort of rating. But a lot of these are my students that I've taught in the past that they played against. So and it was in the atrium that has the medieval knight's armor and some of the guns and swords. So that was exciting this Friday. And God forbid, Ashish Jalala, another blog post, one of the more controversial things in ISKCON and Prabhupada, his comments on grape. So some of his comments on the grape controversy, and a commentary on Srimad Bhagavatam. So he gave some comments on that. So Ashish Jalala hasn't been posting that much recently, but in here, University of Michigan had their annual survey, class of 2027, by the numbers, diets, dorm, and data. And the only thing that was really interesting here to me was the amount of vegetarianism. So one, just like the huge amount relatively like of vegetarians, the amount of vegetarians of the student body of vegans and vegetarians. So vegetarianism much more popular than veganism. And vegetarianism is much more well accommodated than veganism, but most people felt extremely well accommodated in vegetarianism. I guess there's also gluten-free. Of the various diet options, vegetarianism was the most well accounted for. God forbid they had sexual promiscuity by dormitory. So, like we've seen surveys in the past about the decrease in sexual activity among students these days. So, this was by dormitory, and you also see high numbers of LGBT and by dormitory. So some dormitories are much more than others. So we say the minimum is like 10%. So at least 10% of every dormitory in University of Michigan is LGBT. But in one of the dormitories, it's over 50% East Quad, which is more known as like a party quad. So just a little survey, not that much that interesting. Okay, so God forbid, I'll mention something about the current state of the Sam Woll investigation. So they had Surviving the Survivor, a true crime podcast, and they had the guest, James Craig, who anyone who follows Week in Review, Metro Detroit, is familiar with James Craig, the former police chief of Metro Detroit, who Doovid is shaking hands with. I've met. I almost, if I was going to support somebody, I would have supported him for governor. He would have ran against Governor Whitmer, but he had an issue with his ballot and his signatures, and they disqualified him for running for governor. Although he plans on running for senator, and I guess that would be against Peter Meyer and Elise Slotkin, who, speaking of Sam Woll, God forbid, but Elise Slotkin plans on running for senator, and Peter Meyer, who lost the congressional seat, also plans. That would be the Democratic primary, and James Craig would be running as a Republican. So they were talking like, why aren't these cases solved? Why don't we know anything? So James Craig, who was chief of police, and he became prominent because he was in the media, and he did, as he said, he never saw a camera that he didn't like. He always gave interviews. He always spoke to people. He always gave a whole bunch of information, even more than some people say you're talking too much, you're giving too much information. So, the new Chief White of Metro Detroit doesn't speak that much and doesn't give all that much information. And so James Craig and these other guests that all, it's a true crime podcast. So theorizing what's going on with, also this other doctor, Dr. Devin Hoover, who was a surgeon, I guess homosexual, if that's relevant, and he was found murdered in his home, and his body was hidden in like his crawl space, and they found on a welfare check, and that was already in the summer, and there's been no update on that. And there was supposed to be an update. There also may have been possibly a suspect. and Samantha Woll, God forbid, Doovid's friend, who was murdered, God forbid. And so the question, what happened? Why don't they think it's a hate crime? What's the leading theory? What's up with this suspect that was arrested and released? And why isn't more information being given to the public? So there are a few interesting things that I learned from this podcast. And then I heard a little speculation, God forbid, speculation, that it's pure speculation, that I'm not sure. But one of the questions is, why don't we know the name of the person who was arrested and released? And so, God forbid, it's a national news story, a huge news story. All sorts of people are covering this, and someone was arrested and released, and we don't know who they are. So, like investigative journalism, some sort of leak, someone has to know something, but it's already been like a few weeks. And is this person the prime suspect? And if the person is the prime suspect, how come the media hasn't figured it out, hasn't reported it? And you say, okay, if the police, so James Craig was mentioning the investigative nature in Detroit, where he's not in the police department anymore. He doesn't have any inside information. And he doesn't like to speculate. So just, possibilities or how things work in Detroit. But to say if there was an arrest in Detroit, the likelihood is that the person who was arrested is the person who the Detroit police think did it. And the prosecutor, there's a different standard for the police to make an arrest and for the prosecution to bring a case. So in Detroit, that it's a semi-relatively regular occurrence that the police will make an arrest for a murder case, and the prosecutor won't take the case because they don't think it's a strong enough case. In terms like for a grand jury indictment, the police standard for probable cause to make an arrest is less, although the district attorney has the discretion. So in Detroit, chief of police is an elected position, and district attorney is also an elected position. So the district attorney, that's their your prerogative as an elected official, how they prosecute. So the district attorney could prosecute a weak case that they're likely to lose. But generally, district attorneys, and especially in Detroit, they don't like prosecuting cases where they're not sure they're going to convict. So why isn't there any update? And so the speculation from my understanding from the people on this true crime podcast is because the police believe they know who did it. However, the district attorney does not think that there's enough evidence to convict. And from what we know extremely little. So what we know was released is they questioned a person. The person was a member of the downtown synagogue. The person was a friend with Sam Woll. The person was at the funeral. And I got to admit, like, God forbid, I considered going to the funeral, and I had a suspicion, God forbid, because the murder was still unsolved, that the person who killed her was going to be at the funeral. And so I was hesitant to go to the funeral because, God forbid, she was killed and we didn't know who killed her. And I was thinking, well, what if the person who killed her is at the funeral? And I'm not sure, like maybe she went to the funeral anyways. But the speculation is, and we don't have this information for sure, it's just speculation. I heard some rumors, they're unconfirmed, that the police believe who did it is a prominent Jew from the downtown synagogue, who is likely, and this is further speculation, I haven't heard a name, I'm not going to mention the name, but I have heard a name of the person who was arrested and is the prime suspect, but it'd be pure speculation. And just saying, like, but and I don't know for sure, but I heard there's rumors, there's people speaking. I've heard a rumor that I have a name of the person who was arrested and is the prime suspect, although it's pure speculation. That the prime suspect is someone else from the downtown synagogue, a prominent member of the Jewish community, and a married man, and that God forbid the murder could be connected, and that's unclear also whether there was an affair or whether there was an attempted affair, whether it was one-sided, whether she rejected him, or whether there was actually an affair. God forbid, it's pure speculation. But this is the police's main theory right now, is that it was a fellow Jew, a prominent member of the Jewish community from the downtown synagogue who was a married man, and the reason he was arrested is because they questioned a whole bunch of people and he gave false information about uh, where he was that night. And the police had reason to believe that he might have been maybe at the wedding or with her taking home from the wedding, or maybe even in her apartment that night. And they give misleading information. And then the motive, God forbid, could have been that he was a married man and maybe there was some sort of affair. There would be a crime of passion. And so the reason why the police are certain that it's not a hate crime is because the police are very certain they know who did it. However, the question, okay, where's the murder weapon, the knife? Can the person clearly be shown to have been in her apartment that night? And that might be no. That they can't clearly place the person in her apartment that night, and they may not have the murder weapon, and also the information we don't know. And James Craig was saying he's not with the police department, he doesn't have this information. He's not working with them, he doesn't have access to this information. But what exactly do the police know? And question like, well, the murder weapon, was it one of the knives in her apartment that was used, or did the person who killed her bring their own knife? And if they brought their own knife, God forbid, that could be first degree murder, as opposed if they killed her with a knife in her apartment, that maybe it was only manslaughter, maybe it was a different, that would be a big difference. But if they don't have a murder weapon and they can't conclusively demonstrate that this person was actually inside of her apartment, maybe there's some sort of, like he was at the wedding, he was seen leaving with her, but they don't have enough to tie him to the murder site, and they just have a few statements that he made that didn't make sense. And then possibly also the motive, that possibly it's a married man that either was rejected or is having some sort of affair, God forbid, and that's the motive for the murder. And the police thought that they had enough evidence to make an arrest. And then they handed the evidence to the district attorney, and the district attorney did not think they had enough evidence to prosecute and lead to a conviction, so the person was released. So the reason why there's no more update is because there's no lead on the case. The police are certain they know who did it, and I've been heard a name even, and I don't know the person well. I'm not even sure I've met the person, but the person's a prominent person in the Jewish community from the same synagogue, that is the prime suspect. God forbid, God forbid. However, that's just speculation. And so this isn't officially what the police have released, but from the data that the police have said, it is conclusively not a hate crime. Why is it not a hate crime? Because they're almost certain they know who did it. But why hasn't there been an arrest? Because they have no evidence to conclusively convict the person that they believe who did it. So if it's circumstantial, where there's really only one person who had a motive, there's really only one person who could have been there. So it's just purely circumstantial from that perspective. Like, well, who would have, Sam Woll was a wonderful person. Who would have wanted to kill her? And saying, well, I mean, a random hate crime or random crime. It's like, no, it was a crime of passion, and it was possibly a married man, and the police are pretty sure he was there. But that's all they have. So if it was like, like Columbo or Murder, She Wrote, they would just hound the guy until they could find some information. And also speculation from the experts is that they need cooperation from the community, and maybe her family or people in the Jewish community are not so interested in this coming out. Meaning that if it came out, and it might come out this week, it might come out in the next few weeks, where you're going to get the name and you're going to get the person, and the police are going to release their theory, and the police are going to say, this is what we think happened, this is who we think did it. However, we do not have enough evidence, and they've already asked the public for information. But if the police gives more information, including a name and a motive, who will step forward, and what type of evidence, maybe, God forbid, and then the possible disaster that this person is a prominent married man in the Jewish community from the downtown synagogue, who is the prime suspect. So God forbid, speculation. We'll see if anything moves forward. It could be that the police will never confirm the person's name, and there won't be because it could be the police's policy that they're not allowed to confirm the name. So it was a leak, and if there's no evidence, so to say, to confirm the leak, that they say, well, this was the person that was arrested, this was the police's this is the police investigators, detectives' theory that they submitted to the district attorney, this is their only lead, that let's say, God forbid, the police have looked into it and they have no other lead besides this one lead that seems almost certain from the eyes of the police. But there's just not enough evidence. There's no murder weapon, and they can't conclusively pin the person at her apartment that night. And if the person is not talking, denying, and no one with possibly any more information is coming forward. And I mean, what would Sam want to do? What would her family want to do? I don't know. Even say, okay, as a citizen, to say, even if Sam or her family or the Jewish community say, well, is there a person who got away with murder? God forbid. So it's a big update. And if you've been following the legal things around the case, well, I mean, I only got one comment in the chat. Cerulli saying, well, also, if it was a hate crime, I expect they would also already have made an arrest, that usually get those wrapped up fairly quickly. Yeah, I would say if it was a hate crime, I mean, the reason they said it's, the reason they're saying it's certainly not a hate crime is, according to the police, they think they know exactly who did it. So that's the main thing I'm saying. And I've even heard a name. Although this is pure rumor, because the police have not officially released the name, but I mean, there's been enough information released about like the arrest in Kalamazoo, being at the funeral, and from the synagogue, that just process of elimination, that it's not that complicated to figure out who the person that the police believe did it is, or at least made the arrest is, and the motive factor, that he was a married man, and if possibly related to some sort of romantic, either, God forbid, an affair or a rejection of affair advance, and that would have been the motive for the murder. God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. But unfortunately, like, okay, Sam Woll's a wonderful woman. I only have positive things to say about her. The question of her murder justice doesn't need to be solved. At some point, will the Jewish community put forward this person's name? Does the Jewish community believe is this person that the police thinks is the most likely person to have done it, completely rejecting it? Is there some sort of corroborating evidence that maybe this person was having an affair, or was attempting to have an affair and was rejected, God forbid, that could be corroborated within the Jewish community? And then, if this person actually is the murderer, where did they dump the murder weapon? Can the murder weapon be found? Can they find evidence to say, like, to pin him there, where there's corroboration to say, like, no, we know that you were visiting Sam, that some sort of larger evidence, or will there be kind of a blackout where God forbid, uh, the Jewish community doesn't want to push this any further, and say, well, if he denies it, they're not going to push it, and how do you look this guy in the eye? And if it's the police, the case will be open. But the police basically, like James Craig said, at a certain point, the police can only move forward with the investigation from help with the community. And if Sam's family and friends don't want to help with the investigation, um, there's really nothing that they could do. Less like a miracle of some sort, like some sort of tape that surveillance, that footage that turns up, that someone happened to have like a car or some sort of surveillance footage that they haven't found yet, and it's been a month and a half, so the likelihood, but some sort of um, evidence. I mean, because presumably there is no further evidence. I mean, there could be the police have information they haven't released. I mean, it could be there's fingerprints or DNA type things that pin also the suspect to her apartment, that they know the person was in her apartment through other evidence, that the police haven't released that information. Why the police thought they had a strong enough case to make an arrest, but the district attorney did not think they had a strong enough case to prosecute. And say, well, why is there no advancements? It's because that's because if the police think they're almost certain they know what happened, why it happened, how it happened, and they just don't have enough. And they gave everything they had to the district attorney, and the district attorney said it's not enough. You need more. And the police may not have anything more. They may not be able to find anything more. Like, God forbid, unless the murder weapon turns up, or someone comes forward and gives some sort of information, or so they were talking, how common is it that the suspect's name has not been released? And like I was able to just do a little sleuthing or internet, and I was able to put together who the suspect is. God forbid. But like, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a name. It's a person I don't know well, and it's just, well, that's the suspect. That's the person the police arrested. What would happen if that was more released to the public? What happened if people started saying names? What would happen if like all these newspapers started listing that this person is the likely murderer of Sam Woll, but there's just not enough evidence to convict? I don't know. Like, that may happen in the near future, or God forbid, they could get away with it. It could have been a crime of passion. It could have been a married man who was having an affair, and there's just no evidence. They can't pin him to the site, and they can't find the murder weapon, and he'll get away with it. God forbid. God forbid. God forbid. So I just thought I'd give that update. It's pretty scary to think of, and we'll see what happens. And like, I don't have any special insight. Say, like, I assume like, relatively, with information that's out there, basically what I'm saying is what everybody knows. I mean, that hasn't been released. I'm saying, without official statement from the police, without some sort of statement from the lawyers, or some, to say, like, well, yeah, this is the person that was arrested and released. I would say the case is at a dead end. And it's also possible that they were wrong. Whatever reason they thought that this person did it, and they were just wrong. The person didn't do it. And maybe it still was a hate crime. So they discuss, is it still possible it's a hate crime? And, the police's likelihood that they think it was this person who did it, but they just don't have enough evidence that they're wrong and it really was a hate crime or some other case. That's also possible. But yeah, I mean, so people could check out this stream with the former chief of police James Craig, and also this concept. He talks about, he was criticized for talking with the public. So he said, like, James Craig's no longer with the Detroit police. He doesn't have any inside information. When he was chief of police, he would have all the information, whatever the evidence was, the names, everything. He would have that. And because chief of police is an elected position, he would have the discretion to release a significant amount of that information to the public. And so Chief White right now, he's the chief of police, and if he doesn't want to release any information to the public, he doesn't have to. And if the suspect, so I mean, how many people know who the suspect is? I mean, just through like process of elimination, people in the Jewish community could guess. But from the police, like how many people in the police department, staff, attorneys, probably tens of people know this information, could leak a name to the public. It might be against ethics. It might be a legal violation to leak the name, and then besides that, like that's it. The murder may go unsolved. Like unless someone in the Jewish community knows something that they haven't brought forward and decides to bring it forward, or unless the killer slips up. So if the killer, God forbid, they did it and they got away with it, I debate atheist and T-jump, and I mentioned like I believe in God, I believe in karma, and the question: if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it make a sound? So, well, if someone kills somebody, God forbid, and they don't feel sorry about it, and there's no evidence, do they get away with it? So, if this is the case where the person killed her and there's not enough evidence, and if they properly disposed of the weapon and there's no way to tie him to it, the only way to catch him is if he slips up. And if he doesn't slip up, he's going to get away with it, God forbid. Um, so that would appear to be the situation right now. And so, there's a lot of pressure, God forbid if the person did kill her, and, can they just keep a secret like that and be like, well, if they don't tell, they're known, they're not going to be able to prove it. And, or do they slip up? Did they tell somebody? Uh, is there someone else who has some way of knowing some sort of evidence to come forward? So, God forbid, God forbid. Okay. So I saw this article in Tablet, and it was on Hanukkah, and the Hanukkah song Matzur talks about the red one. And people who know Matzur, Rock of Ages, goes through the different nations that subjugated the Jews. And the last stanza, the one that they popularly chant is Yevanim, 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 Nikvitzu Alai, Azam. And so the last stanza deals with the red one, Esau and the West, and the eventual destruction of the West. So I was thinking like, Adam Green and his Edom and the various things, but the popular Hanukkah song is like the Adam Green stuff and the eventual downfall of Europe and Christianity and the West that Keith Woods asked me about. And so anyone celebrating Hanukkah, chanting the Matzur song, and a lot of times people just chant the Matzur Yeshua Si, just the first stanza. Among Orthodox Jews, I think it's like the sixth stanza about the Greeks, that the ones that chanted. And a lot of times people will sing the whole song. But the last song deals with the current exile, which is the exile of Edom, the red one, which the Kabbalists say is the Christians in Europe, and the eventual downfall of Edom. Okay, so Church of Entropy messaged me this article about a new paper on evolution and information theory. So maybe I'll read through that real quick, and I might end up doing another stream with Jennifer, maybe on her channel, about some of her papers, or she wanted to talk about this. But let's look at this real quick. This recent article in physics. Scientists and philosophers identify nature's missing evolutionary law. Paper published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences describes a missing law of nature, recognizing for the first time an important norm within the natural world's working. In essence, the new law states complex natural systems evolve to states of greater patterning, diversity, and complexity. In other words, evolution is not limited to life on Earth. It also occurs in other massively complex systems, from planets and stars to atoms, minerals, and more. It was authored by a 9-member team, scientists from the Carnegie Institution for Science, the California Institute of Technology, and Cornell University, and philosophers from the University of Colorado. Macroscopic laws of nature describe and explain phenomenon experienced daily in the natural world. Natural laws related to forces and motion, gravity, electromagnetism, and energy, for example, were described more than 150 years ago. The new work presents a modern edition, a macroscopic law recognizing evolution as a common feature of the natural world's complex systems, which are characterized as follows. They're formed from many different components, such as atoms, molecules, or cells that can be arranged and rearranged repeatedly, are subject to natural processes that cause countless different arrangements to be formed. Only a small fraction of these configurations survive in a process called selection for function, regardless of whether the system is living or non-living. When a novel configuration works well with the function and function improves, evolution occurs. The author's law in increasing functional information states that the system will evolve in many different configurations of the system, undergo selection for one or more functions. An important component of this proposed natural law is the idea of selection for function, says Carnegie astrobiologist Dr. Michael Wong, first author of the study. In the case of biology, Darwin equated function primarily with survival, the ability to live long enough to produce fertile offspring. The new study expands that perspective, noting that at least 3 kinds of function occur in nature. The most basic function is stability. Stable arrangements of atoms or molecules are selected to continue. Also chosen to persist are dynamic systems with ongoing supplies of energy. The third and most interesting function is novelty, the tendency of evolving systems to explore new configurations that sometimes lead to starting new behaviors or characteristics. Life's evolutionary history is rich with novelties. Photosynthesis evolved with single cells learn to harness light energy. Multicellular life evolved when cells learn to cooperate, and species evolved thanks to advantageous new behaviors such as swimming, walking, flying, and thinking. The same sort of evolution happens in the mineral kingdom. The earliest minerals represent particularly stable arrangements of atoms. Those primordial minerals provided foundations for the next generation of minerals, which participated in life's origins. The evolution of life and minerals are intertwined as life uses minerals for shells, teeth, and bones. Indeed, earth minerals, which began with about 20 at the dawn of our solar system, now number about 6,000 known today, thanks to ever more complex physical, chemical, and ultimately biological processes over 4.5 billion years. In the case of stars, the paper notes that just 2 major elements, hydrogen and helium, formed the first stars shortly after the Big Bang. Those earliest stars used hydrogen and helium to make about 20 heavier chemical elements, and the next generation of stars built on that diversity to produce almost 100 more elements. Charles Darwin eloquently articulated the way plants and animals evolved by natural selection, with many variations and traits of individuals in many different configurations, says co-author Robert Hazen at Carnegie Science, a leader of the research. And Robert Hazen, I've read his book and taught the course on the history of the world for the teaching company. Highly recommend. We contend that Darwinian theory is just a very special, very important case within a far larger natural phenomenon. The notion that selection for function drives evolution applies equally to stars, atoms, minerals, and many other conceptually equivalent situations where many configurations are subjected to selective pressure. The co-authors themselves represent a unique multidisciplinary configuration: 3 philosophers of science, 2 astrobiologists, a data scientist, a mineralogist, and a theoretical physicist. Dr. Wong said in this new paper, we consider evolution in the broadest sense a change over time, which assumes Darwinian evolution based upon the particulars of descent with modification. The universe generates novel combinations of atoms, molecules, cells, the combinations that are stable and can go on to engender even more Novelty will continue to evolve. This is what makes life the most striking example of evolution, but evolution is everywhere. Among many implications the paper offers, one, understanding into how different systems possess varying degrees to which they can continue to evolve. Potential complexity or future complexity have been proposed as metrics of how much more complex an evolving system might become. Insights into how the rate of evolution of some systems can be influenced artificially. The notion of functional information suggests that the rate of evolution is in a system might be increased in at least three ways: by increasing the number and or diversity of interacting agents, by increasing the number of different configurations of the system, and or by enhancing the selective pressure on the system. Three, a deeper understanding of generative forces behind the creation and existence of complex phenomena of the universe and the role of information in describing them. Four, an understanding of life in the context of other complex evolving systems. Life shares certain conceptual equivalencies with other complex evolving systems, but the author points to a future research direction asking if there is something distinct about how life processes information and functionality. Five, aiding the search for life elsewhere. If there is a demarcation between life and non-life that has to do with the selection for function, can we identify the rules of life that allow us to discriminate the biotic dividing line in astrobiological investigations? Six, at a time when evolving AI systems are an increasing concern, a predictive law of information that characterizes how both natural and symbolic systems evolve is especially welcome. Laws of nature, motion, gravity, electromagnetism, thermodynamics codify the general behavior of various macroscopic natural systems across space and times. The law of increasing functional information complements the second law of thermodynamics, which states that the entropy disorder of an isolated system increases over time and heat always flows from hotter to colder objects. Okay, so now I will light Hanukkah candles, and I'm going to do a war update on Israel also, but as mentioned, because I said I was going to talk about the meaning of Hanukkah and the multiple truth hypothesis. So I saw they had the big menorah in the D, the Chabad lighting, and it was protested by the Jewish Boys for Peace, and If Not Now, and this fight for the competing narratives of the meaning of Hanukkah. What is the meaning of Hanukkah? And is there only one meaning of Hanukkah? Can you make the meaning of Hanukkah for yourself? You say, well, this is what I think the meaning of Hanukkah is. This is how I understand the meaning of Hanukkah. Or is the meaning, so to say, set and so let me light candles, say the blessings. It is Hanukkah. Tonight is the fourth night. I'll be lighting 4 candles, and anyone who hasn't lit candles yet, encourage them to do also. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvosav v'tzivanu l'hadlik ner shel Chanukah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam shasa nisim avoseinu bayamim bein Bisman hazeh. Okay, so happy Hanukkah, and I will try to do a little war update first, but so not too much activity in the chat, and just a handful of people watching, but the show must go on anyways. So I had mentioned in the title the meaning of Hanukkah, your multiple truth hypothesis. So according to Jewish law, there's only a few mitzvahs where you have to understand the meaning of the mitzvah. I talked about on my meaning of Hasidic music, where a lot of Hasidic tunes have 4 parts that mirror the divine name, and talked about these special mantras that are sometimes said before blessings, like Hine Mekaven, the Shem Yichud, like I have intentions upon my heart, or the goal to unify the higher forces with the lower forces, the Yod-He with the Vav-He, and a lot of the different mitzvahs, you'll have like a Hine Mekaven, and they'll bring down the verse and some part of like intention, what you're supposed to be thinking when you do the mitzvah. But according to Jewish law, there's only a handful of mitzvahs where it actually is a requirement of the mitzvah to have intention on why you're doing the mitzvah. And if I remember right, that's tzitzis, tefillin. Tzitzis and tefillin are a reminder. So when we say Kriya Shema, there's actually says like tzitzis and tefillin, and there's an explicit statement that this is why you're doing tzitzis and tefillin. George Washington, I just said the blessing. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who commanded us to light the Hanukkah lights, and the second one, Shasa Nisam Lavosenu, who did miracles for our forefathers and continues to do them for us today. And then there's the Shekianu, which is said on the first night. So there's just 2 generic blessings that I said that for the Hanukkah. So I'm mentioning that a mitzvah commandment, you just have to do it. You don't have to understand why you're doing it or what it means. There's only a few commandments where you're actually required to understand and have intention for why you're doing it. And that's like tzitzis, tefillin, and if anyone knows like the Passover Seder, the 3 items of Pesach, matzah, and more. And during the Seder, there's actually we say it in the Haggadah of Passover that Pesach, this is why we're doing it. More, this is why we're doing it. Matzah, and all of them are remembrances to an event that happened in the past. We'll see. Maybe I'll try to sing something. Right now, I God forbid, just thinking about the murder of Sam Woll, and that the person who killed her is getting away with it. God forbid. So I'll see if just thinking about that. I'll try to sing something, but let me try to get my concentration back. Just not in the mood to sing. Okay, God forbid. So Hanukkah, there's no prescribed meaning. And the candles, so the candles, like, okay, what's the mitzvah of Hanukkah? The mitzvah is just to light the Hanukkah lights. It's considered a mitzvah. We say the blessing. We fulfilled the obligation for so a holiday. It has certain purposes. And so the question is, can you interpret the meaning for yourself? Can you say, well, it's Hanukkah. I make my own meaning out of Hanukkah. I understand the meaning of Hanukkah according to my own interpretation. So I'll propose, yes, the Hanukkah, yes, you can interpret the meaning of Hanukkah for yourself. There might be some interpretations that are better than others. Yeah, negation, happy Hanukkah. Fluent, happy Hanukkah. George Washington, Lambie, if you're still there. Judas, if you're still there, happy Hanukkah. So I will say, yes, 100%. Not only for Hanukkah, but for all of the holidays, besides for possibly Passover, Sukkah, there's certain elements that the sages clearly lay out. So for Passover, it's a holiday of commemoration. Hanukkah, it has some level, like there's a history to the holiday, but do we celebrate Hanukkah because of the history? And so there's some connection between the Hanukkah story, what happened, and the fact that we celebrate it today. And, also the neutral, that Hanukkah is celebrated through the lighting of the menorah, the lighting of the candles, which simply commemorates the miracle of the oil lasting for 8 days, where there's only one flask of oil, and it took 8 days to make more oil, and the one flask of oil lasted for 8 days. So there's also the war story, and there's some mantras. So there's an insert into the prayers, into grace after meals, and the 3 daily prayers that talk about Matisyahu and the Chashmonoim and overthrowing the Greeks. There's the Matzur, the song that generalizes Hanukkah to not just the overthrowing of the Greeks, but the overthrowing of all of the major empires. So let me just grab my prayer book and maybe I'll try to say a little bit of the song, but it's not doctrine. The meaning of Hanukkah is not doctrine. You could interpret Hanukkah as a Zionistic holiday, although that's also just an interpretation. And you say it could be relatively, and I'll count the basic history, and you say, well, it's relatively easy to interpret the story of Hanukkah as some sort of prophecy of the future of Zionism. But if you just look, okay, we have the Hanerus Aluli prayer that just talks about the Hanukkah candles. Hanerus Aluli anachnu madlikim ala nisim v'ala niflois. These lights we kindle upon the miracles, the wonders, the salvations, and the battles which you performed for our forefathers in those days, in the season through your holy priest. During the 8 days of Hanukkah, these lights are sacred, and we are not permitted to make ordinary use of them, but to look at them in order to express thanks and praise to your great name for your miracles, your wonders, and your salvation. So even this one, just talking about the Hanukkah lights, throws something in about the wars, that our ancestors won the wars. And then you have the Matzur, which was actually written in the Middle Ages. So the first statement, the Hanerus Aluli, is older, I think, from Talmudic times. Matzur comes from the Middle Ages of Ashkenaz in Europe, and talks about the kingdom. So Matzur has 6 stanzas, and the stanzas are generally understood to be the various exiles, the Egyptian, the Babylonian, the Persian, the Greek, and Edom, Europe, the red one. And the first verse we actually saw as like a Christian tune. The popular tune comes from like a Calvinist Christian tune from like 400 years ago. The Matzur Yeshua si L'cha Noel L'shabeyak Tikon Beis Tefilosi V'sham Toda Nizbeyak Lies Tachim Matbeyak Mitzar Matbeyak Azigmor Bashir Mizmor Chanukah Samizbeyak Ignore Bashir Mizmor Kanukas Mizbeyak. And the other verses stand for the various exiles, the Egyptian exile, the Babylonian exile, the Persian exile, the Greek exile, and the last exile of Edom. Bear your holy arm and hasten the end of your salvation. Avenge your vengeance of your servant's blood from the wicked nation. For the triumph is too long delayed for us, and there is no end to the days of evil. Repel the red one in the nethermost shadow, and establish us the seven shepherds. And according to Kabbalistic Judaic tradition, the last exile is the exile of Edom. After the Greek exile, we were under the Romans. The Romans destroyed the temple, and the Roman exile will last until Messiah comes and the ultimate redemption. And a rune Chag and the Edom exile refers to the West and Christianity to Esau. And that's like the stuff that Adam Green is always talking about. So even though the Hanukkah story refers to the Greeks, that the empire of the Greeks rose and fell, and the Romans, although the Romans rose and fell, the Edom is still the major power. So that even though Rome rose and fell, that the force of Edom and Esau, that was the force of Rome, is still the major force in the world today, which is the force of the West of Christianity. So let me sing this fifth stanza, the popular one I think I sang last year, of the Greeks. Greeks gathered against me, and then in the Hashmonean days they breached the walls of my towers, and they defiled all the oils, and from the one remnant of the flask the miracle was wrought for the roses. Men of insight 8 days established for song and jubilation. Yavanim, Yavanim, nikvetzu alai, azai b'mechashmanim, ufreitzkai mois migdu alai, v'timai chalashmanim, umi nois narkankanim, nase nes l'shoshanim, b'nei vina yemeshmoina, Kavu shirananim, b'nei bina yemeshmoina, kavu shiranim, Yavanim, nikvetzu alai, azai b'mechashmanim, Yifreitz chaimois mikdu alai, v'timoi chalashmanim, Umi noisar kankanim, nase nes l'shoshanim, b'nei bina yemesh moina, kavu shirananim, b'nei bina yemesh moina, kavu shiranim. Okay, so yeah, not too much in the singing mood. Just thinking about the Sam Woll murder. God forbid, clogging my headspace. But okay, so what is the meaning of Hanukkah? And so the Kabbalists focus on not necessarily like the history, the story, the Greeks, or if the Kabbalists do focus on anything, they focus on the Messianic age, and that means the overthrowing of Edom, of which most of the Kabbalists understand to mean the Western Christianity. That just like Israel was under the control of the Greeks that now we're under the control of Edom, of the Roman, of the Red One, and God willing, eventually God will send us the Messiah, and we will be freed from the shackles of the last oppression, the last exile, which is the exile of Edom, and the Messianic era and the ultimate utopian society will be ushered in. So that's the basic message of Hanukkah, and you could interpret that in a Zionistic way and say, well, the creation of the state of Israel is a progression towards that fulfillment, although a minor one. Okay, we got our own army now. So in the original Hanukkah story, we got it's about the temple, and so the Greeks had taken control of the temple, and the story culminates with the temple. So say like, well, Zionism, the creation of the state of Israel, now there being a Jewish army, I mean, it could be a step, so to say, in the messianic direction, but clearly Hanukkah is about the temple and the ultimate lights, the menorah that was lit in the temple. So, like most Jewish holidays, Hanukkah is about the temple. So, you could interpret it in a Zionistic way, but it's not clear. And most of like the Haredi rabbis, like I talked about in my Failures of a Jew and Haredi anti-Zionism, do not interpret Hanukkah to be a Zionistic holiday. It's got nothing to do with the state of Israel. It has to do with the ultimate redemption, and the ultimate redemption will be from the Messianic time, will be when God's glory is revealed to the whole world. The subjugation of the Jewish people is completely removed, and the complete downfall of Edom. And if you want to get into the Adam Green, Keith Woods conspiracies, that means the downfall and destruction of the West, and the destruction of Christianity. And so like a completely non-politically correct, pure Judaism as it is. Like, no, Hanukkah, like maybe Israel, okay, we have a state and it's a Jewish state and we're not, oppressed by the church in Israel, but Hanukkah is a global story and is not talking about no longer like the being, at the time it was that the Greeks were controlling Israel, but the celebration of Hanukkah over the last 1,000 years, it wasn't about the Greeks. It was about Edom. It was about Rome. It was about the church. It was about the downfall of the West. And the Hanukkah story will only be completed when Edom falls, the West falls, and the temple is rebuilt, and God's glory to the whole world is seen through Jerusalem, not through Rome, not through the West, not through Christianity, where people don't support Israel because like the Bible, because of Jesus, because the West, they support it because the temple, because of King Solomon's temple. That see that the prophecies that the Christians thought they were going to believe in turned out to be false, and it was the prophecies of the Hebrews, the prophecy of the Jews, that were the true prophecies. Well, negations. I mean, Adam Green is, I don't know, even call him anti-Christian the same way he's anti-Jewish, anti-Judaism. He just thinks that Christianity is false religion, and it's just a false belief. So me and Adam Green have overlap in our, so to say, anti-Christianity, but Adam Green is also anti-Jewish. But he's anti-Christian for largely the same reasons why he's anti-Jewish. He just thinks they're a bunch of made-up stories that hold humanity back and are basically ridiculous superstition. But his anti-Judaism is largely based on a correct understanding of Judaism. So when Adam Green says that Judaism prophesizes the destruction of the West, he is correct. Judaism does prophesize the destruction of the West. Like, Hanukkah is about the destruction of the West. I mean, even Richard Spencer used to say that also. And so just like a no holds bar, unpolitically correct is not like saying, okay, you will be destroyed, like you will be my slave. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying like Hanukkah, like I'm lighting Hanukkah candles because like eventually you will be destroyed and be my slave. It's like, no, that temporarily now the main world power is the West. But in the end of days, the main world power will be the Jewish people. And it will be centered in Jerusalem in the rebuilt third temple. And so it's not, I mean, there's different verses. Like, so what does it mean, the destruction of the West? The destruction of Edom? And, so generally it's based upon our actions. So if people repent, it just means that the new center of the world will be in King Solomon's temple, and the people in the West will actually have a better life. That you'll be better to be getting your orders from Jerusalem, to recognize that God, that Christianity was a false religion, that Jesus was a false idol, and the various things. Okay, God forbid we got Claire here. So, who better to talk about the destruction of the West and the downfall of Christianity than Claire Khaw? And,
I couldn't resist
Claire, you
when you
got your
said,
chronule. Are you there, Claire?
yes, yes, I'm not muted, am I? Yes, no, I can hear, I
Yeah,
can
you're
see
a
my
little
avatar
soft, but if you
pulsating.
speak up or you're.
Oh, right, I will try and adjust my mic. Is it better now?
I could add a tiny bit of volume, but I mean, it's all right. It's just a little low.
Well, happy Hanukkah,
Yeah, happy
Doovid.
Hanukkah.
And I know there are problems in Jerusalem with Christians complaining about Jews spitting on them or something of that nature.
I disavow like that. Like that. No, like when I talk about the belief in the Hanukkah message and the downfall of the West, I'm not talking about disrespecting Christians or spitting on churches or any of that. God forbid. God forbid. I don't support that. I condemn that completely. I'm talking about the messianic understanding that one thing, the current understanding that the main power of the world is Edom, and Edom is represented by the West, by Christianity, by the remnants of Rome, and this is the last exile, and after the last exile, that the main power will be the Jewish people in Israel with the rebuilt temple in Jerusalem. So it's not necessarily talking about so I'm not recommending disrespecting Christians or anything like that. I'm just talking about our messianic understanding of what's going to happen at the end of the days, and that the power of the world will shift from the West to Jerusalem.
Yes, I got the impression. Okay, I spoken to a Jewish woman in Australia, and I was asking her how the temple would be built with all the Gazans told to leave Gaza, and she was talking about the temple being pre-built, descending from heaven. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dispute among the sages. In like a military sentiment, taking over the Temple Mount is actually a much easier military goal than taking over Gaza, destroying Hamas. I mean, because no one lives on the Temple Mount. The Jordanians who control access to it don't really have military force. They're just police, minor police. It's basically already completely controlled by the Israeli army. For even though there's tens of thousands, even the largest Muslim gathering is only like 250,000 people. So even like Ramadan, the biggest time of the year, um, usually is only like 250,000 people who go to the Temple Mount. So for relatively to what's happening in Gaza, to militarily take over the Temple Mount would be a much easier goal to accomplish than what they're doing in Gaza. And Israel has already closed off multiple times access to the Temple Mount, and even during the war right now, they've limited it. So like that, Israel could, if they wanted to, tomorrow just say no more access to the Temple Mount, and there might be riots in the past that has caused Hamas to launch rockets into Israel. Now we're already at war, and they're launching rockets anyways. But in the past, when Israel has closed off access to the Temple Mount, that has caused Hamas to launch rockets or an increase in terrorist activity. But generally, Israel has been able to successfully close off the Temple Mount. If you're talking theologically, how we understand what's going to happen at the end of the days, some rabbis say it's going to be miraculous and the temple will come down from the sky, and some rabbis say that it will be rebuilt by us. Were you listening to that space the other day with the primordial chaos on Abrahamism with Keith Woods and Richard Spencer and that other one? I saw you made some comments. You were there?
Oh, I'm afraid I missed that. Is it recorded?
No, it wasn't recorded. It was a week and a half ago. I thought you made comments. You were listening.
I actually can't remember now. No, I don't
It was a
remember.
Twitter space, and it was. I think this guy calls himself like Primordial Chaos. He's an Adam Green fan, and
Mm-hmm.
Adam Green was there, and then I came in, and Richard Spencer was there a little bit, and it was full. It was actually 10 people. That guy Paul, Reformed user, came on a little bit. It was mostly not such big names. There were a few Muslims, but I mentioned that compared to Islam and Christianity, Judaism's messianic prophecies, the only miracle it requires is basically the Jews winning. And like, so if you're like, well, what do Christians believe is going to happen at the end of days, or Muslims believe, and they tell you like, well, there's, some like, Jesus is going to come back, or there's going to be some sort of supernatural event, and it's but it's basically completely reliant upon miracles, as were the Judaic messianic prophecy. It's not even really based on Messiah. There's a concept of a messianic figure, but it's more based on certain things coming to pass, like the Jews returning to the land of Israel, being returned to the laws of Moses, the reestablishment of the priestly class, the reestablishment of the house of David, the rebuilding of the temple. And so for that perspective, the Jewish messianic prophecies don't rely on anything supernatural or miraculous. And basically, conceptually, they're just like, as long as the Jews stick together, we're going to win. And the main miracle that will demonstrate the Jewish messianic prophecies are that the Jews are going to win.
I see, but it sounds like such an administrative nightmare because if you return to to Temple Judaism, it's tantamount to restoring the Sadducees, isn't it? As well as the Sanhedrin.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the
Uh,
Sadducees are a misnomer because the first high priest was Tzadok Hakon, and the Sadducees most likely get the name of the Sadducees because they were descendants of Tzadok Hakon, and there were 24 families of priests, but the family of Tzadok was the most dominant, and they corruptly ran the temple. But they were called the Sadducees because they were descendant from Tzadok. Although there's also dispute, but meaning, yeah, there's some statements that the temple is going to come down miraculously from the sky, but at the same time, there's some basic understanding like, no, we're just going to rebuild the temple. For the Jewish messianic prophecies to come true, there doesn't necessarily have to be any supernatural event. Even so, okay, like, well, did I mean, God forbid the Holocaust, the Jews returning to Israel, the 1948 war, the recreation of the Jewish state, the Jews winning the 1967 war, the Jews surviving till today. Is that a miracle? You say, like, so a lot of Jews believe it was a miracle, but like relatively, nothing supernatural happened. It was just like really not expected that the Jews would win, but somehow the Jews won. It wasn't expected that the Jews would return to Israel and reform a state, but somehow the Jews returned to Israel and formed a state. So so a lot of Jews or Christians or whatever could consider that a miracle, but in the type miracles that
It's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
as where what is the Islamic eschatology about Messiah?
I don't really know. I'm not actually really interested, but I would have thought.
I mean, it's like the jinn, like this Jesus is going to come back, and the jinn, and like the Antichrist,
It doesn't
and
actually
near.
say Jesus will come back. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the Hadith that's mixed up with the Quran. Um,
Yeah, I'm
but
saying there's different opinions, but like for most of the Islamic eschatology, there's it's reliant upon like supernatural miracles and like a great. So the Jewish messianic figure is just a man, a flesh and blood man that might be a prophet, and the Messiah is recognized by accomplishing relative goals that does not necessarily take miracles to accomplish. I mean, although the miracles like world peace and universal recognition of God, you think, okay, the Lubavitch Rebbe is sending all the rabbis to the, but the, like relatively, like the Jewish Messiah is recognized for accomplishing something that was within the bounds of reasonability that a person could accomplish, as opposed to Christian and Islamic eschatology. Their Messiah clearly has to be miraculous. Their Messiah has to do things that are clearly beyond the boundaries of the possibility that a normal human could accomplish.
well, for Jews, wouldn't it be a kind of, well, not even a kind. I mean, it's obviously an administrative nightmare to decide, who's going to be the priest of of the third temple, and whether sacrifices will be made, and you know
Well, it's
who's
symbolic.
going to.
So I'm saying like who's in charge, who's the leader. So in the temple you had a high priest who performed like certain ceremonial privileged rites. It maybe had like the Messiah or the Sanhedrin, um, but they're largely ceremonial. So the estimates are that in the temple during the holidays they sacrificed hundreds of thousands of animals, and so it wasn't just like there was one priest. There was families. There were 22. There were 24 families or 20 families of priests, and they had rotations, and each family served 2 weeks during the year, and then on holidays of the pilgrimages, all the priests served, and it was a pilgrimage. There were so many people came to the temple that you would have had thousands of priests serving in the temple at the same time, and there
I
might have
think
been.
animal rights people would object, don't you think, David?
Well, God forbid,
The
just like,
cutting of throats of animals and the bleeding and the
well, I mean, God
public
forbid, people
spectacle.
are objecting to the war in Gaza and all the death and carnage right now. But what are you going to do? You're going to protest? I mean, I don't know if did you go to any of the Palestinian protests in London?
No, no, I didn't. I
But
mean, no, I
I mean,
didn't.
100,000 people have protested in London multiple times now. What has it accomplished? So if the temple was rebuilt and over Passover they sacrificed hundreds of thousands of animals, um, what are you going to do about it? You're going to like march in London?
No, no, no. I'm saying, well, the Americans would object because they'd be horrified. And I know, as part of the Islamophobic, propaganda against Muslims, they show pictures of these Muslims sacrificing all these animals and them dying on the road or something, and then they
I'm a
get very
vegetarian, but
angry about that.
I would
But
I
if you
would
guys
guess that
started doing it,
I would guess that the temple could be more humane and sanitary than your average place where you get meat from. Even like, I mean, you eat meat.
yes, yes, I do, I do.
Why
But
do
no,
you
I
eat do
certainly
you eat
have this sort
halal?
of vision
Do you eat
the
halal,
third
or
temple being like, Aztec,
do you
you
keep
know.
halal standards, or do you not even that?
I'm not Muslim, so I
So
don't
no, you
eat
don't.
halal.
So you eat any type of meat, or do you have
Yeah,
standard?
I would eat pork and shellfish and
Have you been to a slaughter factory?
no, no, I
Never in your
haven't.
life did you ever visit a slaughterhouse?
I just wouldn't like to, no. But I sort of feel for purposes of research I should.
Have you ever in
Um,
your life seen an animal slaughtered? Have you ever went
I think
hunting?
on in movies, and there's a very unpleasant.
You never
Uh,
once in your life seen an animal slaughter?
no, when I was a child, there's something called the wet market, where I saw chickens being chosen by housewives and then boiled alive and with their feathers removed, and then the housewife would come back 20 minutes later. They'd order the chicken and do the rest of the shopping and then come back, and then the chicken would be ready.
Yeah, I don't know, like you're talking Malaysia.
Yes, yes, and I'm saying, it was pretty ready
You came
tooth
from an
and
urban
claw.
or
I mean,
rural
there'd be
area?
slabs of meat, hanging, and maybe fish that would still be half alive, kind of thing,
You came from
at
an
the
urban or
fishmongers.
rural area in Malaysia?
It was actually a town, but you may have heard of this thing called wet markets, where, um, you know,
Well, I mean, town. I'm
live
just saying, like
animals
the
would be
size where,
sold.
I mean, even here in America, like my father's parents of blessed memory had chickens and cows and hunted. My grandfather had 200 acres in Missouri, and they had a chicken coop, and they eggs, and occasionally would slaughter chickens, and occasionally would shoot a deer, and we'd eat the deer, and they had cows that they milked. And I mean, he was an engineer, he wasn't a farmer, but he had a farm, he had animals, he had a barn, and I mean, I could picture my grandmother, uh, like slaughtering a chicken and plucking the feathers and cooking it. And I remember very distinctly as a kid when we hunted a deer and then put it in a bathtub, drained the blood, and ate it. And but I mean, you just think like relatively, like, and I've been to like I've been to slaughterhouses, like like kosher, like I've seen kosher slaughterhouses multiple times. I've worked briefly in a kosher slaughterhouse, and I've seen chicken slaughtered, God forbid, and I've even been to a non-kosher chicken factory.
That's
But I'm saying, like,
interesting.
relatively, like, I don't think the temple is going to be worse than. I mean, if it's the temple and it's done right, I don't think it's going to be worse than the like. I don't. Do you eat chicken?
Yes, yes,
I don't think
I'm
that the
pretty much
temple is going to be
omnivorous.
worse than the chicken slaughterhouse where you get your chicken from. And you don't get
Right,
your chicken from the slaughterhouse; you get it from the supermarket. But it's like relatively, I don't think that if the temple is rebuilt and they start bringing sacrifices, and even during the holiday, if you had over 100,000 sacrifices, and you had like a production line of thousands of priests working, all day and night over a period of days, that is going to be any worse than your local slaughterhouse in London.
yes, I suppose I would know, but I wanted to ask you, since since you worked in slaughterhouses, both kosher and non-kosher,
I never
whether
worked in a non-kosher. I mean, I saw my grandfather as a child. I saw a few times my grandparents, uh, slaughter chickens, or one time when I hunted a deer. Um,
okay,
I've seen. I've worked a few days in a like 5 days maybe in kosher slaughter, so I don't have any expertise in it. I might have visited for a few hours a chicken coop in America, so I don't have expertise in it. But I'm saying I know, like I've at least seen it with my own eyes. I know what it looks like.
I suppose I wanted
I've
to
gotten my
ask you.
hands dirty, even to say with like chicken. Like I've gotten my hands dirty and done different aspects. Like I know what it's like to, like if you gave me a chicken, I could turn it into meat. Like from the like I mean, I've never done it the whole thing, but like from slaughtering it to taking the feathers out, and even from the kosher process where you have to salt it and everything. But I mean, saying like if I mean, I'm not sure in Malaysia if it's like that, where like you say, like people take a chicken home from the wet market, And then like
No, they choose a chicken, and then they say
would your
that's my
mother have known
chicken,
what to do with the
and
chicken?
then they kill it and take its feathers off after boiling it
I
and
mean,
whatever.
would your mother know what to do with a chicken?
No, no, because you choose a chicken, and then while you did the rest of your shopping, the chicken would be defeathered and
Oh, they
cut
do it for you.
nicely. Yeah, yeah, and so you'd buy your chicken, you'd order your chicken first. But I wanted to ask you about the different.
Before you go on with that, I'll mention that before World War One, the most common question that rabbis were asked was, "Is this chicken kosher?" And if you were a rabbi in Europe before World War One, what most of what you did would have a line of people bring their chickens to you and be like, "Is it kosher?" And a lot of the chickens were still alive. And so like I mean that like just historically, like I say, even my own grandparents, but here in America, I assume worldwide, that like slaughtering your own chickens or even raising your own chickens is a pretty natural global phenomenon. Even
Mhm.
here, like Metro Detroit, you can have like your own chickens. So like it's saying like it's just we're in an industrial age. People are distant from basic forms of labor, but I would assume that like we're not that far off. Like before World War One, like really, I think it's the invention of freezers. So now, but before the invention of freezers, basically everyone slaughtered their own chickens.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about one kaparot, and the other one was that whether kosher and non-kosher slaughter, how did they compare, and if you were chicken, which would you choose to be slaughtered by? But how is kaparot done? Did I say it right? The
Kappor's the
swinging
time where I
chicken.
worked in kosher slaughter because Kapporot is actually done in the synagogue or a synagogue yard, and because the sin is transferred to the chicken, and then the chicken is immediately slaughtered, and then the chickens are immediately plucked and kashered, and the meat cut up and put into storage. So
So
that's the only time I've worked in Kapporot is the only time I've worked in kosher slaughter, and that was right in Bubov in the courtyard of the synagogue where they had the like on the outside you pay and you do Kapporot, and after you do Kapporot you donate the chicken, and then they slaughter the chicken and then they immediately defeather, salt it, and cut it.
I see. So
And that's my experience. That's my only like, so Kapporot is the only time I ever did that. And
so the
like when I was in
kaparot.
yeshiva, basically everyone did that. Like they needed help, and I might even have gotten paid. I forget.
Yes, but the swinging of the chicken doesn't kill it. It's still alive after you swing it over your head, and then you cut its throat. That's how it's done. Yes.
Well, you don't cut the throat. Like so, the person who does the Kapporot swings it over their head, but you don't swing it like in a way you're not supposed to hurt the chicken. Usually, they give it to you in a way you hold it by its feathers, like I mean, it's not like a neck, but if you saw like a cat would bite, the kitten by the back of its neck to
Uh huh.
carry it. But if you hold gently the chicken by its feathers, it doesn't hurt it. I mean, they're not comfortable necessarily, but like you could feel the chicken's heartbeat, and if you don't, it doesn't have to hurt the chicken. You shouldn't hurt the chicken doing the for it. Like some people, if they're wild with it, might, but you just grab it by its feathers, and it's not a pleasant for the chicken, like because it's in a position where it doesn't have control over itself. But it's not, they're not necessarily in pain. And then you swing it, you say the mantra that transfers your sin onto the chicken, and then when it's done, um, you usually give it back to like it's a business. So the person who does the kippur there at the I did it with a bub of the synagogue, the Hasidic yeshiva I was learning in at the time. The meat, they you give it back to the person, and where I was, they immediately slaughter it, and then they immediately do the whole koshering where they pluck out the feathers, they salt it for the blood, they wash it, and they cut it up, and then they put it into the freezer, and that's the chicken they use in synagogue for. And it's a big Hasidic group that has mass gatherings of thousands of people, all the time throughout the year. So what's from the Kippur ceremony, that's the chicken that they use in synagogue for the rest of the year. And if you think maybe there's, I mean, God forbid, it could be 5,000 chickens that that they slaughter 5,000 chickens in before Yom Kippur, and they slaughter them and kosher them, and then they will eat those chickens in synagogue uh, over the year. So that was the
Oh,
practice.
right. Because they'd be frozen. Yes, I was.
I mean, you don't even necessarily see the. I don't even think the people who do the Kippur see the chicken being slaughtered, although maybe they do. And if and I've mentioned it many times, like usually um, the slaughterers will have like their fingernail cut, and they'll actually slaughter the chicken with their fingernail because the chickens have a very um, sensitive thin neck, and so if you have your fingernail grown out a little bit and then filed to a sharp point, you could cut the chicken's neck with your fingernail.
Right, right. Because I think I mistakenly said that the swinging over the head was meant to break its neck.
No, you don't break you. I mean, that goes against Jewish law. I mean, in fact, like the purpose of the kosher slaughter is to cause as little harm to it as possible. Some people don't take good care of the chickens, like the person, but you're not supposed to hurt the chicken when you slaughter it, and you're supposed to like if I don't know if you do you have cats?
Um, I did grow up in a house with cats, yes.
So I mean, if you think when you hold the chicken, you could feel the heartbeat of the chicken because like under its feathers, like when you grab it by its feathers, and you're holding it by the
You
top of
can
the
feel its
feather,
pulse.
you feel its pulse, and the chicken has a very sensitive neck, and you're saying like the chicken's neck, you're saying like you could slaughter it with just your fingernails. Not chickens don't have a like that part of the neck or like a knife or whatever. But so if the ceremony is that you're saying that I deserve death, and due to my sin, and the death penalty is being transferred to the chicken.
Oh, it's a kind of scape chicken thing,
Yeah, I
rather
mean
than you
it's like
stop
it's
doing the
like that. And there's a
scapegoat thing.
specific mantra that actually says it very clearly that my death penalty is being transferred onto the chicken. But so when you
Right.
feel it, like you could feel uh, the heartbeat of the chicken, and you say the mantra while you're holding the chicken about transferring death. You feel the heartbeat of the chicken, and then right when you're done doing it, the chicken is immediately slaughtered. Um, in the synagogue I went to, the chicken was slaughtered right in front of you. So not all synagogue, it depends. And I told Adam Green that time when we were talking, we did the review of that comedy thing, and even his kid, and it's like, well, I mean, you have a son, and your son eats meat. Um, it's an important ritual, like as you had the animal that was killed, and at some point, you want to teach your child about animal slaughter. I mean, especially if you're a meat eater. You say, okay, like this meat we're eating, it comes from the slaughtering of an animal, and then to even to hold it in your hand. So like, okay, like you're like I'm only a half Jew, and so my father, grandfather had a farm, and like we went hunting. My grandfather took me hunting, and we killed the deer, and then and then we ate it. And like chicken. My grandmother had a chicken coop, and eggs, and she occasionally would kill the chicken, and then we eat. And so it's an important lesson you teach your kids, and so that you could go the Kaport. And I defended it. I'm generally willing to defend the Kaport ritual, and even say it's an important lesson for your children.
Yes, to impress upon them that our meat comes from living creatures. And I guess the question I wanted to ask you about slaughtering was that there is this presumption that non-kosher, non-halal forms of slaughter are kinder, and this is
But it's the
what I
EU. They talk
question.
about electric shock. I mean, so
Yes.
traditionally, kosher is based upon the concept of um, non-harm, the least amount of harm and suffering to the animal. That the least painful way to die is to have your to have their neck, the vein in the neck slit. And however, modern technology, uh, animal ethics claims that stunning is more humane. And so in Europe, they like some places they've outlawed kosher, or kosher meat in Europe has to have a label on it that it wasn't killed through stunning, and that's considered less ethical because stunning is considered the most ethical way to uh, to kill an animal. I mean, minus vegetarianism, but if that if the, but to say in America, uh, I don't even know how they kill animals. And for regular meat, they might also slit their throats, or they might use stunning, or they might use other methods, and they might be less humane than kosher or halal.
Yes, I mean, I once argued that we because I mean there were all these anti-Semites and Islamophobes saying, oh look, isn't it cruel the way these Jews and Muslims slaughter their animals? And I thought, well, it's impossible to tell, other than if you visited these three kinds of slaughterhouses and thought to yourself, if I were the animal, how would I prefer to be slaughtered? And it seems that in ordinary slaughterhouses, they shoot a bolt, a 4-inch bolt into your brain, and then while you're stunned, they hang you upside down, and there's some kind of I don't know how they cut the
We
throat,
change
but
the subject. Like, I mean, just no reason to talk about. I mean, like, if you want to do
no,
like
no,
in depth,
okay. The point I was trying to make was that
I can't
halal
broaden the
and
subject
kosher
because the temple.
sounds more humane, and that's all I wanted to
I mean,
say.
we got into this because you claimed that like that if the Jews rebuild their temple in Jerusalem, like people are going to protest the animal slaughter.
Because of this, the slaughter might be found objectionable by, all these people who, these vegans, I suppose. Because
I
I
mean,
was
people
having a
protest
conversation about
Kaporos.
Kaporot with
People
Vincent,
protest
but
Kaporot. I don't know in London if they have Kaporot in the streets, and people protest it. Like in New York, people protest it, and we do it anyways. And I don't know if you went to Stamford Hill, if it's like New York where they do Kaporot on street corners, and then there's like people protesting. But so I don't know, like if Messiah comes, or the temple's rebuilt, and like will there be animal rights activists like protesting outside the temple? It's possible.
yes, yes. No, because I know the Muslims have some sort of ceremony where they mass slaughter animals. But it's interesting
But they do it
about
on the streets,
Kapora,
like
which seems to
Kaporos.
be.
They do it in London, like on the streets.
No, I've never seen it, but I've seen, when people are wanting to show how terrible Muslims are, they like to show these pictures of these animals being publicly slaughtered. But I haven't seen it anywhere in London. Although I've heard complaints from Jay, I think, and he said, "Isn't it disgusting that if you're near a Muslim house? I mean, I think for Ramadan they buy the animal and slaughter it in their garden. And I suppose if you're a vegan and you're looking, to see what your
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty off
neighbor is
topic, but I
doing."
mean, like, but I mean, there's plenty of arguments. You could argue that it's more humane, or it's more important than just going to the grocery store and not seeing what's done, or outsourcing it to somebody else. But I don't. I mean, it's pretty off topic of Hanukkah that we're talking. That you just say, like, I was mentioning it, that Hanukkah clearly has to do with the meaning of Hanukkah as like a Zionist military holiday, which is some level, but not necessarily. But clearly, it's about the temple and the downfall of Edom, of the West, and Christianity is not like an excuse to be mean to Christians or like spit on Christians. It's just the belief of messianic times at the end of the day, kind of like we're going to win at the end. So I don't know why we're getting so caught up in animal slaughter.
Um, Only because I wanted to make the point to Vincent. We were discussing it the other day, and I was saying that it wasn't as Kapara wasn't as cruel as he seemed to think it was, and I said something wrong, thinking that the swinging of the chicken was supposed to result in its death, but obviously I was wrong, and I thank you for mentioning it, and I thought it was quite interesting that you said the Kapara is a kind of transfer from the scapegoat thing that was mentioned in the Torah. You know, this idea of sending a goat into the
It has
wilderness and
nothing to do
throwing.
with Hanukkah. I mean, that's like a completely different holiday. There's nothing to do with
I
Hanukkah.
was just talking about things Jewish. I mean, yes, I think we have discussed Hanukkah, so I
There's nothing. I mean, those things have
wanted to
nothing to do
discuss
with Hanukkah.
something else. All right.
I mean, that was like, and
Okay.
mention Hanukkah has to do with the downfall of the West.
Oh,
That
what
was
did it?
mentioned.
I
That
thought
like
it was
even the
protecting.
downfall of Christianity. Like, yeah, Hanukkah is of all of the holidays. Hanukkah is the most related to any of the holidays to the downfall of the West and the downfall of Christianity. In fact, it's really the only holiday that has anything to do with the downfall of the West and Christianity in general.
Oh, I thought Hanukkah was about how to deal with people who don't actually want you dead, but just want you to convert out of Judaism. Because that was what the Greeks wanted to do to the Jews. They didn't necessarily want to exterminate them, just wanted them to give up their religion. Isn't
Yeah,
that
but
what
that's just
Hanukkah is about?
the Hanukkah story was universalized to the next exile. So there's multiple exiles. I mean that the Jews were under a dominant nation. The Egyptians and the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, and then the Romans. And according to the rabbis, the last exile is the exile of Edom, and that's the exile of the Romans. When the Romans destroyed the temple, that's the last exile until Messiah. So the Hanukkah story becomes um, the template pattern for the messianic belief that will eventually be the overthrowing of the empire of Edom. So the story itself is about the Greeks, and the Greeks had a certain method, or there's certain part of being under Greek uh, exile, but the story now is universalized, and so the understanding of the Hanukkah, we're not under Greek exile, we're under a Roman exile still, and Rome has been universalized to mean the West and the Church.
The Edomites, weren't they forcibly converted by the Jews? Is that it? Or am I confusing it with something
No,
else?
the I mean Herod, the like where Petra and Jordan is now. Um, what's the name? I mean, it's a similar name. Um, I got to look up the tribe, but yeah. So after the Chazbanoim took over, um, Herod was a half Jew, and he I gotta find and well, Herod was from the Edomites, but it's not the Idumeans. So it was the Idumeans that were converted to Judaism, and so it's not the Edomites. They were Arab tribe in um, modern day Jordan, and so after the Hashmonaeans overthrew the Greeks, they had many non-Jews in the nation of Israel, and the Hashmonaeans ruled for a few hundred years till Herod overthrew them, and then and teamed up with the Romans to occupy Israel. But the major kingdom at the time was the Idumeans, and um, already like a generation or two after the Hanukkah story, the Hashmonaeans, uh, who were supposed to be the priests, the Hashmonaeans were a priestly family, but they also take over the kingdom, which was considered sinful because they weren't descended from the King David. They were um, from the priestly family, but they also took over the throne, And then,
No separation of powers. That was the problem, was it? You're not supposed to be priest and king, and that was a rule they broke.
well,
Is
it
that the
was
story
caste.
about the Hasmoneans?
Well, I mean, it was caste based because the Khajmanians were descended from Aaron, and the kings are descended from Yehuda through King David. So, I mean, it wasn't like a. I mean, you could consider it somewhat like a separation of power, but it's a caste based, a hereditary separation of power. So the Khajmanoians were not didn't come from the royal family. They were from the priestly class, not the royal family. And so when they took over the kingship, it wasn't illegitimate because there's supposed to be a separation of powers. It was illegitimate because they weren't from the royal family. They were from the priestly class.
Okay, but because you probably know that the head of the Church of England is also the British monarch, and but that's a result of
When
the
the
English
Archbishop of
Reformation.
Canterbury,
Yeah, I suppose to make things look better, the monarch would hire an archbishop,
but I
but
mean, it
but
could
in the
be,
olden days, he would be answerable to the Pope
but
until the
it's
break
not the
from
same
Rome.
thing, anyways. Because I'm saying that I don't know that much about the Anglicans, but that the Bible clearly delineates that there's a bloodline for these various tasks. The king comes from Judah, from the descendants of David, and the priests come from the descendants of Aaron. So I don't know if there was like usurping, if there was such a thing, like the Archbishop of Canterbury has to come from a certain bloodline. But in biblical
No.
and Judaism, it's a bloodline thing, and so you can't become king. You can't rise to kingship. Herod was an illegitimate king, also because he wasn't from the royal family. He usurped leadership through killing people, through teaming up with the Romans. But you have to be a descendant of King David, and the Khajmanoim were not descendants of David. They usurped the throne by killing people through a civil war, and they were very bloody. The Talmud records the history. The Khajmanoim slaughtered many Jews in civil war to usurp uh, the crown, and I mean, and after they did that, they also forcefully converted the Idumeans. And
Yes, and Herod was a descendant. He was an Idumean, and that was why there were problems with him, because he was from the group that was forcibly converted,
yeah,
something like that.
Herod was a slave in the house of the last of the Khajmanoim dynasty, and the Talmud records that he heard a voice from heaven that said, "Any slave who kills their master today will not be punished." And as a slave in the house of the Khajmanoians, he single-handedly killed the whole royal family, besides for one young girl, and he wanted to keep that one young girl to be his wife, and she understood that that was what he was going to do, so she jumped off a building and killed herself. But Herod kept her like preserved in honey. I mean, so these weird stories but I mean, so Herod was a slave in the house of the Khajmanoim who through a military insurrection killed the last remnants of the Khajmanoim dynasty and usurped the throne for himself. So
Fascinating.
he had no claim at all. And the Talmud, I mean, there's different according, but the Talmud makes it sound like it was miraculous, somewhat like God gave him permission, somewhat that said the Talmud said that a voice came down from heaven and said any slave who kills their master today won't be punished. And that Herod at the time was the house slave of the Khajmanoim dynasty and personally killed the whole royal family.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they weren't even the royal family, like, because the Khajmanoim were not legitimately descendants of King David, anyways. They were priests who had usurped the throne.
Yes,
And
it
then
seems.
Herod kills all the sages because the sages. I mean, so the Khajmanoim, after they usurped the throne, the sages said you can't do that, and so the Khajmanoim killed all the sages, and then they had kind of like corrupted sages that somewhat like work together with the Chashmonoim, and that leads kind of like the Sadducees, to the Sadducees. Although the Chashmonoim were a different family than the Sadducees, but when Herod usurped the throne, the sages, even though they'd been complicit with the illegitimate ruling of the Sadducees, at least they were less illegitimate than Herod, who was only a half Jew, and then Herod slaughters all the sages. And in fact, I mean the Talmud, besides all the the questionable statements in the Talmud about the statements about like Goyim or that like the alt writers will hit Doooovid with, the Talmud gives incredibly gruesome, gory, like torture stories about what happened, and talks explicitly about how Herod tortured the sages, or even the Chashmonoim tortured the sages. And I think it even has like this rabbi they called Porcupine, that Herod kept one sage alive that he blinded with the quails of a porcupine. And his name's slipping me, but that Herod slaughtered all the sages but one, who he had blinded, and he kept as an advisor.
Right. Yes. Yes. Well, I know the Old Testament was. I think it was a Book of Kings where those are particularly.
Well, Herod's son.
Description of a murder of a king, I think.
It's already Herod II in the time of like Jesus and John the Baptist, and there's also like the beheading of John the Baptist, but that's Herod's son.
Mm-hmm.
In that story with John the Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
but so there's the history to it. So I was mentioning like Hanukkah, like the holiday, it has a mitzvah. The mitzvah is just lighting the candles, and my last candle's almost out. Hanukkah candles don't burn that long. The last candles are almost out, and the lessons are unclear. So there's a certain thing like you should believe, like I said, like really the only miracle for Jewish messianic prophecy is that the Jews win. And it's basically like if the Jews stick together, we're going to win. And the main miracle is going to be, I mean, some people say like, oh, the temple's going to come down from the sky. It's going to, it's not going to be built by us. It's going to be miraculously come down from the sky. But there's disparate opinions, and some rabbis say we're going to personally build it. But almost all of the messianic miracles in Judaism, the only miracle is that the Jews are going to win. And so Hanukkah is kind of there, like, well, it's like we're going to win. Like, we're the Jews, we're going to win. And even against insurmountable odds. And so, like, okay, God forbid, right now, you look like what's happening in Gaza. I would compare what's happening in Gaza even to like the Idumeans, because like the Hanukkah story is going to war against the Greeks, who were the most powerful empire in the world at that time, although they were weakened. So it was already like 100 years after Alexander the Great, and the Greeks had already been split into like 3 different kingdoms, and they were weak and corrupt. But at the time, anyways, that still the Greeks were the most powerful nation in the world, and the Jews defeated the most powerful nation in the world. So I wouldn't give any comparison like to the war in Gaza, like to relatively like we're just fighting. I mean, they're militants. I mean, it's almost like the Idumeans almost, because like really the like Hamas and the Gaza, they're just a bunch of homeless people. There might be a few million of them. They might be militant. They might use terrorism. But like essentially, like we're just fighting a bunch of homeless people now, God forbid. So it's not at all comparable to like the Hanukkah story, and that's why I'm saying like, well, like Hanukkah, it's not like it's you like the Kabbalist. It's not about the defeat of Hamas. Like the true victory of Hanukkah will be the downfall of the West, the defeat of Christianity, the defeat of the West in general, and it said like it'll be when the center of the world pivots back to Jerusalem. And I mean, because I think almost everyone would agree that the main power in the world today still is Europe. And even like Israel as a powerful nation is largely powerful through its connection to Europe, through Europe and being Ashkenazic Jews, or being sponsored by European nations in the West in general. That the prophecy of Hanukkah is that last exile of the West of Edom will be over, and Edom will fall, and Jerusalem will rise. So it's not the war against Hamas. And it's not even necessarily like there's going to be a war against the West. However, what does it mean that eventually the West will fall and Jerusalem will rise? Not necessarily because there's going to be military action between the West and Israel, but however you understand the prophecies. But I don't know if you appreciate what I'm saying. That like the Hanukkah story is it's about conquering the West. It's not about conquering Hamas.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you for that very interesting explanation, Doovid.
And I don't know if it means like through Christianity, like okay, like the rabbis have to, like your theories about like ranking the Gentile nations of the Noahide laws or whatever. I mean, from the biblical perspective, there's whatever reason God gives some sort of grace upon a nation to be the dominant nation. Whatever it was, Egypt, and then Babylon, Assyria, Persia, Greece, Rome, that it was some divine force that caused this nation to rise up and be the head nation of the world. That eventually God will remove that grace from the West and restore the grace to the proper place, Jerusalem, and the Jewish people.
But only if they're virtuous, surely.
Well, no, God promised God will do it even if we're not virtuous. So if we're virtuous, it will happen in a peaceful, benevolent way. If we're not virtuous, it'll happen through calamity, God forbid, great war, and God will show His mighty hand through blood, as opposed through So, but no, I'm saying I think if you follow the prophecy, like God's glory and the return of the restoration of Israel and Jerusalem will happen whether the Jews are virtuous or not. However, if the Jews are not virtuous, we will be destroyed. And saying that there's going to be some element of the Jewish people that are virtuous. So that it's prophesied to the Kabbalists. There's going to be some Jews who stick to the tradition, some Jews who are virtuous. But if the majority of the Jewish people are not virtuous, God will still restore Israel and Jerusalem, and the West and Christianity will decline. But it's not going to be good for the non-virtuous Jews.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
That's clearly what the scripture says, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. Maybe the Messiah is not coming, and then we'll have to tidy up our rooms.
Well, I'm talking belief patterns. Like if you look at the Hebrew prophets talks much more about the destruction of the Jewish people than about the Gentile nations. So if you just added up the verses, there's probably like 5,000 verses talking about the punishment and destruction of the Jewish people. There's probably only a few hundred verses talking about the destruction and punishment of the nations.
I see.
Right?
Right.
I mean, have you read through the Bible cover to cover?
No, not cover to cover. Only a few books.
Never once. It's pretty long, but still, you never once read through the Bible cover to cover.
No, I'm afraid not. I know I should have, but I just
Not
read
even
it
large
as
parts of it or small parts of it.
Book of Job, Ecclesiastes, and
Maybe you never read. You never read enough of the Bible to, hit these like long passages, chapter after chapter, talking about the punishment and destruction to the Jewish people should we not obey.
Well, I read the curses for disobedience. That made quite an impression on me in the book of Deuteronomy.
And it's like 40 verses. It's not like one verse. It's like 40, God forbid, it's like 40 verses one after the next.
I know.
And there's like multiple places in the Bible where it just has these like long chapter after chapter of negative things that will befall the Jewish people if we don't obey. But I'm not sure if you, I mean, you'd have to look it into yourself or your little knowledge if intuitively you agree with my statement that the Hebrew prophets talk much more about the destruction of Israel than they talk about the destruction of the other nations.
Well, I suppose that stands to reason because they'd be more concerned about themselves than other nations, being Jews.
Yeah, man, I can't. There's no other place in the Bible like Deuteronomy where there's like 40 verses straight about the destruction of other nations. And
Well,
even
it
the
says
places.
something about you will be the tail, and sorry, and not the dog, something like that, and the foreigners will take over if you carry on disobeying my laws. So it does mention Gentiles, basically the foreigners taking over if good Jews do not follow the laws. That was my memory of some of the curses.
Yeah, I mentioned this because you mentioned like that. What that's like if the Jews are righteous, but I said if the Jews are not righteous, God is still prophesies that um, the prophecies to the Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, and later that the God's prophecies will still be manifest through the Jewish people. But if God has to destroy the majority of the Jewish people, God forbid, the prophecies clearly say that God will destroy the majority of the Jewish people.
Yes.
But the prophecy at the end of the day say like, no, unquestionably, Edom will fall, and God's glory will be returned to the Jewish people and Jerusalem. However, the prophecies itself largely say that most likely um, the majority of the Jewish people are going to be, God forbid, destroyed for that to happen. Like the Great War, and in the Great War, only the righteous, the true righteous servants of God will merit to be part of God's ultimate kingdom. So when the West is finally destroyed and God's glory is returned to Israel, it's going to be the true Israel, the true righteous remnants of Israel that, against all odds, were faithful to God and God's law. And the majority interpretation is that unfortunately, the majority of the Jewish people are not righteous, and but free will is a fundamental postulation. So the Jewish people in totality could be righteous, and if the Jewish people in totality are righteous, we won't need to be destroyed. But if we're not righteous, uh, all those except the righteous will be destroyed, even if the righteous are very few.
And
I mean,
is there
Judaism's
any?
supposed to be a scary religion. I mean, like when I was Haredi, it was constantly drilled into you this stuff like of the fear of sin, and even the possibility of martyrdom, and only the righteous making it. So like, I mean, you could have like a temporary Zionistic belief, and that's what I think. Well, Hanukkah is not really a Zionistic holiday, because like you're saying, well, what happened? Um, the Hashmonaim were righteous, and then they overtook the empire, and then they become unrighteous, and they slaughtered the sages, and then later Israel was destroyed due to the sins through Roman. Like if in any of the exiles had the Jews been righteous, Messiah would have came in that era. But because the Jews were not righteous, Messiah did not come in that era, and there had to be another exile. So after the overturning of the Greeks, had the Jews of that generation been righteous, Messiah would have came in that generation, and the world would have been redeemed. But the Jews chose wickedness. The Hashmonaim themselves chose wickedness, and God is slow to anger, gives people a long time to repent. In this case, it was 250 years from the time of the Cosmonium till the destruction from the Romans is over 250 years. But had the Jews been righteous, the Messiah would have come during that era, but the Jews were not righteous, and therefore we were destroyed, and we entered the next exile, which was the Roman exile, and this is the long exile that we've been in since then. And the prophets, the Kabbalists say this is the last exile. So after the fall of the West, Messiah will come. There's not going to be we're not going to go to China and have the Chinese exile, at least according to the Kabbalists. But this is the last exile, and so if we're righteous, we could head into this utopian messianic era without any destruction. But if we're not righteous, God will destroy the whole world besides the handful of righteous people, and only those handful of righteous people will enter into the messianic era. And that's kind of like biblical prophecy 101. I mean, it says that there's 100 verses that say that. Almost every prophet says that.
Oh, so the Messiah will come if we are good or if we are bad, or nobody has quite decided.
Well,
or it's just whether the Jews are good or bad.
Well, according to the Zohar, after 6,000 years, the Messiah will come no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And after 6,000 years, if the people are not ready for Messiah, basically all of humanity besides the handful of righteous will be destroyed. Anytime before that, if humanity becomes righteous, Messiah will come then and now. So if right now humanity collectively repented and became righteous, Messiah would come tomorrow. When the time comes for Messiah to come, if humanity has not repented, God will destroy humanity besides the handful of the righteous. And that's the basic postulate of the messianic theory and the biblical prophecy so and generally it's understood that if the Jewish people behave properly, the Gentiles would behave properly. And if it's through esoteric some sort of deeper soul connection, or however it's going to implement from the prophecy of the Edom in the west of in general, where Esau is will serve his brother, but when his brother disobeys, he will destroy his brother. He was telling Keith Woods the double-edged sword, that Esau uses the double-edged sword to fight on behalf of the Jews when we behave well, but the other side of the sword will slaughter the Jews when we behave poorly. So in that sense, from a pure Kabbalistic level, there's a lesser free will level. It's not up to the Gentiles, it's up to the Jews. So that Gentiles don't necessarily have the free will to decide on their own whether they're going to be philo-Semitic or anti-Semitic. That Gentiles are, if the Jews behave good, the Gentiles per force will be philo-Semitic, and if the Jews behave poorly, the Jews per force will be anti-Semitic, if that makes sense.
Right. So
it's not up to them, it's up to us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's the theology. I mean, you'd say that it's nonsensical or it's just a fanatical belief, but the pure belief system.
Actually, I would agree. And Jews, if they rank the four Gentile religions, rabbis, if they rank the four Gentile religions, would be righteous and make Gentiles righteous, and that's all they have to do, to be righteous and make Gentiles righteous. I don't see
how ranking Gentiles is going to
because that would destroy Christianity, because it's right at the bottom, less Noahide even than Hinduism.
Yeah, but I'm saying just ranking or making a proclamation, no, we have to be righteous in all our ways. So just ranking Gentiles, that doesn't make you righteous. You have to be righteous in all your ways.
It would be a start, because you were supposed to tell them not to be not to practice idolatry.
Well, that's your thing.
Haven't.
But as I say, the Kabbalists generally, think it's internal, that God runs the world, and it's not. We don't have to tell them. We just have to behave properly, and then that will internally, an internal control mechanism within the Gentiles. It's not going to be through our communication with them that God runs the world, and if I behave righteously, then I don't have to tell the Gentiles to behave righteously, that just in me behaving righteously, the Gentiles I interact with will be righteous in my interactions, not because I told them to, but because God runs the world and manifested in a way that if I'm righteous, the Gentiles I interacted with will be righteous. And if all of the Jews are righteous, all of the Gentiles of the whole world will be righteous.
Yes, but they need to be pointed in the right direction so that they avoid the idolatry and blasphemy of Christianity and yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, your statement is heretical in the sense that it denies the power of God.
No, I mean, God is acting through you if you decide to do what He made you, His chosen people, to do.
Yeah, but I'm saying that we don't have to tell the Gentiles. We just have to be righteous. We don't actually have to tell the Gentiles to be righteous. We just have to be righteous.
So you just rank the 4 Gentile religions, in a discreet way on the social media, and then we'll get the message. You don't have to, kind of tell them in your.
No, but I mean, I'm saying that I told you this many times already, but saying, I mean, just anyone listening, that Claire's understanding is heretical in the sense that it limits the power of God. Meaning to say that God runs the world, God controls the hearts and minds of all people. Yes, I don't have to change the hearts and minds of all people. I just have to change my own heart and mind.
Yeah, and
through changing my own heart and mind, God will change the heart and mind of others. The Jewish people don't have to change the hearts and minds of other people. The Jewish people just have to change the hearts and minds of themselves. So when Claire's saying that the Jewish people that don't have to change the hearts and minds of other people, they just have to change their own hearts and minds, and then God will change the hearts and minds of the Gentiles. I mean, you're making it sound like the Jews have to externally preach or instruct the Gentiles.
No preaching. You just rank the 4 Gentile religions,
or
1,
even
2,
ranking.
3, 4.
I mean, just it seems heretical because it's kind of like your friend from saying the temple's going to come down miraculously from the sky. So it's a similar type
because
belief.
You'd rather not rank.
Well, no, the Gentiles are miraculously going to become righteous.
Yeah, because
in a stepwise pattern with the Jews becoming righteous. As the Jews become more righteous, the Gentiles will become more righteous.
Yeah, so you do the thing you will make God's chosen people to do. And rub the noses of the Christians into the mess of their idolatry and blasphemy. Nobody's ever done that. And it's getting worse. I mean, with the nonsense they believe. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I say, you generally, the Kabbalistic conception, you change the external world by changing your internal world.
I think effluent for you has got me exactly right. Thank you for understanding me so well. E for you.
Effluent for you. Maybe you appreciate the conception. You change the external world by changing your internal world.
Yeah, and if you
save
make
the
an internal
world
decision, then you will do the thing you were supposed to do, and then things will change.
When you purify your own heart, naturally the heart of humanity will become purified with it.
Yes. Well, thank you, Doovid, for entertaining me on. Is this the first? How many days? It's 8th day.
Today's the 4th night of Hanukkah.
4th night. 4 more days to go. Well,
so you want to quickly brief people up with your Chronicule? When did it start? When's it going through? I saw you already did a few interviews. I'm not sure. Yeah, I saw Stephen James. I caught a little bit of that. It looked like maybe you had a few other people. I saw that. I mean, he changes his name so much, but you're the guy who historically went by Oswald Spengler, said that he was going to be your guest on Chronicule, and I've never heard his voice before, so that would be him making his first appearance, at least in voice. Is that true?
I have communicated with him, but he didn't say he would come on. He's always saying, why don't you have so and so, and whatever. But
I thought he said he was going to be a guest on your Chronicule. You said it's not
this is the first I've heard of it, but I did communicate with him about Chronicule, and he was saying, how about Ron Uns, what's his name?
Well, he's a big name. I mean, I don't know if you get Ron
Yeah,
Owens.
yeah. So
I thought
I
he was.
thought,
I thought he was going to be your guest, but you're saying that that's not accurate.
no, no. I've had Kevin Barrett, but he doesn't really want to talk to me anymore.
Well, who
I
have you
tried
had
E.
so
Michael
far?
Jones.
Well, I'm not talking like who you've spoken to the past this year. I mean, how many people have you interviewed so far? How many people you got lined up? Do you have any big names this year?
Thomas Martin Rees was
Well, you already did that. Yeah, I saw that.
yes, and nobody really that big, but I seem to have done enough to be keeping up with the number of the day. So I've done the 10th with Sam Samuels earlier, and tomorrow I'll be doing one with this Speakers Corner regular called the Rational Female.
I've been seeing her
Tomorrow,
with Khalid Safir. I don't know, like he
yes.
seems like his like co-host almost.
Yes, and I've done her uncle, the British Hindu secular
Does that
Quranist.
mean you recorded and you're going to release it, or saying it's already on your channel?
I think it's the fifth Quraniul on Odyssey.
I
His
mean, does it
name
mean that you
isn't.
planned it, or you're saying that you pre-recorded these and you're just going to release it at a later date, or you've
It's
already released
already
it?
on Odyssey. If you
It's already
wanted
on
to see
Odyssey.
it, yes,
So all
I think
these are
you.
live. None of them are recorded and later.
No, I don't edit them. I haven't got time. So
And is Khalid going to be on Chronicle also?
he's on. He's going to be on the 21st, and I've decided that I will role play a white nationalist while he tries to give me his happiness classes, and this is
You
going
got
to be on the 21st,
you got
because
Figure,
pardon,
Aaron Amihud,
he'll be on Wednesday.
and did you reach out to Zobita or no?
I did sort of send her a tweet, but I haven't really heard from her. But at the moment, I suppose I'm busy enough. Yeah, and I've got a few people lined up, and it doesn't have to be 31 interviews. It would be nice, but I guess I don't need to, go out and chase it so much. And they seem to be coming in one by one.
Did
So
you reach out to any big names? I mean, did you try like Sula, Adder Weinrab, or
I did ask him, but he didn't seem particularly interested. So, but I've had three Jews, or two anyway, two Jews so far, one Hindu, and so it hasn't been too bad. I mean, sort of fairly respectable people who give their real name and show their faces. So that's a relief. I mean, the first one was a Malaysian. Oh yes, I've got two Malaysians. One's a convert, and the other is a what do you call it? Well, a political activist that I first heard of from Modern Day Debate. So I've got a few religious people. So yes, it's been the best one so far in my view. I mean, in terms of the status of people and all that. So
okay? Well, God bless. Thanks
thank
for coming on. I'll get back. I'll do my Israel war update.
thank you for having me, and
Okay. Well,
happy
happy
Hanukkah.
Hanukkah.
Bye bye.
Okay. You just Joseph. Here is Doooovid on my channel. I have the Rimanover Rebbe 10 years ago. I have him another time too. I didn't get video on this, but here, 10 years ago, the Rimanover Rebbe came to Detroit. Oh, that's Log Meomer. He came Hanukkah one year also, I think. But here of the Rimanover Rebbe Hanukkah, and but he stopped coming to Detroit a few years ago. Okay, so let me do the war update, and then I'll try to read some scholarship and some more things. So Claire was on for a while and talking, so hopefully got a little bit of the meaning of Hanukkah, and I guess like the multiple truth hypothesis in terms of there's a lot of different interpretations, or could have a lot of different meanings. Some meanings might be better than others, but to a large extent, you could interpret and understand the meaning, and even like eschatology, what's going to happen at the end of days, and you like the downfall of Edom, how you understand these things. there's a lot of different interpretations possible. Okay, so I was talking a few weeks ago about Haredi anti-Zionism, and I mentioned, like, besides for the Notori Karta, most anti-Zionists do not support Arab rule. And very few anti-Zionists have like a practical political strategy of like what would they do if there wasn't a state of Israel. And so here you had the Satmar, they had like their big annual gathering of the Freeding of the Satmar Rebbe in Brooklyn, and they're known as anti-Zionist. So it's like some of the people like Jackson Hinkle or the the anti-Israel advocates or pro-Palestinian advocates on Twitter were tweeting, so here Jackson Hinkle, over 60,000 anti-Zionist Jews gathered in New York. Israel is not the state of the Jews. Zionism is not Judaism. And so the Satmar headquarters tweeted, wrong, our anti-Zionist stance is deeply rooted in religious beliefs and is fundamentally distinct from political anti-Zionism. Our stance is a principled religious position and is clearly not a political tool to cover for anti-Semitic Jew haters, which is unclear, because I was mentioning, we mentioned on Keith Woods that Yisrael Yellen, Shalom, God bless. If Yosef Rabin was mentioning, he's been seeing my content, so he's mentioned he bumped into you in Crown Heights. So Yisrael Yellen, father's the local rabbi here in Metro Detroit. Happy Hanukkah, God bless. So this question about how to understand Haredi anti-Zionism, the politics of it, and most religious Zionists are former Haredi anti-Zionist. And so I mentioned that a few weeks ago. So here you had like this big tweet storm, and millions of people, saw these tweets, and like Joseph from Israel Advocacy was mentioning it, and this, and even Lucas Gage is pointing out, like criticizing, or the Adam Green, he's saying, well, all Satmar, they believe that the West is going to be destroyed and Edom is going to be destroyed, or it's just like they don't believe that they should follow that the current leaders of the state of Israel. Very few Haredi anti-Zionists are actually Palestinian human rights advocates. Notori Karta, like someone like Rabbi Feldman, Rabbi Yisrael David Weiss, they could you could consider them even Palestinian human rights advocates. But like most Haredi anti-Zionists, they are not Palestinian human rights advocates. And the reality is that almost all religious Zionists come from former Haredi anti-Zionists. So we checked out that article. So yeah, Yisrael, I'm not sure if you came onto my channel because Joseph told you, or if you're watching, but God bless. I do a week in review every Sunday. And just Hanukkah, I've been covering the war in Israel. So Hanukkah, I was talking a little bit more religion. So, okay, so the Weeb Union trying to get a hold of what is happening, what's the current facts on the ground in Gaza. And like for Ukraine, Russia, when they do the war map, and you see like the territory, when Russia takes over territory from the Ukraine or the otherwise, they militarily occupy it. And then like in the Russia Ukraine war, they usually once Russia takes over the territory, they dig trenches, they make military encampments, they embed soldiers there. It's unclear whether all of this territory, whether Israel's actually holding it, whether Israel, so to say, has occupied it, they have troops there, they've made encampments there, or they've just done activity there, and whether they're actually trying to hold on to it or not. And so it's hard to understand what's actually happening on the ground. I'll talk a little bit about what we know, what is the information Israel's releasing. But, just so some of the mapping things we're pointing out, the difficulty of, okay, because Israel does not usually occupy and leave troops in the territory that they conquered. Some of the area they have, like certain areas of this, Israel has made permanent bases there, and they've maintained. Other the areas, Israel has done temporarily military activity there, and they don't actually still have military troops there. Here, real life lore, one of the big channels on global geopolitics, talking about Gaza could trigger a bigger U.S.-Iran war. So if you saw in the news, like the Yemeni Houthis have declared war against Israel, they've launched rockets towards Israel, and now the Yemeni Houthis, who um, are doing a blockade, or at least a claim blockade of the sea. So I mean, here it's hard even to find a map that includes Israel. So if you're looking here, just like at the size of it, here's this bottom corner is Israel in a lot. So the few like drones or bombs that the Yemenites have sent over to Israel, it's a long distance. It's almost like 1,000 miles. And however, what Yemen has done for ships, because the Houthis have this region right here. So in terms like the war, various areas, the Houthis control the territory right next to um, Djibouti. I forget what they called, like the Red Sea, this small strait here. And so for international trade through the Suez Canal, including Israeli trade, it has to get through this very small area. And like if you see like the Attrian, the Djibouti, Somalia with like pirates, the reason they could have pirates is because the sea is very narrow here, and the country could use a small ship, even without great technology, get on a ship, conquer it, take it over, steal the cargo. And so Yemen has declared that they are not going to allow Israeli ships to pass through this area, and because they've officially declared war on Israel, and they took over like one ship the other day, and they've claimed to step it up. So Israel has even claimed that they're going to start bombing Yemen if the U.S. doesn't do something about it. That Israel will start bombing Yemen, and Israel could be in a big bind because they need Saudi airspace. That Israel can't even get to Yemen without um, the allowance of Saudi airspace. So, um, so if you're looking, it's a long distance from Israel to Yemen, and for Israel, I mean, like Yemen's launched a few rockets, Saudi Arabia's shot a few down, America's shot a few down, Israel has shot a few down. But if and Yemen has formally declared war against, I mean, the Houthi part of Yemen has formally declared war against Israel. So how that's going to um, play out if Yemen continues to affect ships, and see like Iran coming like all the way up here, that Iran has even less power over it, that like Yemen, if the Houthis are working together with Iran as like a proxy, in a sense, like, so Iran is all the way over here, most of the Israeli shipping goes straight into the Gulf of Aden, and Iran can't do anything about it, but its proxy there in Yemen could severely halt trade, and Iran could cause pressure on other Arab nations or oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz. You're right here with the UAE. So, I had mentioned that I thought the strategy would largely be a waiting strategy, that in all likelihood, Israel and Gaza are going, are just fighting each other. There's a little tit for tat with the Hezbollah in Lebanon on the north, where it's just been tit for tat missiles, a little tit for tat with Syria, nothing yet with Iran, and a little with the Houthis. But the main thing is the weakening of the U.S. So you had the UN vote this week where like 13 nations demanded a ceasefire, the UK abstained, and the US vetoed. But you still have also tit for tat in the US military bases. So there's still like 40 US military bases and tit for tat. But then Russia also, Netanyahu spoke to Putin. I think it was today or yesterday. Netanyahu spoke to Putin, and Netanyahu's very upset about Putin teaming up with Iran, and the supreme leader of Iran, or the president of Iran, was just in Moscow, and they've been having regular meetings. And Putin just did a Middle East tour where he was in Saudi Arabia, and so you have this general weakening of the West in America. But at this point, and also you have the weapons. So like the $14 billion, but President Biden used his discretion to just send like $100 million worth of tank munitions to Israel. But Israel could be getting low on weapons and America's military bases. So in all likelihood, you're not going to see much more than a tit for tat, maybe a small increase with the alliance, Iran, Syria, and the Houthis. And so for the next month or two, it's probably just going to be pure Israel and Hamas. But certainly the Iran faction is there, and even like the bombings and various things, Jordan, other factors. So real life lore is good information on the geopolitics. So let's look at some maps real quick just for update on the war. And so I said, like, it's very unclear Israel's end goal or the territory. Like, Israel's done action. It's had troops in a lot of areas, but where are the Israel troops? Mostly the Israeli troops have pulled out. They just do an operation, then they pull out. They have temporary camp. It's too dangerous for the Israeli troops to occupy parts of Gaza unless they completely eliminate like the tunnel networks. Let me read through a little of this. This is from Financial Times. Israel entered 3 Hamas strongholds on Tuesday as fears mounted for the 1.8 million people forced to flee their homes in the Gaza Strip. Last week, we went into detail on the refugees. We're in the most intense day since the beginning of the ground operations. Yoram Finkelman, commander of the Israeli Military Southern Command, said on Tuesday, in terms of terrorists killed, the number of firefights, and the use of firepower from the land and the air. Israel's ground offenses moved to its most southerly point so far. Finkelman said the Israeli soldiers had reached Khan Yunis in the south of the Strip and entered the Jabalia neighborhood in the north and Shujaia to the east of Gaza City, all seen as bastions for the Palestinian militant group Hamas that controls the enclave. So there you have damage up to November 29th. So it's even like 10 days old. And you can see like Israel's caused a lot of damage. It's brought actual troops. So the bright blue here is actual places where the troops have gotten into. But still, like in northern Gaza, there's still the majority of it Israeli troops haven't even gotten to. And a lot of the area where Israeli troops have went they don't actually control. They just did an operation there and then they left. And it's very likely that Hamas is still operating there, that they might have pulled back or had a little fight. There might have been some Hamas losses, and then Israel withdrew or went someplace else. But the Israeli troops have not actually occupied all this blue area. They've just done temporary operations. And so it's very hard to map Israeli progress. So you see, like Khan Yunis, where Israel's done a whole bunch of operations. Do they actually control all of this territory? No. They did operations there. Some of the territory they're still occupying, although most of it not. They just did an operation and then withdrew or went someplace else. It's very dangerous for Israel to leave its troop in that area. And we get to like the end game. The end game would have to be a complete occupation, really probably, the Al-Nusra humanitarian area, 1.8 million people. Where these 1.8 million people are going to go, that we were talking last week, likely they're going to come to the West. There's going to be a huge refugee crisis. But of the Israeli military is going to have to completely occupy all of northern Gaza, all of Khan Yunis, to destroy the tunnel, destroy the Hamas military infrastructure. And we'll see in the next article that Israel's predicting that that's going to take till the end of January, and then it's going to be another 3 to 9 months of smaller operations. But that Israel will have completely dismantled, meaning Hamas is still launching rockets. Hamas still has tunnels. It still has a lot of military capabilities. And Israel is hoping by the end of January, they will be able to completely occupy and destroy the Hamas military capabilities in northern Gaza and Khan Yunis. And so Israel is predicting that that will be towards the end of January. And then there will still be another 3 to 9 months of operations. I mean, that Hamas is still going to be around. And it's going to take really a whole nother year of operations to completely get rid of them. Here you could see Israeli military vehicles. So it's like a ground invasion. Israel just rolled through in tanks because Israel is very loss adverse. Israel doesn't like taking casualties. It's not like Russia, where like in these battles in Russia, where hundreds of soldiers on each side are being killed each day, and even traditional tank formations, where generally you have tanks with troops on foot outside of the tanks. So usually Israel will not have any soldiers walking along outside of the tanks because they don't like taking the larger casualties like you're seeing in Russia and Ukraine. And so here you could see tanks. And so, like these blue areas, it just means the tanks ran through. But, they don't have enough tanks. The tanks just ran through. And then right after the tanks run through, Hamas could come right back. And like they might destroy a few facilities. They might destroy a few tunnels. But like relatively, like they just come through. There's a few firefights. They might get a few Hamas people, cause some evacuation. But right when they go through, Hamas comes right back. Here you can see the map of the continued Israeli operations. Although I say it's deceptive because Israel, like I said, doesn't actually control all of this blue territory. It just went through this blue territory, and a lot of this blue territory, Hamas still controls now because Israel just went right through, and they might have had a battle there, and then after Israel went someplace else, Hamas just comes right back. And so at the top, like Israel may have established some military bases inside of Gaza. I mean, Israel has a lot of troops too. They, like at this point, Israel's got like 250,000 troops there. So, for Israel to completely, even 250,000 troops may not be enough to occupy all of Gaza. So that's where we're talking. Like, we'll look at the next article. We're talking like, really a year. And, God forbid, I think we saw this last week, the buildings, northern Gaza, over 60% of the buildings have been destroyed. Gaza, Khan Yunis, 12%, 15%. And as they do more operations, there'll be more and more. And we talked last week about the refugee crisis. Okay, so let's look a little bit about Israel's strategy from the Jerusalem Post. It's unclear, but we get like a little understanding of what Israel's strategy is. Hey, Mark, God bless. Check my phone. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so we got the Southfield menorah lighting tomorrow night. So maybe Doovid will stream like the last few years the Southfield menorah lighting. Okay, IDF control of Gaza is split at several levels. Although IDF officials state that they have begun to see signs of Hamas breaking, there's still further ground to cover. The IDF is analyzing its control of different parts of Gaza at several different levels, from very significant to non-existent. At one level, there are parts of northern Gaza that are far along the way to being cleared of large Hamas forces. Then, on the opposite end, there are parts of southern Gaza like Rafah and central Gaza, which have still essentially not even been touched by IDF ground forces. What grounds has the IDF covered? In between, there are places like Khan Yunis in southern Gaza and Shajia in northern Gaza where there's heavy fighting, and the IDF may not win broad control for some additional weeks or more, as well as places like Jabalia, where the IDF has made significant progress towards control, but still has several days or a bit more of fighting to truly eliminate large Hamas forces. Each of these categories likely makes up between 1/3 to 1/4 of Gaza, leaving a picture of the territory that is far more complex than IDF control, not an IDF control. The spectrum of categories show why disparate statements are being issued by different military and political officials about whether the main war can be wrapped up in around 4 weeks or closer to the end of January. The number of reservists may already have dropped by well over 100,000 troops, as since 360,000 were called up at the point of the end of the main war. The number of reservists involved is expected to drop even more steeply. At the same time, the IDF expects that both reservists and mandatory soldiers will need to serve longer periods going forward in order to maintain a larger force posture in and around Gaza, as well as the northern border with Lebanon. A senior IDF official said, "We are seeing in recent days signs of breaking Hamas. The scope of the destruction and damage is creating command, control, and communication problems. There are areas in Gaza where Hamas already has lost military control. Despite the achievements, we are not close to an end of the war. We continue to act with great force and are taking apart full Hamas battalions. Half of the battalion commanders of Hamas have been killed," continued the official. IDF attacks until this point. Statistically, the IDF has undertaken 22,000 attacks, including 3,500 alone in the last week since the ceasefire expired, but it has still only killed 7,000 Hamas forces, with probably also several thousand additional wounded and some several hundred arrested. In 2 weeks ago, the IDF had taken apart a third or less of Hamas's 30,000 forces. It may now be closer to around 50%. It is unclear whether the IDF will have returned all hostages or killed or captured all Hamas officials before the main part of the war concludes. In terms of taking over Gaza territory and a longer stage of cleaning out insurgents begin. That longer stage is expected to last another 3 to 9 months past January. What will happen when the war ends? The IDF is not publicly taking a position on who should run Gaza the day after the insurgency is subdued, but is preparing to have control of a variety of border security zones and to maintain the right to initiate raids against Gaza terrorists, even at a much later stage. In addition, the IDF believes a tipping point has been crossed in terms of rocket fire. The IDF does still view Hamas as capable of continuing to fire rockets at some level, again, short-range Israeli targets in the south for some sizable longer time, and even very occasionally at further targets like Tel Aviv and central Israel. But the IDF does not expect to see any more massive rocket barrages, expects to see very few beyond the Israeli south, and it seems to believe that virtually wiping out Hamas rocket fire, other than a very occasional single rocket crew that can do very little damage, is on the horizon as the war goes deeper into January. Despite global criticism, the IDF is mostly happy with its success in evacuating Palestinian citizens from more intense battle areas. If there were 1.2 million Palestinians in northern Gaza on October 7th, now the IDF estimates there is only 150,000, with there being around 800,000 in Khan Yunis and 750,000 in Rafah, both in the south. These numbers mean that Khan Yunis pre-October 7th population has doubled and Rafah has tripled. There are also around 500,000 Palestinian civilians in central Gaza. It is unclear whether the IDF will take control of the Philadelphia corridor between Gaza and Egypt, and how that politically sensitive issue will impact how and when the IDF enters nearby Rafah. Despite foreign reports on using water to flood Hamas out of its tunnels, that tactic is not expected to address the full tunnel threat, which will need many methods, including explosive and other technology, and which will take time. In the north, the IDF has attacked around 106 Hezbollah positions, 52 lookout or intelligence gathering posts, 24 underground positions, and a variety of other targets. According to the IDF, the price for Hezbollah has been much higher than the laconic phrases it has put out publicly, but the military is seeking to both message the terror group the price of its firing on Israel while letting it save face some to avoid a broader war. Despite statements by the IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi on Sunday, and almost constantly in recent weeks, that the IDF will demand a new security reality on the border with Hezbollah behind closed doors. It seems that the IDF will likely leave to Hezbollah to clarify what will come next. If its mild attacks to date on the terror group and an increase in troops and power on the border from the IDF will not be enough to keep Hezbollah forces further away from Israel, there's not necessarily a plan to attack Lebanon in a larger way, but without a resolution, the military might eventually need to escalate against Hezbollah. Next, the IDF on Sunday announced that the death of Lieutenant Nathaniel Menachem Eitan from Jerusalem, a soldier who served in Unit 669 in Gaza. Eitan was wounded in battle on Friday and later succumbed to his wounds. Hamas armed wing said on Sunday Israel will not be able to recover any of its hostages unless it engages in talks over conditional swap deals. Abu Badaya, the spokesman for Al-Qassam Brigade, said in an audio speech broadcast by Al Jazeera television that Israel will not be able to recover the captives by force, citing what he described a failed operation to free one of them. Meanwhile, Lebanon's Hezbollah said it launched explosive drones at an Israeli command position on Sunday, and Israeli strikes hit South Lebanon. The IDF said suspicious aerial targets had crossed from Lebanon, and 2 were intercepted. 2 Israeli soldiers were moderately wounded, and a number of others were lightly injured from shrapnel and smoke inhalation. So, if you've been following the Jerusalem Post, I agree, Fluent doesn't seem realistic. If you follow the Jerusalem Post, there is a lot of stuff about these claims that of the damage to Hamas. Some claiming that as many as 14,000 Hamas militants have been killed. We said the estimate at the beginning was there's like 30 to 40,000 Hamas militants. Some estimates are as low as 2,000. Israel's only killed 2,000 Hamas militants, and the rest have been civilians. Israel's trying to push that number up as high as possible, and what the truth is hard to know. So, some are going with like the 1 in 3. So, God forbid, if there's like 20,000 people dead, claiming that 7,000 Hamas militants have been killed, and others are saying it's much more likely to only be like 3,000. So that Israel's only eliminated like 10% of Hamas, and even the senior military leadership of what that means for the future. It's tough to know. So, God forbid, the war will go on tit for tat, small levels. Israel, it's tough to tell their strategy and whether their strategy is going to work. Right now they're claiming they're going to end the main part of the war by the end of January and then continue on through the rest of 2024. But it appears that Israel might be claiming that it's done more than it actually has, and what that means for the future. So we'll see. This is Mark. I guess, if you want to come on, Mark, you want to talk about natural law. I'm not sure if we spoke before, but I was about to go in and talk about some other issues. I wanted to talk about cognitive load and some stuff about expertise. And I had other stuff that, now I'm thinking it's almost no chance I'm going to get to. But Yeah, so if you're going to grab the link, do it right away, because otherwise I'm about to go into my other planned readings on science. So I'm not sure if it's fluent, if you're familiar with Mark. So if you're there, Mark, you want to join, now is the time. Otherwise, I have a bunch of reading and my regular research I wanted to get to. I want to talk about. You want to wait till next week or you wait till later? Well, because I wanted to talk about cognitive load. I had some papers a little bit long, and I had okay, so we can wait till next week. And I had some stuff on expertise and quite a bit of reading, quite a bit of material. So, yeah, God forbid what's going on with Israel, a lot of stuff. But yeah, I got to continue with my research. I'm not even sure who Mark Passio is, if that's supposed to be like someone I'm supposed to have heard of, or if that's like a famous name. And if that's a famous name and you're just using the name, but I'm not even sure I've heard of Mark Passio in the first place to so obviously on your channel, I gotta look that up. Well, okay. So I'm not even sure, but you know, whatever, I'll talk to anybody. Former Satanist, natural law. I'm not sure like who the real Mark Passio, if you're like a known author or a famous person. I'm not familiar with your work or if you're just a random person. Either way, I'll talk to anybody. But if you're not ready right now, I'm going to continue into my research and we could talk about it next week. So God bless on that. So I want to get back into my research, and in order to come to theories of expertise, and I'm going to come back to cognitive architectures. Cognitive architectures is a big topic. And I thought a good way to segue some of my previous stuff that I'd mentioned on cognitive architectures and expertise is cognitive load. And memory is one of the most important aspects of cognitive load and cognitive architectures and chunking theory, like the basis of expertise largely being chunking theory, and chunking theory is related to memory. So I want to do a little bit about cognitive load theory, and we'll see a little overview with some of these chess studies and expertise with cognitive load. And then I want to start doing an overview from the Raman Attri book on the major theories of expertise. And then hopefully going the next few weeks and into next year, I will do an in-depth look into all of the major theories of expertise. But today I was hoping to do an overview of 12 different theories after the cognitive load. So just reading this might take me to like 3 hours just reading through this material. So hope it's interesting. Anybody here sticking around, hope you gain from this, or active in the chat. Cognitive load. In cognitive psychology, cognitive load refers to the amount of working memory resources used. However, it is essential to distinguish it from the actual construct of cognitive load or mental workload, which is studied widely in many disciplines. According to work conducted in the field of instructional design and pedagogy, broadly, there are 3 types of cognitive load. Intrinsic cognitive load is the effort associated with a specific topic. Extraneous cognitive load refers to the way information or tasks are presented to a learner, and germane cognitive load refers to the work put into creating a permanent store of knowledge, a schema. However, over the years, the additivity of these types of cognitive load has been investigated and questioned. Now it is believed that they circularly influence each other. Cognitive load theory was developed in the late 1980s out of a study of problem solving by John Sweller. Sweller argued the instructional design can be used to reduce cognitive load in learners. Much later, other researchers developed a way to measure perceived mental effort, which is indicative of cognitive load. Tests invoked pupillary Response is a reliable and sensitive measurement of cognitive load that is directly related to working memory. Information may only be stored in a long-term memory after first being attended to and possessed by working memory. Working memory, however, is extremely limited in both capacity and duration. These limitations will, under some conditions, impede learning. Heavy cognitive load can have negative effects on task completion, and it is important to note that the experience of cognitive load is not the same for everybody. The elderly, students, and children experience different and more often higher amounts of cognitive load. The fundamental tenet of cognitive load theory is that the quality of instructional design will be raised if greater consideration is given to the role and limitations of working memory. With increased distractions, particularly from cell phone use, students are more prone to experience high cognitive load, which can reduce academic success. Theory. In the late 1980s, John Sweller developed cognitive load theory out of study of problem solving in order to provide guidelines intended to assist in the presentation of information in a manner that encourages learners' activities to optimize intellectual performance. Sweller's theory employs aspects of information processing theory to emphasize the inherent limitations of concurrent working memory load on learning duration instruction. It makes use of schema as a primary unit of analysis for the design of instructional materials. History. The history of cognitive load theory can be traced to its beginnings of cognitive sciences in the 1950s with the work of George Miller. In his classic paper, Miller was perhaps the first to suggest our working memory capacity has inherent limits. His experimental results suggested that humans are generally able to hold only 7 plus or minus 2 units of information in short-term memory. In 1973, Chase and Simon were the first to use the term chunk to describe how people might organize information in short-term memory. This chunking of memory components has also been described as schema construction. In the late 1980s, John Sweller developed cognitive load theory while studying problem solving, studying learners as they solve problems. He and his associates found that learners often use problem-solving strategy called means-ends analysis. He suggests problem solving by means-ends analysis requires a relatively large amount of cognitive processing capacity, which may not be devoted to schema construction. Sweller suggested that instructional designers should prevent this unnecessary cognitive load by designing instructional materials which do not involve problem solving. Examples of alternative instructional materials include what we know as worked examples and goal-free problems. In the 1990s, cognitive load was applied in several contexts. The empirical results from these studies led to the demonstration of several learning effects: the completion problem effect, modality effect, split attention effect, worked example effect, and expertise reversal effect. Types. Cognitive load theory provides a general framework and its broad implications for instructional design by allowing instructional designers to control the conditions of learning within an environment, or more generally, within most instructional materials. Specifically, it provides empirically based guidelines that help instructional designers decrease extraneous cognitive load during learning and thus refocus the learner's attention toward germane materials, thereby increasing germane schema-related cognitive load. This theory differentiates between 3 types of cognitive load: intrinsic cognitive load, germane cognitive load, and extraneous cognitive load. Intrinsic cognitive load is the inherent level of difficulty associated with a specific instructional topic. This term was first used in the early 1990s by Chandler and Sweller. According to them, all instructions have an inherently difficulty associated with them. This inherent difficulty may not be altered by an instructor. However, many schemas may be broken into individual sub-schemas and taught in isolation to later be brought back together and described as a combined whole. Extraneous cognitive load is generated by the manner in which information is presented to learners and is under the control of instructional designers. This load can be attributed to the design of the instructional materials because there is a single limited cognitive resource using resources to process the extraneous load. The number of resources available to process the intrinsic load and the germane load learning is reduced. Thus, especially when intrinsic and or germane load is high, when the problem is difficult, materials should be designed so as to reduce the extraneous load. An example of extraneous cognitive load occurs when there are 2 possible ways to describe a square to a student. A square is a figure and should be described using a figural medium. Certainly, an instructor can describe a square in a verbal medium, but it takes just a second and far less effort to see what the instructor is talking about when a learner is shown a square rather than having one described verbally. In this instance, the efficiency of the visual medium is preferred. This is because it does not unduly load the learner with unnecessary information. This unnecessary cognitive load is described as extraneous. Chandler and Sweller introduced the concept of extraneous cognitive load. This article was written to report the results of 6 experiments that they conducted to investigate this working memory load. Many of these experiments involve materials demonstrating the split attention effect. They found that the format of instructional materials either promoted or limited learning. They proposed that differences in performance were due to higher levels of the cognitive load imposed by the format of instruction. Extraneous cognitive load is a term for this unnecessary, artificially induced cognitive load. Extraneous cognitive load may have different components, such as the clarity of text or interactive demands on educational software. Germane cognitive load is the processing, construction, and automation of schemas. It was first described by Sweller, Vanlehn, and Posner in 1998. While intrinsic cognitive load is generally thought to be immutable, although techniques can be applied to manage complexity by segmenting and sequencing complex material, instructional designers can manipulate extraneous and germane load. It is suggested that they limit extraneous load and promote germane load. Until the 1998 article by Sweller, Vanlehn, and Posner, cognitive load theory primarily concentrated on the reduction of extraneous cognitive load. With this article, cognitive load researchers began to seek ways of redesigning instruction to redirect what would be extraneous load to now be focused towards schema construction, germane load. Thus, it is very important for instructional designers to reduce extraneous cognitive load and to redirect learners' attention to cognitive processes that are directly relevant to the construction of schemas. Measurement. As of 1993, Posner and Vanlehn had developed a construct known as relative condition efficiency, which helps researchers measure perceived mental effort and index of cognitive load. This construct provides a relatively simple means of comparing instructional conditions, taking into account both mental efforts, ratings, and performance scores. Relative condition efficiency is calculated by subtracting standardized mental effort from standardized performance and dividing the square root by 2. Posner and Vanlehn used relative condition efficiency to compare 3 instructional conditions: worked examples, completion problems, and discovery practice. They found learners who studied worked examples were the most efficient, followed by those who used the problem completion strategy. Since the early study, many other research have used this and other constructs to measure cognitive load as it relates to learning and instruction. The ergonomic approach seeks a quantitative neurophysiological expression of cognitive load, which can be measured using common instruments, for example, using the heart rate, blood pressure product as a measure of both cognitive and physical occupation workload. They believe that it may be possible to use the heart rate, blood pressure product measures to set limits on workloads and for establishing work allowance. Task invoke pupillary response is a form of measurement that directly reflects the cognitive load on working memory. Greater pupil dilation is found to be associated with high cognitive load. Pupil construction occurs when there is low cognitive load. Task-involved pupillary response shows a direct correlation with working memory, making it an effective measurement of cognitive load explicitly unrelated to learning. Some researchers have compared different measures of cognitive load. For example, Doooovid and Mayer 2008 compared 3 commonly used measures of cognitive load and found that they responded in different ways to extraneous, intrinsic, and germane load. The 2020 study showed that there may be various demand components that together form extraneous cognitive load, but that may need to be measured using different questionnaires. Establish eye movement and pupillary response. Indicators of cognitive load are pupillary diameter mean, pupillary diameter deviation, number of gaze fixations, saccada speed, and pupillary hippus. Effects of heavy cognitive load. A heavy cognitive load typically creates an error or some kind of interference in the task at hand. A heavy cognitive load can also increase stereotyping. This is because a heavy cognitive load pushes excess information into subconscious processing, which involves the use of schemas, the pattern of thought and behavior that helps us to organize information into categories and to identify the relationship between them. Stereotypical associations may be automatically activated by use of pattern recognition and schemas, producing an implicit stereotype effect. Stereotyping is an extension of the fundamental attribution error, which also increases in frequency with heavier cognitive load. The notions of cognitive load and arousal contribute to the overload hypothesis. Explanation of social facilitation. In the presence of an audience, Subjects tend to perform worse in subjectively complex tasks, whereas they tend to excel in subjectively easier tasks. Subpopulation studies, individual differences. As of 1971, some evidence has been found that individuals systematically differed in their processing capacity. As of 1984, it was established, for example, that there were individual differences in processing capacities between novices and experts. Experts have more knowledge or experience with regard to a specific task, which reduces the cognitive load associated with the task. Novices do not have this experience or knowledge and thus have heavier cognitive load. Hence the overview between this and expertise. Elderly and chunking theory in general. Elderly, the dangers of heavy cognitive load is seen in the elderly population. Aging can cause declines in the efficiency of working memory, which can contribute to higher cognitive load. Heavy cognitive load can disturb balance in elderly people. The relationship between heavy cognitive load and control of center of mass are heavily correlated in the elderly population. As cognitive load increases, the sway in center of mass in elderly individuals increases. A 2007 study examined the relationship between body sway and cognitive function and their relationship during multitasking and found disturbances in balance led to a decrease in performance on the cognitive task. Conversely, an increasing demand for balance can increase cognitive load. College students, as of 2014, an increase in cognitive load for students using a laptop in school has become a concern. With the use of Facebook and other social forms of communication, adding multiple tasks jeopardizes student performance in the classroom. When many cognitive resources are available, the probability of switching from one task to another is high and does not lead to optimal switching behavior. In a study 2013, both students who were heavy Facebook users and students who sat nearby those who were heavy Facebook users performed poorly and resulted in lower GPA. In children, 2014, British psychologists Alan Baddeley and Graham Hitch proposed that the components of working memory are in place at 6 years of age. They found a clear difference between adult and child knowledge. The difference were due to developmental increases in processing efficiency. Children lack general knowledge, and this is what creates increased cognitive load in children. Children in impoverished families often experience even higher cognitive load in learning environments than those in middle-class families. These children do not hear, talk, or learn about schooling concepts because their parents often do not have formal education. When it comes to learning, their lack of experience with numbers, words, or concepts increases their cognitive load. As children grow older, they develop superior basic processing capacities. They also develop metacognition, which helps them to understand their own cognitive activities. Lastly, they gain greater content knowledge through their experience. These elements help to reduce cognitive load in children as they develop. I might save this metacognition for another week. Gesturing is a technique children use to reduce cognitive load while speaking. By gesturing, they can free up working memory for other tasks. Pointing allows a child to use the object they are pointing at as the best representation of it, which means that they do not have to hold this representation in their working memory, thereby reducing their cognitive load. Additionally, gesturing about an object that is absent reduces the difficulty of having to picture it in their mind. In poverty, as of 2013, it has been theorized that an impoverished environment can contribute to cognitive load, regardless of the task at hand or the processes used in solving the task. People who experience poverty also experience higher cognitive load. A number of factors attribute to the cognitive load in people of lower social economic status that are not present in middle and upper class people. Embodiment and interactivity. Bodily activity can both be advantageous and detrimental to learning depending on how this activity is implemented. Cognitive load theorists have asked for updates that make cognitive load theory more compatible with insights from embodied cognition research. As a result, embodied cognitive load theory has been suggested as a means to predict the usefulness of interactive features in a learning environment. In this framework, the benefits of interactive features, such as easier cognitive processing, used to exceed its cognitive costs, such as motor coordination, in order for an embodied mode of interaction to increase learning outcomes. Application in driving and piloting. With an increase in secondary tasks inside a cockpit, cognitive load estimation becomes an important problem for both automotive drivers and pilots. The research problem is investigated in various names like drowsiness detection, distraction detection, and so on. For automotive drivers, researchers explored various physiological parameters like heart rate, facial expression, ocular parameters, and so on. In aviation, there are numerous simulation studies on analyzing pilots' distraction and attention using various physiological parameters. For military fast jet pilots, researchers explored air-to-ground dive attacks and recorded cardiac EEGs and ocular parameters. Okay, try to look at these in a future week. So the reason I wanted to talk about cognitive load before going into the theories of expertise. So yeah, Mark, thanks for the positive feedback. I talked a few weeks ago, if you were here, about group behavior, sociology, and the origins of group behavior. And I talked about John Riles and natural law in terms like rules-based order. So natural law is a subject I want to talk about more, and try to build it up from individual minds. And it's an important topic. So yeah, if next week you want to talk about natural law, that's right in line with some of the things I'm talking about. So the reason I wanted to talk about cognitive load theory, one, because it really jumps right in with cognitive architectures and chunking theory and why there's levels in expertise. So I'm going to talk about stages based of expertise, where he's saying from novice to expert, you go through a series of stages. And one of the reasons why the acquiring of expertise is because of cognitive load. And there would also be like a physiological, neurological function that could possibly be related into neuroscience. And it's also something that's useful for self-improvement, for improving your mind, for studying more, for more efficient learning, for the acquisition of expertise, is being cognizant of these limitations on human capacity. And also, like as a chess coach, cognitive load theory, theories of expertise are relevant to your practical things like chess coaching, or if you're a teacher or a parent, pedagogy, besides for your own personal development. So here, from the Center for Education, Statistics, and Evaluation, cognitive load theory research that teachers really need to understand. What is cognitive load theory? To improve student performance, teachers need to understand the evidence base that informs and helps improve their practice. An area of research with significant implications for teaching practice is cognitive load theory. Cognitive load theory was recently described by British educationalist Dylan Williams as the single most important thing for teachers to know, 2017. Grounded in robust evidence-based cognitive load theory, provides theoretical and empirical support for explicit models of instruction. Research in cognitive load theory demonstrates that instructional techniques are most effective when they are designed to accord with how human brains learn and use knowledge. This paper describes the research of cognitive load theory and what it means for more effective teaching practice. The first part of the paper explains how human beings learn according to cognitive load theory and outlines the evidence base for the theory. The second part of the paper examines the implications of cognitive load theory for teaching practice and describes some recommendations that are directly transferable to the classroom. What is cognitive load theory? Cognitive load theory is built upon two commonly accepted ideas. The first is that there is a limit to how much new information the human brain can process at one time. The second is that there are no known limits to how much stored information can be processed at one time. The aim of cognitive load research is therefore to develop instructional techniques and recommendations that fit within the characteristics of working memory in order to maximize learning. Cognitive load theory supports explicit models of instruction because such models tend to accord with how human brains learn most effectively. Explicit instruction involves teachers clearly showing students what to do and how to do it, rather than having students discover or construct information for themselves. Hattie summarizes 2014 explicit instructions as an approach in which the teacher decides the learning intentions and success criteria, makes them transparent to the students, demonstrates them by modeling, evaluates if they understand what they have been told by checking for understanding, and retelling them what they've been told by tying it all together with closure. Cognitive load theory emerged from the work of educational psychologist John Sweller and his colleagues in the 1980s and 1990s. They assert the implications of working memory limitations on instructional design can hardly be overestimated. Anything beyond the simplest cognitive activities appear to be overwhelm working memory. Prima facie, any instructional design that flouts or merely ignores working memory limitations inevitably is deficient. Cognitive load theory is based on a number of widely accepted theories about how human brains process and store information. These assumptions include that human memory can be divided into working memory and long-term memory, that information is stored in long-term memory in the form of schemas, and that processing new information results in cognitive load on working memory, which can affect learning outcomes. How the human brain learns. In order to understand cognitive load theory, it's necessary to understand how working memory and long-term memory processes and store information. Working memory is the memory system where small amounts of information are stored in very short duration. Working memory roughly equates to what we are conscious of at any one time. Clark, Kishner, and Sweller call it the limited mental space in which we think. Research suggests that an average person can hold about 4 chunks of information in their working memory at one time, although there is evidence to indicate differences in working memory capacity between individuals. Long-term memory is the memory system where large amounts of information is stored semi-permanently. Clark, Kirschner, and Sweller call long-term memory that big mental warehouse of things, be they words, people, grand philosophical ideas, or skateboard tricks. We know cognitive load theory assumes that knowledge is stored in long-term memory in the form of schemas. A schema organizes elements of information according to how they will be used. According to schema theory, skilled performance is developed through building up even greater number of increasingly complex schemas by combining elements of lower level schemas into higher level schemas. There's no limit to how much complex schemas can become. An important process in schema construction is automation, whereby information can be processed automatically with minimal conscious effort. Automaticity occurs after extensive practice. Learning to read is a good example of schema construction and automation. Children begin to learn to read by constructing schemas for squiggles of a page, letters. These simple schemas for letters are used to construct higher order schemas, which then are combined into words. These schemas for words in turn are combined into higher order schemas for phrases and sentences. The process of even more complex schema construction eventually allows readers to scan a page filled with squiggles and deduce meaning from it. With extensive practice, readers can derive meaning from print with minimal conscious effort. Schemas provide a number of important functions that are relevant to learning. First, they provide a system for organizing and storing knowledge. Second, and crucially, for cognitive load theory, they reduce working memory load. This is because although there is a limited number of elements that can be held in working memory at one time, a schema constitutes only a single element in working memory. In this way, a high-level schema with potentially infinite informational complexity can effectively bypass the limits of working memory. In working memory, just John saying 7. So it looks like they're saying like the George Miller's 7 plus or minus 2 is referring to pure elements in working memory. But if those are schemas, that it becomes limited, that you can't actually have 7 schemas in working memory at the same time. You can only have 4 schemas in working memory at the same time. So it's something hopefully we'll get more into in detail later. But so there's debate about this working memory, if it's 7 for just pieces of information, but in terms of whole schemas, you can't actually have 7 schemas in your head at the same time. And it's actually more likely 4. If working memory is overloaded, there is a greater risk that the content being taught will not be understood by the learner, will be misinterpreted or confused, will not be effectively encoded in long-term memory, and that learning will be slowed down. This automation of schemas reduces the burden of working memory because when information can be accessed automatically, the working memory is freed up to process new information. The limitations of working memory can be overcome by schema construction and automation. For example, try to remember the following combinations of letters randomly. In the case, each letter constitutes one item, so you're being required to remember 6 items at once. But if you try to remember the combinations of letters in a sensible chunk, in this case, you are still required to remember the very same 6 items. However, because you have a schema in your long-term memory for the word memory, you are able to chunk the letters into just one item. Now your working memory is freed up to remember other items. Types of cognitive load. So intrinsic load, extraneous load, and germane load. So intrinsic load, the source, is the inherent complexity of the material and the prior knowledge of the learner. The effect on learning is necessary to learning, but potentially harmful if too high because it could cause cognitive overload. Extraneous load, poorly designed instruction that does not facilitate schema construction and automation, harmful because it does not contribute to learning. And germane load, well-designed instruction that directly facilitates schema construction and automation, helpful because it directly contributes to learning. So example of intrinsic loads: learning how to solve a mathematical equation. Learning this um, learning this equation might have a high intrinsic load for a novice math student, but would have a low intrinsic load for an expert mathematician. Extraneous load, the student is required to figure out how to solve the equations themselves with minimal guidance from the teacher. This imposes high cognitive load, but does little to encourage schema construction because the student's attention is focused on solving the problem rather than learning the technique. And the germane load, the student is explicitly taught how to solve the problem and given lots of worked examples demonstrating how to do it. This imposes a lower cognitive load on the student, enabling them to learn and remember how to solve the problem when faced with it again. Types of cognitive load. Cognitive load theory identifies three types of cognitive load: intrinsic, extraneous, and germane load. The three types of cognitive load are generally assumed to be additive, that is, intrinsic load plus extraneous load plus germane load equals total cognitive load. Cognitive overload occurs when the total cognitive load exceeds the working memory capacity of the learner. Intrinsic cognitive load relates to the inherent difficulty of the subject matter being learnt. In simple terms, intrinsic load can be described as the necessary type of cognitive load. Two factors influence intrinsic cognitive load: the complexity of the material and the prior knowledge of the learner. This means that the subject matter that is difficult for a novice may be very easy for an expert. For example, the task of learning to write the letters of the alphabet is likely to have a high intrinsic load for a child in the first year of school, but the same task would have a very much lower intrinsic load for a child in the second or third year of school. Many theorists argue that intrinsic cognitive load can be altered by instructional techniques that make complex material easier to learn. One way is to lower the intrinsic cognitive load of material is the simple to complex approach, where the elements of the material are introduced to the learner in a simple to complex order so that the learner does not initially experience the full complexity of the material. The second method is the part-whole approach, where the individual elements of the material are introduced to the learner first before the integrated task is introduced. The third approach is to introduce the material in its full complexity from the beginning, but then to direct the attention of the learner to the individual interacting elements. Vanlehn and Sweller, 2005, state that both simple to complex and part-whole approaches work to reduce the cognitive load of learners by introducing single simple elements at the beginning and gradually increasing complexity. Extraneous cognitive load relates to how the subject matter is taught. According to Vanlehn and Sweller, extraneous cognitive load is the load that is not necessary for learning, like schema construction, automation, and that can be altered by instructional interventions. In simple terms, extraneous load is the bad type of cognitive load because it does not directly contribute to learning. Cognitive load theorists consider that instructional design will be most effective when it minimizes extraneous load in order to free up capacity for working memory. Combination of high intrinsic and high extraneous cognitive load may be fatal to learning because working memory may be substantially exceeded. It may be essential to design instruction in a manner that reduces extraneous cognitive load. Theorists of cognitive load have identified a number of instructional approaches that work to reduce extraneous cognitive load in order to increase the efficacy of instruction. Some of these will be described in the final section of this paper. Germane cognitive load refers to the load imposed on the working memory by the process of learning. That is the process of transferring information into the long-term memory through schema construction. For this reason, germane cognitive load can be understood in simple terms as the good type of cognitive load. Theorists of cognitive load assert that instructional material has maximum effectiveness when it reduces extraneous load, which is not relevant to learning, and increases germane load, which is directly relevant to learning. Jarrett, Schrader, and Cyriac explained that germane load is caused by a supportive instructional design and is helpful for effective learning. The combination of decreasing extraneous cognitive load at the same time increasing germane cognitive load involves redirecting attention. Learners' attention must be withdrawn from processes that are not relevant to learning and directed toward processes that are relevant to learning, and in particular towards the construction and mindful abstraction of schemas. Theorists of cognitive load generally consider intrinsic, extraneous, and germane load to be additive. For this reason, the approach of decreasing extraneous cognitive load while increasing germane cognitive load will only be effective if the total cognitive load remains within the limits of working memory. Hey, I was both saying Mark Passio's a crypto Hare Krishna, so that's even more interesting. What is the evidence base for cognitive load theory? Cognitive load theory is supported by a significant number of randomized control trials. The large body of evidence indicates that instruction tends to be more effective when it's designed according to how much human brain process and store information. The worked example effect is one instructional approach recommended by cognitive load research that is supported by a substantial number of randomized control trials. The worked example effect was first demonstrated in the 1980s, and in one early study, Cooper and Sweller, 1987, designed a series of experiments in which high school math students were required to learn how to solve a range of simple algebra problems. They found that students who were taught using lots of worked examples learned more quickly than students who were required to solve the problems themselves. Further, they found out that students taught using worked examples were not only better able to solve simpler problems on subsequent tests, but were also better to able to solve transfer problems in which the same algebraic rules they had learned needed to be applied in different contexts. The effect has since been replicated in a large number of random control trials. In a meta-analysis of studies, the effectiveness of worked examples in Crispin 2006 found an effect size of 0.52. The majority of studies in cognitive load research do not attempt to directly measure cognitive load itself, but rather aim to measure the effectiveness of instructional techniques designed to accord with limitations of working memory. Studies of this type typically consist of a control group that receives a learning intervention using conventional techniques, for example, using independent problem solving to learn a new skill, and a treatment group that receives a learning intervention using cognitive load techniques, for example, using worked examples to learn a new skill. Both groups are then tested to assess the effectiveness of the intervention. The test performance of participants is taken as a direct measure of cognitive load, with high results on post-test considered to indicate that cognitive load was successfully managed. It is worth noting that key proponents of cognitive load theories themselves acknowledge the need to identify a reliable means of directly measuring cognitive load in order to develop a more empirical basis to study the theory. Some studies do attempt to directly measure the cognitive load imposed by different instructional techniques with varying reliability. There are a variety of methods for attempting to measure cognitive load. One approach is to use physiological techniques such as measures of heart activity, brain activity, and eye activity. Another approach is to use dual task techniques in which a secondary task is introduced in addition to the main task, learning task, and impaired performance in the secondary task is taken to indicate higher cognitive load. The majority of studies that attempt to measure cognitive load use subjective techniques such as rating scales, in which participants are asked to indicate the level of cognitive load experienced. Questions around cognitive load research. The broad assumptions of cognitive load theory that the capacity of working memory is limited and that learning is most effective when designed to accommodate these limitations is generally not contested. It is worth noting, however, that a number of scholars have raised questions regarding some of the specific assumptions of the theory. These questions generally fall into three categories: problems with the definitions of cognitive load, concerns about the methodological rigor of the research, and issues with the external generalizability. In regard to the definitions of cognitive load theory, an important question is whether the three different types of cognitive load, intrinsic, extraneous, and germane, can be clearly distinguished. The second concern is whether the three types of cognitive load can indeed simply be added to determine the total cognitive load experienced by the learner, as has been claimed by cognitive load theorists. These concerns are important because if the types of cognitive load cannot be clearly separated, it becomes difficult to make a practical recommendation on how teachers can best manage good and bad and necessary load in classroom environments. In regard to the methodological rigor of the studies, the lack of a direct measure of cognitive load is a key concern. The lack of empirical indicators to distinguish between and measure the different types of cognitive load is also an issue. Finally, there is also concerns of whether cognitive load research is generalizable to realistic teaching environments. De Jong describes a range of problems with generalizability, including the cognitive overload rarely occurs in realistic learning settings, that the very short study time used in most cognitive load studies does not reflect the kinds of tasks and study time that would occur in real settings, and that the study conditions are often deliberately constructed to demonstrate particular effects that would rarely occur in real learning situations. What does cognitive load theory mean for teaching practice? Explicit teaching. The question of how people learn best has been the subject of significant debate, which can be broadly divided into two approaches to teaching practice. On one side are those who believe that all people learn best when allowed to discover or construct some of all or all of the information themselves. On the other side are those who believe that learners do best when they provide explicit instructional guidance in which teachers clearly show students what to do and how to do it. Cognitive load theory provides theoretical and empirical support for the latter explicit model of instruction. Learning theorists of cognitive load argue decades of research clearly demonstrates that their novices, comprising virtually all students, direct explicit instruction is more effective and more efficient than partial guidance. So when teaching new content and skills to novices, teachers are more effective when they provide explicit guidance accompanied by practice and feedback, not when they require students to discover many aspects of what they must learn. It is important to note that cognitive load theorists do not all advocate using all aspects of explicit instruction all the time. Indeed, they recognize the need for learners to be given the opportunity to work in groups and solve problems independently, but assert this should be used as a means of practicing newly learned content and skills, not to discover information themselves. Andrew Martin, 2016, for example, advocates a teaching model that is explicitly designed around cognitive load theory and the constraints of working memory. He suggests, however, that less structured approaches can also be effective instructional method for students who are further along in the novice expert continuum if some instruction is designed with the constraints of working memory in mind. These approaches are aimed at promoting learning independence while managing cognitive load appropriately, depending on the learner novice expert status. If the instructor provides some guiding principle, prior information, signposts along the way, with scaffold and assistance where needed, there's less burden on working memory. There is some research to suggest that managing the cognitive load of learners through explicit instruction may also contribute to higher levels of motivation and engagement, although further research is required in this field. In addition to supporting explicit modes of instruction, cognitive load theory also asserts that teaching domain-specific skills is more effective than teaching general skills. An example of a domain-specific skill might be that when faced with a problem such as A divided by B equals C, solve for A, one should multiply both sides by the denominator. An example of a generic skill in mathematics might be general problem-solving skills, such as the strategy of randomly generating moves until the correct solution is found. Cognitive load theorists suggest teaching domain-specific skills is more effective because while general problem skills are innate to humans and therefore do not need to be explicitly taught, domain-specific skills are not automatically acquired by learners without explicit teaching. Recommendations for the classroom from cognitive load research. Cognitive load theory has produced a number of recommendations regarding instructional techniques that are directly transferable to the classroom. A selection of these are described below to illustrate how evidence-based research on cognitive load can be used by teachers to improve student outcomes. The worked example effect. A worked example is a problem that has already been solved for the learner with every step fully explained and clearly shown. The worked example effect is widely replicated, finding that novice learners who are given worked examples to study perform better on subsequent tests than learners who are required to solve the equivalent problems themselves. The reason for this, according to cognitive load theory, is that unguided problem solving places a heavy burden in working memory, inhibiting the ability of the learner to transfer the information in the long-term memory. The learner may effectively solve the problem, but because their working memory was overloaded, they may not recognize and remember the rule that would allow them to quickly solve the same problem again in the future. The expertise reversal effect. The expertise reversal effect is an important exception to the worked example effect. According to the expertise reversal effect, the heavy use of worked examples becomes less and less effective as learners' expertise increases, eventually becoming redundant or even counterproductive to learning outcomes. This means that some instructional procedures, such as worked examples, which assist learning for novices because they reduce cognitive load, are not effective for teaching more expert learners. While cognitive load theory supports fully guided instruction for novice learners, it also supports the gradual incorporation of more independent problem-solving tasks as the learner gains expertise. And the redundancy effect, students do not learn effectively when their limited working memory is directed to unnecessary or redundant information. The redundancy effect occurs when learners are presented with additional information that is not directly relevant to learning, or with the same information in multiple forms. An example is a textbook which includes both text and a diagram that needlessly repeat information, or a PowerPoint presentation in which the presenter reads the text presented on the screen. Requiring learners to process redundant information inhibits learning because it overloads working memory. Cognitive load research shows that the best practice is to remove redundant information from learning material. Most people assume that providing learners with additional information is, at worst, harmless and might be beneficial. Redundancy is anything but harmless. Providing unnecessary information can become a major reason for instructional failure. The split attention effect. The split attention effect occurs when learners are required to process two or more sources of information simultaneously in order to understand the material. This might occur, for example, when a diagram is used to explain a concept, but it cannot be understood without referring to a separate piece of explanatory text. In this instance, the learner is required to hold both sources of information in their working memory at the same time and to mentally integrate the two. This places a high cognitive load on the working memory, interfering with the ability of the learner to transfer the relevant information to their long-term memory. The split attention effect can be minimized or eliminated by physically integrating separate sources of information so that they do not have to be mentally integrated by the learner. Sweller, Van Maribor, and Pass argue split attention occurs very commonly in instructional contexts on the basis of dozens of experiments under a wide variety of conditions. The evidence suggests overwhelmingly that it has a negative consequence and should be eliminated wherever possible. The modality effect. The modality effect is associated with split attention effect, but offers an alternative technique to reduce cognitive load than physically integrating separate sources of information. Instead, it is possible to decrease extraneous load in working memory by using more than one mode of communication, both visual and auditory. Evidence suggests that working memory can be subdivided into auditory and visual streams, so presenting information using both auditory and visual working memory can increase working memory capacity. For example, when using a diagram and the text to explain a concept, the written text can be communicated in spoken form. Using both auditory and visual channels increases the capacity of working memory and facilitates more effective learning. Relevance of cognitive load research in different contexts. Cognitive load theory is particularly relevant to teaching novice learners so-called technical domains such as mathematics, science, and technology. A large number of randomized control trials demonstrates the effectiveness of the instructional approaches recommended by cognitive load theory in subjects such as math and science. For less research has been done on whether cognitive load theory is effective for teaching in less technical or more creative subject areas such as literature, history, art, and other humanities subjects. The majority of studies on cognitive load do not consider how individual differences between learners might impact upon cognitive load, with the exception of differences in expertise. De Jong identifies differences in spatial ability and working memory capacity, for example, as other important considerations. The literature on cognitive load theory is also silent on how other factors besides cognitive load might influence the effectiveness of learning. Roxano Marino, 2010, notes that cognitive load theory does not consider, for example, how factors such as the learner's motivations and belief about their own ability might influence the effectiveness of learning. In conclusion, cognitive load theory is a theory of how the human brain learns and stores knowledge. The theory is supported by a large number of randomized controlled trials and has significant implications for teaching practice. Cognitive load research demonstrates that instructional methods are most effective when designed to fit within the known limits of working memory, and therefore strongly supported guided models of instruction. Cognitive load, therefore, offers a range of evidence-backed recommendations for educational practice, especially for teaching novice learners in technical subjects such as mathematics, science, and technology. Okay, so God bless. Anyone sticking in there, appreciate that. Got a lot more to cover here. This one is another long one on cognitive load theory. I'm not going to read the whole thing, although I am going to read quite a bit of it. And it has a lot. This is from 1988, John Sweller, the creator of cognitive load theory, and has a lot of the historical information and the other theories related to chunking theory and expertise, like de Groot and Chase and Simon, and some of the theories of expertise to kind of put cognitive load theory as an important glue crossover theory for the various theories of expertise, stages of expertise, and chunking theory in general. Let's get a drink. Okay. Cognitive load during problem solving effects on learning. I'm not sure if there's a relation between cognitive load and IQ. I don't think it's covered or studied. And cognitive load, although there are differences between people in cognitive load would be a universal cognitive process that everybody has cognitive load. All of these are universal to all people. There might be differences in cognitive load among people, but it could be neutral to say, like, as you become more expert, uh, cognitive load is always the same. It's just your more efficient use of cognitive load through chunking. So I'm not actually sure whether um, that has been studied or not. Cognitive load is not really a metric. Cognitive load is a reality of the human mind, and it's important because you suffer a cognitive load. Everybody has a cognitive load, and if you're overloaded, you are inefficient. And there's the three things: the intrinsic, extraneous, and germane, that make up the load. And when you're learning something, you got to be cognizant of it. And so the reason cognitive load is important because it's related to how we learn things, like the worked examples, uh, struggling on your own, like the Andres Ericsson deliberate practice. So cognitive load is extremely important. Cognitive load is probably the most relevant thing to modern educational theory. It's like very popular in the last few years. As it said, like cognitive load, there are metrics, although it's not very clearly easily measurable. So, if you just take what I'm saying and apply it to your own study technique of how you learn and acquire things. And then when I talk about expertise, so like when you're a novice, when you have these schemas built up into your mind, it takes less cognitive load, like the chunks. When you're working with bigger chunks, you could work with a schema, a larger chunk, and it takes the same cognitive load as a smaller chunk. And so that's why it's going to be related to stages of expertise. So, encourage you to look more. So, if you just want to listen, I'll be reading through this paper. This will give a long overview, and then I'm going to go on to stages of expertise. But thanks for the activity in the chat. And you're saying, like, well, you're a novice to expert at all activities. So any activity, like your daily activities from being a child, like learning how to eat with a fork and knife, tying your shoes, brushing your teeth, driving a car, using any form of technology, speaking, reading, all of these things you progress from novice to expert. And some things there's like, well, like I'm a recognized expert, I'm a professional, I'm an engineer, I'm a state champion chess player, or something, like I'm better than other people, versus just something that all people are expected to gain expertise, like like learning how to drive a car, that you can't really drive a car until you've went through the process from novice to expert. And that cognitive load theory, the process of obtaining expertise and the time, like so most things in training, like when you get your driver's license, you have to have like 20 hours of classroom instruction, so many hours of driving instruction, they have to take a written test and an oral test, and then you have like a trainer's license for so many months, and eventually get your driver's license, because you're not expected to be able to pick it up in one sitting. It's supposed to be spaced out over months. And you like most type training things, like the Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hour rule, Jason Simon's 10-year rule, like to become a professional or a master at something, you're talking 10 years, versus some things maybe you could master in one sitting or maybe a few weeks. Like if you get a new stereo or a new VCR or a new device, and you may not be able to read the instructions and master it at one time, it may overcome your cognitive load. Just like your new like iWatch or something or whatever, or your new technology. You may maximize your cognitive load and not be able to figure it out in one setting. And you have to build up the schema in chunks over a period of time. And once you've built up the schema in chunks, uh, then you could do the same activity without maximizing your cognitive load, because it has to be encoded into long-term memory. So, it's a complex procedure, and I'm going to read through and cover this in depth. Any of my regular listeners, hopefully pay attention. This may be some of the most useful things that Doovid has taught you. Like I've had my stream on speed reading. This is very related to speed reading, and cognitive load theory is related to any talent acquisition of any form, and just how do you efficiently learn something, acquire a talent. So John Sweller, the originator of cognitive load theory. Cognitive load during problem solving effects on learning. Considerable evidence indicates that domain-specific knowledge in the form of schemas is the primary factor distinguishing experts from novices in problem-solving skill. Evidence that conventional problem-solving activity is not effective in schema acquisition is also accumulating. It is suggested that a major reason for ineffectiveness of problem-solving as a learning device is that the cognitive processes required by the two activities overlap insufficiently, and that the conventional problem-solving in the form of the means-ends analysis requires a relatively large amount of cognitive processing capabilities, which is consequently unavailable for schema acquisition. A computational model and experimental evidence provide support for this contention. Theoretical and practical implications are discussed. Problem-solving skill is highly valued. For most of the century, many theorists and educational institutions have placed a heavy emphasis on the ability, especially in mathematics and science. Entire movements such as discovery learning, Brunner, 1961, were spawned at least in part by the perceived importance of fostering problem-solving skills. This emphasis on problem-solving was not associated with a commensurate knowledge of its characteristics and consequences. In the last few years, this state of affairs has begun to change, with our knowledge of relevant mechanisms increasingly markedly. These mechanisms have implications for learning as well as problem solving. The purpose of this present paper is to suggest the contrary to current practice and many cognitive theories. Some forms of problem solving interfere with learning. Expert-novice distinction. Several findings derived from the extensive research in recent years on expert-novice distinctions need to be noted. They can be sectioned into three categories: memory of problem state configurations, problem-solving strategies, and features used in categorizing problems. Memories of problem state configurations. The forerunner of the work on memory of problem state configurations comes from research on chess. De Groot, 1966, investigated distinctions between chess masters and less experienced players. He failed to find differences in breadth or depth of search. The only major difference occurred in memory of realistic chess positions. This difference was not replicated using random board configurations, indicating that the superiority of masters was not due to the general short-term memory factors. Chase and Simon, 1973, Perception in Chess, found that while both novices and masters remembered both realistic chess configurations and sequences of moves in chunks, the number of chunks did not differ appreciably. Differences did occur in chunk size, with masters' chunks being far larger than those of novices. In recent years, these results have been replicated in a wide variety of domains. For example, Egan and Schwartz, 1979, using electronic circuit diagrams. Jeffries, Turner, Polson, and Atwood, 1981, using computer programs. Sweller and Cooper, 1985, and Cooper and Sweller, 1987, using algebra. And Voss, Visander, and Splitch, 1980, using baseball sequences, all found superior recall by experts of presented material. Problem-solving strategies. Most mathematicians and mathematics-related problems can be classified as transformational problems, which consist of an initial state, a goal state, and illegal problem-solving operators. These problems can be solved using search techniques such as means-ends analysis, which involves attempting to reduce differences between each problem state encountered and the goal state using the operators. Not all problem solvers use this strategy. Larkin, McDermott, Simon and Simon, 1980, and Simon, 1978, using physics problems, found that the strategies used by experts and novice problem solvers differed. Novices used means-ends analysis. They worked backward from the goal, setting sub-goals. This procedure continued until equations containing no unknowns other than the single desired sub-goal were encountered. The procedure was then essentially reversed, and a forward-working sequence followed. Experts, in contrast, eliminated the backward working phase. They began by choosing an equation which allowed a value for an unknown to be calculated. This allowed other unknowns to be calculated, which led to the goal. These results can be closely integrated with those of memory of problem states. Experts are able to work forward immediately by choosing appropriate equations leading to the goal because they recognize each problem and each problem state from previous experience and know which moves are appropriate. The same cognitive structures which allow experts to accurately recall the configuration of a given problem state also allow intermediate moves towards the goal from the givens. This cognitive structure will be called schemas, where a schema is defined as a structure which allows problem solvers to recognize a problem state as belonging to a particular category of problem states that normally require particular moves. This means, in effect, that the problem solver knows that certain problem states can be grouped, at least in part, by their similarity and the similarity of the moves that can be made from those states. Novices not possessing appropriate schemas are not able to recognize and memorize problem configurations and are forced to use general problem-solving technique strategies such as means-ends analysis when faced with a problem. Features used in category problems. Hinsley, Hayes, and Simon, 1977, found that competent problem solvers could readily categorize algebra word problems with a high degree of intersubject agreement. In related research, Chi, Glaser, and Rees, 1982, found that expert physicists, when asked to categorize a series of physics problems, tended to group them on the basis of solution mode. Problems soluble by a basic principle of physics, such as conservation of energy, tended to be placed in the same category. In contrast, novices preferred to group problems according to the surface structure, such as the inclusion of shared objects in the problem statement. For example, problems mentioning an inclined plane tended to be placed in the same category. The same basic principle leading to expert-novice distinction in problem-solving strategies and memory of realistic problem state configurations may also be instrumental in determining modes of problem categorization. Experts processing schemas allowing them to distinguish between problem states and their associated moves may categorize problems according to those schemas. If an expert has a schema which suggests that a conservation of energy should be used to solve a particular problem, then that problem is likely to be categorized with other problems to which the same schema can be applied. Novices not having sophisticated schemas of this type must resort to surface structure when classifying problems. In summary, the expert-novice research suggests that domain-specific knowledge in the form of schemas is a major factor distinguishing experts from novices in problem-solving skill. Differences in memory of problem state strategies used, and categories into which problems are placed can all be explained by assuming that experts have acquired schemas which play a crucial role in the way in which they solve problems. Learning. In the previous section, it was suggested that schema acquisition constitutes a primary factor determining problem-solving skills. The manner in which the skill is best acquired is an important question with both theoretical and practical ramifications. Surprisingly little research has been carried out on this issue. It is commonly assumed by both theoreticians and those concerned with practical problem-solving issues that practice on a large number of conventional problems is the best way of gaining problem-solving skill. Given this domain-specific knowledge-based nature of problem-solving skill discussed in the last section, there is reason to doubt this assumption. There are also theoretical reasons, which will be discussed in the next section, for supposing that conventional problem-solving is an efficient way of acquiring schemas. In the last few years, my collaborators and I have obtained experimental evidence supporting the same conclusion. These results are summarized below. Evidence of interference between conventional problem-solving and schema acquisitions. The initial findings were obtained using puzzle problems. Muller and Sweller, 1982, and Sweller, 1983, and Sweller, Muller, and Khaw presented subjects with a variety of puzzle problems which could be solved either by means-ends analysis or by inducing a rule based on the problem structure. Over many experiments, it was found that while subjects had very little difficulty solving these problems, they tended not to induce the relevant rules. This aspect of the problem structure could only be readily induced if considerable additional information was implicitly or explicitly provided. It was concluded that conventional goal-directed search heuristics, such as means-ends analysis, while facilitating problem solutions, could frequently prevent problem solvers from learning essential aspects of problem structure. Evidence supporting the conclusion has been obtained by Lewis and Anderson. Sweller and Levine obtained direct evidence for the suggestion using maze problems. For some subjects, the position of the goal was known. A conventional means-end strategy of attempting to reduce differences between a given problem state and the goal state could be employed. Other subjects were not shown the goal position They had to find both the goal and the route to the goal. Under these circumstances, it's not possible to reduce differences between a given problem state and the goal state because the goal state is not known until it is attained. Subjects given a conventional goal in most cases failed to induce essential structural features of the problems, which under some circumstances prevented them from even solving relatively simple problems. In contrast, the use of nonspecific goals permitted rapid learning of essential structure or characteristics. These results provided further evidence of the negative effect of means-ends analysis on learning. Problem-solving search via means-ends analysis and schema acquisition, contrary goals. Why should some forms of problem-solving search and such as means-ends analysis interfere with learning? There are two related mechanisms which may be particularly important when considering learning and problem-solving: selective attention and limited cognitive processing capacity. Selective attention, solving a problem requiring a schema. Schemas may require largely unrelated cognitive processes. In order to solve a problem by means-ends analysis, a problem solver must attend to differences between a current problem state and the goal state. Previously used problem-solving operators and the relations between problem states and operators can be totally ignored by problem solvers using this strategy under most conditions. Previous states and operators need to be noted only to prevent retracing steps during solution. We may contrast these mechanisms with those required by schema acquisitions. In order to acquire a schema, problem solvers must learn to recognize a problem state as belonging to a particular category of problem states that require particular moves. As a consequence, we might expect attention to problem states previously arrived at and the moves associated with those states to be important components of schema acquisition. Cognitive processing capacity. The cognitive load imposed on a person using a complex problem-solving strategy such as means-ends analysis may be an even more important factor in interfering with learning during problem-solving. Under most circumstances, means-ends analysis will result in fewer dead ends being reached than other general strategy which does not rely on prior domain-specific knowledge for its operation. One price paid for this efficiency may be a heavy use of limited cognitive processing capacity. In order to use the strategy, a problem solver must simultaneously consider the current problem state, the goal state, the relationship between the current problem state and the goal state, the relationship between the problem-solving operators, and lastly, if sub-goals have been used, a goal stack must be maintained. The cognitive processing capacity needed to handle this information may be of such a magnitude as to leave little for schema acquisition, even if the problem is solved. While selective attention and limited cognitive processing capacity mechanisms have been treated independently in the previous discussion, they are related. Indeed, for practical purposes, under some conditions, it may not be useful to distinguish between these two processes. Assume a problem solver whose entire cognitive processing capacity is devoted to goal attainment. It was suggested in the previous section that this leaves no capacity to be devoted to schema acquisition. Rather than using cognitive processing capacity terms, we could just as easily describe these circumstances in attentional terms. A problem solver whose cognitive processing capacity is entirely devoted to goal attainment is attending to this aspect of the problem to the exclusion of these features of the problem necessary for schema acquisition. Categories of forward working strategies. It was suggested previously that backward working could provide an indication of means-ends strategy. In contrast, a problem solver may work forward when using any one of several distinct strategies. First, the schema-driven approach used by experts will proceed forward from the givens because the schema encodes a series of problem states and their associated moves. All states encountered have schemas associated with them, indicating appropriate forward moves. Second, forward working may occur during means-ends analysis, either because the problem solver chooses to attempt to reduce the differences between a current problem state and the goal state by working from the current problem state, or because the problem does not contain a sufficiently well-specified goal to allow backward working. As well as these two previously discussed strategies, there is a third forward-working strategy. Problem solvers may work forward without being controlled either by a schema or by a problem goal. They may simply explore the problem space in order to see what moves are possible. Trial and error. The practicality of the third strategy is dependent on the problem structure. Many problems have extensive state space, and uncontrolled search of space containing thousands of paths is clearly unlikely to be productive. Mathematics or mathematically based problems presented to students tend not to be of this type. Most contain very limited state spaces, which can be explored fully in a few minutes by anyone familiar with the problem-solving operators. A kinematics or geometry problem is likely to contain no more than a dozen and probably far fewer unknowns and even fewer equations or theorems which can serve as a problem-solving operators. Because mathematics problems are of primary interest in this paper, it is appropriate to place heavy emphasis on non-specific goal, schema-free approach, both as an experimental tool and, more importantly, as a tool able to assist in theory building. We might expect a non-specific goal strategy to substantially decrease cognitive load. Using this strategy, a problem solver merely has to find an equation allowing the calculation of unknown rather than assess differences between a current problem state and the goal. This, in turn, should allow schema acquisition to occur more readily. Subsequent sections provide both experimental and theoretical via computational model evidence for these contentions. Consequences of nonspecific goal strategy on mathematical problem-solving experimental evidence. Sweller, Muller, and Ward, 1983, presented problem solvers with simple physics or geometry problems which had been modified in order to eliminate the conventional specific goal. This was done by replacing a conventional goal such as what is the racing car's acceleration by the statement, calculate the value of as many variables as you can. It was suggested that this may be analogous to Sweller and Levine's replacement of a specific by a nonspecific goal using maze problems. In this case of physics and geometry problems, the same theoretical rationale can be used to hypothesize that reducing goal specificity will enhance schema acquisition. A nonspecific goal eliminates the possibility of using a means-end strategy to solve the problems. The results of these experiments indicated that the development of problem-solving expertise was enhanced more rapidly using reduced goal specificity procedure, with these experiments providing evidence that means-ends analysis interferes with learning. They do not indicate the mechanisms by which it might do so. The model described in the next section provides support for the suggestion that cognitive processes load is an important factor reducing learning during means-ends analysis. Relative cognitive load imposed by means-ends analysis and forward-working a computational model. A direct measure of the cognitive load imposed by a particular strategy or procedure is not available currently. Any potential measure must be capable of simultaneously accounting for problem difficulty, subject knowledge, and strategy used. Computational models do this naturally. Programs which model problem solving using means ends or alternatively non-specific goal strategies can be analyzed in order to obtain an indicator of the relative information processing capacity required by the two strategies. This section describes such a procedure. Separate forward and backward oriented models have been described by Larkin, McDermott, Simon, and Simon. The backward working system solves physics problems using means-end strategy. This model is designed to model novice behavior. The other works forward and was designed to model expert behavior. The model to be described here is a single system designed to work backwards or forward depending on whether a specific goal is included in the problem statement. Because it is designed to model backward or forward strategy, it bears some conceptual similarities to Larkin's models. One difference is due to the fact that it is designed only to model novice behavior when confronted with either goal-specific or goal non-specific problems rather than novice expert differences. For this reason, it consists of a single program which must determine the type of problem faced. The major differences between the current and previous models are due to the highly specific function of the current model. The primary purpose for constructing the program was to provide evidence for the suggestion that means-ends analysis imposes a greater cognitive load than a non-specific goal procedure. Consequently, care had to be taken to ensure that the model's mechanism, especially the means-ends mechanism, were basic with no possibly unnecessary features that might increase cognitive load. In this sense, the model is minimal. It contains the minimal essentials of means-ends and non-specific goal strategies. This facilitates a comparison of the capacity required by both strategies that reduces the risk that either strategy has been burdened by unnecessary factors. Thus, in contrast to previous work, the model is not intended as a detailed description of problem-solving behavior. Such details could distort its function. The model was constructed using PRISM, a production system language designed to model cognitive processes. A production system is a set of inference rules that have the conditions for applications and actions to be taken if the conditions are satisfied. The model permitted the conditions of a single set of productions to be matched with the elements of a single working memory. Decisions concerning the order in which productions fired were determined by three factors. The initial decision was based on the relative strengths of the relevant productions. Each production was allocated at initial strength based on the psychological assumptions. This could remain constant or alter during a run if there were several productions with an equal strength which exceeded that of the remaining productions. An additional decision rule was used to break the tie. The activation of the statements in working memory that can match the condition size of each production was used for this purpose. The activation of statements can be considered analogous to the extent that those statements are known or familiar. For relevant productions, this activation was summed and the production with the highest activation fired. If after this procedure there was still a tie between productions, one of them was chosen at random to fire. In addition, a production which fired on one cycle could not match the same elements and fire again. Measuring cognitive load using production system. While a production system is not specifically designed to measure cognitive load, there are several aspects of production systems which could provide suitable measures. First, we might expect cognitive load to be correlated with a number of statements in working memory. We know that human short-term memory is severely limited, and any problem that requires a large number of items to be stored in short-term memory may contribute to an excessive cognitive load. Insofar as short-term memory corresponds to a production system's working memory, it is reasonable to suppose that an increased number of statements in working memory increases cognitive load. The number of productions and the number of conditions that need to match statements in working memory should also provide measures of cognitive load. In order to make progress on transformation problems by choosing a move, a production system must determine which of its various productions should fire. Using the mechanisms described previously, the first and critical step is to find those productions which match elements in working memory. It seems plausible to suggest that the more productions that need to be considered at each step in the problem and the more statements that need to be matched in order to decide between productions, the greater the cognitive load. The analogy between production systems determining which production should fire and a person deciding what to do next may be quite close. In both cases, the element of the problem and the knowledge brought to bear on the problem must be coordinated. A production system with many productions, each containing many statements, may be analogous to a person using a complex problem-solving strategy involving many choice points, with each choice requiring a large amount of information. It also should be noted that the general argument applies irrespective of the specific assumptions concerning the system's architecture. For example, a parallel system should require more routes or channels communication bandwidth to handle complex rather than simple search mechanisms. These routes or channels should no longer be available for learning. In other words, while the precise measurement will depend on the architecture of the system, the general principle that the more complex search mechanism will require increased capacity, which may interfere with learning, should not. Production system details. This section provides details of a production system designed to allow estimates of relative cognitive load imposed while solving conventional problems by means-ends analysis compared to the non-specific goal problems otherwise identical in structure. The program is essentially an equation chaining system. As such, it can be used to solve problems which in essence require the construction of a chain of previously given equations connecting the givens to the goal. Geometry, trigonometry, and kinematics problems provide examples of this category. To solve a kinematics problems, for example, a chain or chains consisting of equations of motion must be constructed. One end of the chain must contain the givens and allow the calculations of value for new variables. These new variables can then be used in other equations which become intermediate links in the chain. The end of the chain must contain the goal which can be calculated using the previous link with limitations to be discussed below. The system to be described will solve all problems of this type as well as structurally identical problems with non-specific goals. Working memory. The system commences with the following information in working memory. A list of the equations that might potentially be used in attempting to solve the problem. B, a list indicating which of the variables found in any of the equations are known. C, a similar list indicating which of the variables are unknown. A statement indicating the goal variable was included in the case of conventional problems with a specific goal. These lists are combinations of the relevant information that subjects must extract from a problem statement and the problem-solving operators equations needed to solve the problem. We assume that problem solvers have this information immediately prior to attempting their first move. This only leaves a problem-solving strategy that might be used to attain solutions. The list of productions specifies these by eliminating all else from the list. We have a clear delineation between the cognitive processes brought into play before and after the first move. Working memory can be used to measure cognitive processing capacities required before the first move, while the production list can be used similar for processing that occurs during and after the first move. Descriptions and justification of means-ends productions. Since it has been hypothesized that a means-end strategy imposes a heavy cognitive load, the productions required to describe the strategy must be minimal in number in order to avoid artificially increasing this load. Table 1 contains a list of 4 such productions which are considered essential to a means-end strategy. The elimination of any one of these productions will prevent equation chaining problems from being solved by a means-end strategy. Furthermore, they are sufficient to allow solutions of all equation chaining problems which do not require the processing of more than one equation at a time. Problems requiring the use of more sophisticated algebraic procedures such as simultaneous equations cannot be solved by these productions. It should nevertheless be noted in this context that a new set of equations can always be derived from the sets of simultaneous equations, and this will allow any problem to be solved without the use of the simultaneous equations. So here's table 1, set of means ends and nonspecific goal equation chaining productions. Means ends productions, a condition: if a problem has a specified goal and an equation is known in which the goal is the only unknown, then the goal becomes known. If a problem has a specified goal and if an equation is known which contains the goal and one or more unknowns not previously set as subgoals, then the unknowns not previously set as subgoals and other then the goal becomes subgoals. If an equation is known which contains subgoals and one or more unknowns not previously set as subgoals, then the unknowns not previously set as subgoals become subgoals. If an equation is known in which a subgoal is the only unknown, then a subgoal becomes a known. A nonspecific goal production: if a problem does not have a specified goal and if an equation can be found with only one unknown, then the unknown becomes a known. So in this sense, the 4 productions are sufficient to allow the solution of all equation chaining problems. Any failures can be rectified by deriving the relevant set of equations. For example, I'll skip the example. The condition side of the first means ends production, table 1, tests whether the problem has a specified goal and whether an equation is known in which the goal is the only unknown. If these conditions are met, that action side of the production state that the goal is now known. The relative strength of this production ensures that if we fire prior to any alternative production whose conditions are also met, the relative strengths of this production reflect ordinal relations only. Nevertheless, because its conditions are restrictive, under most problem conditions there are more equations with several unknowns than equations in which the goal is the only unknown. This production is always the last to fire. Before it fires, the values the other unknowns normally need to be found using other productions unless it is the only production to fire. Once the first production fires, the system comes to a halt. Without this production, a value for the goal cannot be found. If this first production cannot fire, then the second production must fire. If it does not require the goal to be the only unknown of the equation, if any equation is known containing the goal, then this production will fire. The action side specifies that all unknowns other than the goal will become subgoals. These subgoals are thus added to working memory despite its relatively low strength. Normally, this production is the first to fire because in a soluble problem, its conditions can always be met immediately. Basically, it only requires an equation containing the goal variable. It might also be noted that if the production fires repeatedly, which may not necessarily occur, the system is engaging in a breadth-first search. It is attempting to find as many questions as possible containing the goal. This production is essentially for the initial setting of subgoals. Once subgoals have been added to working memory by the action of the second production, the third and fourth productions can fire. The condition of these includes subgoals rather than goals, and in the case of the third production, include statements preventing previous subgoals from being reset as subgoals. The third production allows a search in depth rather than a search in breadth in the second production. If used repeatedly, this production can construct a chain of subgoals with a chain of equations. Nevertheless, it is not constrained to search in depth. It can also conduct a search in breadth, finding as many equations as possible containing a particular subgoal and adding all unknowns as additional subgoals in working memory. Without this production, a chain of subgoals linking equations from the goal to the givens cannot be constructed. The fourth production has a higher strength than the third, but under most problem conditions will fire later because of the more restrictive conditions. In order to fire, this production must find an equation containing a subgoal as the only unknown. This contrasts with the third production, which can fire after finding an equation with unknowns other than the subgoal. The fourth production can fire only after the second is fired because prior to this, working memory contains no subgoals. This is a working forward production. Without it, the system could not calculate values which allow chaining from the givens to the goal. Examples of means-end operation. These four productions appear to be sufficient to solve all equation chaining problems provided suitable equations are known. So I'm going to skip the example, the physics example, but we see the schema start first problem statement, equations, and working memory, and then it goes to equation with goal as only unknown. So if yes, then you could immediately solve the problem. If no, equation with goal and unknowns. And if yes on that, subgoal added to working memory, and then equation with subgoal is the only unknown, then you could solve the equation, add new known to unknown working memory, and then the equation with goal is the only unknown could be solved. Or the no, you need to add an equation with subgoals and unknowns in order to get to the equation with subgoals is only unknown. And this iterative process, the flow of control under means-ends production system halts either when the problem is solved or when no production can fire because no new subgoal can be generated, no equation can be solved. The problem statements assume a set of equations which might be relevant to the solution, determined with respect to each variable, whether it is known, unknown, or the goal. Translation and other processes leading to this representation of the problem not reflected in the system. Only the end result is fed into working memory because other subsequent problem-solving processes are concerned when comparing conventional and goal-free problems. This is because translation processes are assumed to be identical in both cases and do not need to be compared. Working backwards. The system will first attempt to solve this problem in a single step using the first production because this production has the highest strength. It will attempt to find an equation containing the three variables. Since such an equation is not available, the first production cannot fire. The fourth production has the next highest strength, but this cannot fire because there are no subgoals in working memory. And so for the physics example. So working forward, to this point, the system has been working backward from the goal, setting up subgoals. So production to solve non-specific goal problems. A single production is sufficient to solve problems in which the goal is not specified. The fifth production of Table 1 provides a description. It is designed to search for equations containing a single unknown and solve for the unknown with no reference to a goal. By firing repeatedly, all unknowns that can be derived from the givens of a problem statement will be found. So in this case, start problem statement equation in working memory, equation with only one unknown, solve equation and convert unknown to known, and keep on doing that until all knowns are found. Assume the last sentence of the previous kinematics problem is replaced by the statement, calculate the value of as many variables as you can. The problem is now represented in working memory by the same equations and same knowns as the conventional problem. The only difference is that the previous goal is now listed as an unknown, but no goal or subgoal is listed in working memory. None of the means-ends productions can fire. Each time the non-specific goal production fires, it essentially duplicates the forward-working action of the means-ends production, but does so in a non-directed fashion. While the means-end production continually attempted to work forward due to the strength of the forward-working production, they're not able to do so until a suitable set of goals and subgoals have been added to the working memory. Measures of cognitive load. Cognitive load can be measured in several ways. We will consider the number of statements in working memory, the number of productions, the number of cycles to the solution, and the total number of conditions matched. Table 2 allows a comparison of these measures when the system solves a conventional and non-specific goal version of the previously discussed kinematics problems. Both the means-ends and the analogous non-specific goal problems commence with an equal number of statements in working memory of 14. The only difference is that the conventional problem contains a statement specifying a goal, while the non-specific goal problem have the goal variable listed as another unknown. The equal number of statements reflects the assumption that the translation and the general representation processes are similar in terms of cognitive load for conventional nonspecific goal problems. A means-end strategy requires the addition of sub-goals to working memory during solution. A nonspecific goal strategy has no net additions, resulting in identical average and peak working memory loads. Insofar as working memory corresponds to human short-term memory, this can be important due to the severe limitations of short-term memory. A small additional load could be critical. It must nevertheless be pointed out that most problem solvers faced with the need to remember sub-goals are likely to use an external memory source, such as a pencil and paper. Differences in working memory may not be critical under these circumstances. There are more substantial differences on all other measures of cognitive load. It might be noted that the ratio of cycles to conditions matched is approximately equal for both the conventional and nonspecific goal problems. This is reflected by the approximately equal number of statements in each production. The organization of the current systems clearly requires more active production cycles and conditions matched with means-end strategy than nonspecific goal strategy. The major difference is the number of productions, and it is this difference that requires emphasis. If these productions reflect human cognitive processes, then they provide strong evidence for the contention that a means-end strategy imposes a relatively high cognitive load. The plausibility of this claim rests heavily on the suggestion that the means-end system is minimal. If it is minimal, then attempts to provide more realistic models of cognitive processes would result in expansions rather than contractions of the system. The means-ends model of Larkin, McDermott, Simon, and Simon provides an example of a system that has many more productions than the current model. There are several classes of these productions omitted from the current system. For example, Larkin's model is productions which assign symbols to appropriate statements of the problem description rather than having the symbols and their status known unknown goal placed initially in working memory. As another example, productions are used to generate equations rather than assumptions, as does the current model that the relevant set of equations is known and in working memory. The inclusion of productions such as these is reasonable in a system designed to model as many aspects of as possible of problem-solving performance. They are nevertheless essential. For this reason, had to be excluded from the model paired to the bare minimum. The nonspecific goal subsystem is, of course, also minimal. It is nevertheless plausible. Problem solvers faced with nonspecific goal problems do simply search for equations that can be applied to a given problem state to enable solution of an unknown. The goal-free production mimics this activity. Relations between cognitive load and number of productions. Why should the number of productions and elements that require matching provide a measure of cognitive load? A qualitative analysis of the means-ends subsystem provides some evidence for the suggestion that it imposes a heavy cognitive load. A problem solver who is processing information in a manner similar to the means-end subsystem must, at any given problem state, decide whether there is an equation providing a single-step solution in first production, whether the value for a desired subgoal can be calculated fourth production, whether a chain of subgoals should be constructed, search in depth using third production, or whether a series of unrelated subgoals should be established, search in breadth using second or third productions. Each of these decisions must be determined by the relation between the current problem state and the goal, keeping in mind the available problem-solving operators and equations. The fourth productions may accurately represent the difficulties faced by a problem solver using a means-end strategy. It seems improbable that these complex decisions are automated and can run without a considerable strain on cognitive resources. The issue may be examined in terms of human production systems. At each choice point, he must attempt to match the known values with equations containing the goal to see if solution is available. Decide whether this is a futile exercise at this point. Decide on the basis of available unknowns whether subgoals should be set up. Decide on the basis of the knowns, unknowns, and equations which subgoal track should be followed. Decide on the basis of the known values and available equations whether the value for the subgoal can be calculated. Decide whether this is a futile exercise. It may not be surprising that under these circumstances, the system frequently collapses. The problem solver gives up. Furthermore, none of these processes appear to be related to schema acquisitions. Any learning processes must be imposed as additional mechanisms requiring additional cognitive capacity. These processes may be contrasted with those imposed by a nonspecific goal problem. There is only one decision that needs to be made. Can a value be found for an unknown? It may be reasonable to suggest that this simple process poses little impediment to learning. It may not be surprising that the complex means-ends process can block learning. A diagrammatic representation of the differences between the two strategies may be obtained by comparing Figure 1, which diagrams the flow of control under a means-end strategy, with Figure 2, which diagrams the flow of control under a non-specific goal strategy. The differences between The two diagrams may well reflect the differences in cognitive capacity required by the two processes. It may be argued that in order to demonstrate that a heavy cognitive load during problem solving interferes with learning, it is important that learning mechanisms be included in the model. In fact, such inference is inevitable, assuming that the system or person has a fixed cognitive capacity. Both problem solving and learning requires some of that capacity. The problem solving and the learning mechanisms differ. As indicated previously, these assumptions can explain the data. Under these assumptions, any increase in resources required during problem solving must inevitably decrease resources available for learning. Consequently, only the first step, evidence that required processing capacity, may be relatively heavy during this means ends analysis if necessary. Consequently, for learning, follow inevitably. In summary, a production system approach was used to provide some indication of relative cognitive load and means ends compared to a non-specific goal strategy analysis of a system consisting of no more than the bare essentials needed to operate. The strategies revealed that means ends analysis required somewhat more information in working memory and subsequently more complex production systems than a non-specific goal strategy. This could be interpreted as suggesting that a means ends analysis requires more cognitive capacity than a non-specific goal strategy. Experimental evidence. In the previous sections, experimental results were discussed, which suggested that means ends analysis could impose a relatively heavy cognitive load. The evidence was indirect, consisting primarily of performance characteristics such as strategies used, categorizations of solutions, speed of solution, errors, and subsequent problems. Additionally, stronger evidence for the contention was obtained by formal modeling techniques. There also is some relatively direct experimental evidence which is available. If means ends analysis imposes a heavy cognitive load, we might expect it to use simultaneously influence aspects of performance such as number of errors. In a mathematical task, novice problem solvers who did not have a substantial facility in the use of essential problem solving operators, normally mathematical principles, equations, theorems, may be more likely to commit mathematical errors when using means ends analysis than when using non-specific goal strategies. We might expect that if a strategy requires a large amount of cognitive processing capacity, less will be available for others. Competing aspects of the task. Errorless use of, for example, equations is one such aspect. Results bearing directly on this issue have been obtained by Owen and Sweller 1985 in a series of studies. We use non-specific goal trigonometry problems in which subjects were required to find the lengths of all sides of a given diagram. This could be contrasted with the performance of subjects presented with a conventional problem consisting of the same diagram in which a specific side had to be found. Unlike previous experiments employing this paradigm, the problems were not specifically structured to ensure that non-specific goal subjects calculated the length of the same sides in those presented with the conventional problems. The groups were matched with respect to the time spent on the problems rather than the number of problems. This meant that while both groups spent a fixed amount of time solving problems, both the number of problems, the number of sides calculated could vary. Over several experiments, the major finding was that the conventional group made significantly more mathematical errors, misuse of the equation, sign opposite over hypotenuse per side calculated as the non-specific goal group. 4 to 6 times as many mathematical errors were made by the conventional group. In fact, the total number of errors made by the conventional group was consistently greater, despite the fact that these groups consistently found fewer sides. As was the case in previous experiments, the advantage of non-specific goal problems transferred to subsequent problems with fewer errors and faster performance in later problem solving. The most obvious explanation for these results is in terms of the previously outlined model. Problem solvers organized a problem according to means ends principles suffer from a cognitive overload, which leaves little capacity for other aspects of the task. This overload can be manifested by an increase in the number of mathematical errors made. The results of Owen and Sweller experiments in conjunction with the prior theoretical analysis suggest that simultaneously solving a problem by means ends analysis and attempting to acquire schemas associated with the problem may be analogous to a dual task. Attempting to solve the problem may be considered the primary task. Acquiring knowledge of the problem structure and of elements which might facilitate subsequent solution attempts may be considered the secondary task. A considerable volume of work has been carried out using the dual task paradigm. Britton and his colleagues have used reaction times to a click as the secondary task with a variety of complex cognitive tasks as the primary task. They found that the secondary task could be used to indicate the cognitive capacity required by the primary task. Landsman and Hunt, 1982, found that a secondary reaction time task could be used to measure how much spare capacity was available while engaging in an easy primary task. This, in turn, could be used to predict performance of subsequent, more difficult tasks. Fisk and Schneider, 1984, obtained results indicating that increasing the extent to which subjects were required to attend to one task during controlled processing reduced the extent to which items were stored in long-term memory. On a second task, Book and Garling, 1980, and Lindbergh and Garling, 1982, found that knowledge concerning a traversed path was interfered with if subjects had to count backward while traversing the path. All of these findings suggest strongly that a secondary task can be used as an indicator of the cognitive load imposed by the primary task. If, as suggested above, a primary solving search via means-ends analysis and schema acquisition are independent tasks, then they may be considered as a primary and secondary task respectively within a dual task paradigm. Under these circumstances, if a strategy such as means-ends analysis is used to accomplish this primary task, obtain the sub-problem goal, then because the strategy imposes a heavy cognitive load, fewer resources may be available for the secondary task. Performance on aspects of the secondary task, such as correct use of mathematical rules, may be used to indicate the cognitive load imposed by the primary task. The Owen and Sweller experiments in effect use this procedure. Nevertheless, the direct use of the dual task paradigm may provide more evidence for the hypothesis that means-ends analysis imposes a heavy cognitive load. An indication of the relative cognitive load imposed by means-ends analysis and non-specific goal strategies may be obtained by explicitly requiring subjects to engage in secondary tasks while solving conventional or non-specific goal problems. In the current experiment, the secondary task was memory of the givens and the solution of the previously solved problem. The secondary task was chosen because it was thought that enhanced memory of these characteristics could provide some evidence of schema acquisitions. If a schema allows subjects to classify a problem and indicates which moves are appropriate, then we might expect that enhanced memory of problem givens and solutions indicate enhanced schema acquisitions. Although it must, of course, be recognized that a schema requires more than just memory of givens and solutions, nevertheless, these might be prerequisites for schema acquisition. Unlike previous experiences employing a non-specific goal procedure, the current experiment was not designed to test whether the non-specific goal procedure enhanced subsequent problem-solving performance. It was designed solely to test whether reducing cognitive load by reducing problem-solving search activity using a means-ends analysis could allow subjects to learn more of specific aspects of the problem. Problem-solving search activity was reduced by presenting subjects with non-specific goal trigonometry problems. Subjects were required to find the length of all of those sides not needed to solve equivalent conventional problems with conventional goals. The sides not required were indicated. A second group was presented with the equivalent conventional problems. Both groups were required to memorize the later, reproduce the givens and solutions of the problems for a secondary task. Two opposing hypotheses could be considered. First, as argued above, an increased cognitive load imposed by the conventional problems may decrease performance on the secondary task. Second, because the primary task requires subjects to deal with all the elements of the secondary task, it can be hypothesized that increased cognitive load on the primary task by strengthening these elements should be improved performance of the secondary task. So this one's from the 1980s. So I'm going to skip the exact method and just go to the conclusion, because I wanted to cover the history section and the in-depth explanation. So it's already long. Two general inferences can be drawn. First, it may be tentatively suggested that the use of computational models as measuring devices could have been more generally applicability. Currently, there is no a priori method for determining the difficulty problem solvers will have in solving specific problems. Presently, the problem is the only viable technique. Inability to determine something as fundamental as a problem difficulty may be a major impediment to progress. This gap in our basic technical repertoire is nevertheless understandable. A measure which simultaneously accounts for problems and problem solver characteristics is bound to be complex. By using minimal computational models, it may be possible to simultaneously isolate and measure those aspects of a problem in a problem solver strategy and knowledge that govern important aspects of performance. The second conclusion, based partly on using a computational model as a measuring device, may be put more strongly. Conventional problem solving activities via means-ends analysis normally leads to problem solution, not schema acquisition. Both theoretical and practical implications flow from this conclusion. The theoretical points made in the present paper suggest that cognitive effort expended during conventional problem solving leads to a problem goal, not to learning. Goal attainment and schema acquisition may be two largely unrelated and even incompatible processes. This may be relevant to all learning through problem solving theories. The suggestion made in this article have clear applications, especially in educational context. Multi-mathematics and mathematics-based curricula place a heavy emphasis on conventional problem-solving learning as a learning device. One basic principle has been explained and a limited number of worked examples demonstrated. Students are normally required to solve substantial numbers of problems. Much time tends to be devoted to problem solving, and as a consequence, considerable learning probably occurs during this period. The emphasis on problem solving is nevertheless based more on tradition than on research findings. There seems to be no clear evidence that conventional problem solving is as an efficient learning device, and considerable evidence that is not. If, as suggested here, conventional problems impose a heavy cognitive load which does not assist in learning, they may be better replaced by non-specific goal problems or worked examples. The use of conventional problems should be reserved for test and perhaps as a motivational device. Conclusions. In summary, we may conclude both experimental evidence and theoretical analysis suggest that conventional problem solving through means-ends analysis may impose a heavy cognitive load. The mechanisms required for solving problem solving and schema acquisitions may be substantially distinct. As a consequence, the cognitive effort required by conventional problem solving may not assist in schema acquisitions. Since schema acquisition is possibly the most important component of problem solving expertise, the development of expertise may be retarded by a heavy emphasis on problem solving. Current theories and practice frequently assume problem solving is an effective means of learning and consequently may require modification. Okay, so that one was really long and a lot of information there. And I wanted to go in depth into the cognitive load theory because the cognitive load theory will be very important moving forward. And, it's related to cognitive architectures, theories of expertise, and specifically stages of expertise and chunking theory. So I thought, cognitive load theory also is pretty popular these days, where due to educational theory and trying to come up with the best educational, most efficient educational methods, so on and so on, that cognitive load theory has been pretty popular in recent times. So now I want to go in detail into stage theories of expertise. So I had read this a long time ago. The Rami Attri book on models of expertise, and I looked at chapter 2, which had just I'm just having pomegranate green tea. I've covered Andres Ericsson in depth in the past. Andres Ericsson will be briefly mentioned in this. So this is just going to be a quick overview of all the major theories of expertise, all the main theories. And this book here, The Models of Skill Acquisition and Expertise Development, a quick reference of summaries by Rami Attri, which I had read from at a previous time. And so chapter 2 has the overview, and then the later chapters divides it into the different theories. So let's look very quickly at chapter 2, classifying the models of skill proficiency and expertise development. One challenge faced by most of the training and learning designers is developing curricular strategies specifically directed at advancing learners towards a higher level of expertise in the skill acquisition by them. The journey of the learner from novice to expert is a fascinating topic. However, training professionals tend to follow or create unconfirmed theories on the topic. There are some theories with empirical evidence which attempt to explain the novice to expert transition and the way learners move from novice stage to the expert stage. While doing this literature review, a comment from Fatty and Klein 2010 guided me. As we search for methods of accelerating expertise, it is natural to look to theories of expertise and expert performance that have been developed through academic research and have recently entered public and business awareness as well. In this book, I summarize the most popular and relevant models for developing a novice into an expert with a high level of proficiency and expertise. The literature review suggested several theories and models from skill acquisition and expertise development. I propose to group these models under 5 thematic categories as shown in the table. This grouping is based on the key foundational parameter of each model in terms of how they suggest skill acquisition or performance development. At a high level, this categorization can help researchers systematically organize the literature review. Stage-based models, which we'll be covering today, and hopefully over the next few weeks, I will cover all of these, the rest of this book. Stage-based models. These include the theories and models that suggest the acquisition of knowledge and skills, development of expertise, and performance improvement occurring in the form of stages. Practice time and task-based models. This includes Andres Ericsson. These include the theorist or models that suggest the progression of acquisition of knowledge and skills, development of expertise, and the performance improvement occurring as a function of practice time and task. Factor-based models. These include the theories or models that suggest the interplay of various factors in influencing the acquisition of knowledge of skills, development of expertise, and performance and improvement. Modeling-based models. These include the theories or models that suggest modeling an expert through elicitation or guidance as the key to mechanism for acquiring knowledge and skills, development of expertise, and performance improvement. Cognition-based models. These include the theories and models that focus on the mechanisms of cognitive learning for the acquisition of knowledge and skills, development of expertise, and performance improvement. Table 1 presents the taxonomy of the major skill acquisition expertise development models, which are described in detail in subsequent chapters. These models provide insight, guidance, and implications for training professionals. Table 1, classification of the major skill acquisition expertise development models. So, stage-based models that we will be covering today. You met Andres Ericsson in Florida. Awesome. Like I God forbid, I've been following Ericsson. I mentioned I wanted to talk to him before he passed away, and God forbid he passed away. I would still like to talk to Fernand Gobet, who's at the London School of Economics in his 60s. But yeah, props for, so if we talk next week about natural law, we'll definitely talk about Andres Ericsson. Okay, stage-based models. Conscious competence theory, model of skill acquisition by Fitz and Posner, 1967. ACT-R theory of cognition by Anderson, 1982. We've talked about that quite a bit as a chunking theory in cognitive architecture. Theory of ability determines of skill acquisition by Ackerman, 1988. Cognitive skill acquisition theory by Vanlehn, 1996. Theory of skill retention by Kin, 2013. Zone of Proximal Development by Vygotsky, 1978. Staged Skill Acquisition Model by Dreyfus and Dreyfus, 1986. Model of Domain Learning by Alexander, 1997. Proficiency Scale by Hoffman, 1998. Levels of Human Competence by Jacob, 1997. Novice to Expert Transition by Rosenberg, 2013. So we're going to go over all of these today, and hopefully in the future, I'll even look at some of these models in depth, the original papers, the current analysis. So the next few weeks we're just going to do an overview of these theories from the Raman Attri book here that I actually purchased, and then so next week we'll look practice time or track-based models, mastery learning model by Bloom, 1968, 4-component model of complex learning by Van Marienborn, 1992. Who were just relating to cognitive task load. A deliberate practice model of expert performance by Ericsson, 1993. Recognition prime decision model by Klein, 1993. Factor-based models of intelligence as expertise development by Sternberg, 1999. Skilled performance theory by Langham-Fox, 2002. Expert modeling-based models, cognitive apprentice models by Collins, 1989. Cognitive task analysis approach to model expertise, the trajectories of experience by Lejour, 2003, zone of proximal development by Vygotsky, 1978, cognitive-based models, cognitive flexibility theory by Spiro, 1990, cognitive transformation theory by Klein and Baxter, 2009, and ACT-R theory of cognition by Anderson. Some of them are in multiple categories. So it's possible I'll finish all of them next week because half of them are stage-based models. So hopefully this will be exciting. So let's jump right in. Stage-based models. A review of the literature suggests that novice to expert transition can be viewed as a stage progression. This discussion is always an interesting one, but ironically, it never reaches a consensus in regard to the definitions and even names the different stages through which a novice develops into an expert. Though there are arguments against the existence of clear-cut stages, few studies have confirmed the occurrence of a level-like shift in some of the qualitative traits as a novice moves to become an expert. In this chapter, I will use the word stage or phase interchangeably. Classical studies have defined stage progressions towards the automaticity of skills. Subsequently, several researchers have developed more refined details of the stage towards proficiency. Among them, Schul noticed that as an individual acquires knowledge, his knowledge structure gradually evolves in qualitative as well as quantitative ways. Classical studies indicate a qualitative shift in traits as the novice learners move towards higher proficiency. An example of such a shift is evident from the fact that a master coaches can always anticipate the mistakes beforehand that learners are likely to make, depending on their skill level. Similarly, the qualitative shifts were supported by Hoffman, as the distinction between novice versus expert implies that development can involve both qualitative shifts and stabilizations in knowledge and performance. These observations imply that the novice to expert transition can be viewed as being made up of several stages. Theorists have used several development parameters for qualifying level-like shifts. For example, the transformation of skills as second nature, that is automaticity, as well as implicit knowledge. Some studies have established that it's possible to qualitatively define proficiency levels in terms of skills and knowledge exhibited by professionals on the job. The most significant studies in this regard were carried out by Dreyfus and Dreyfus, popularly known as the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model. They contended that an individual passes through 5 stages of proficiency: novice, advanced beginner, competent, proficient, and expert. As one progresses through these stages, he becomes more intuitive towards solving problems. Brenner attempted to define the levels of proficiency of the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model in terms of certain attributes of expected performance at each level in the context of the nursing and medical professions. Based on that, she demonstrated that progression could be reasonably explained using stages specified by the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model. Pina 2010 and Khan and Ramachandran 2012 applied the Dreyfus model in the context of clinical practice and healthcare jobs and asserted that there is a level-like progression that can be demarcated qualitatively in terms of job attributes. Some researchers asserted that task performance could be an indicator of different stages. According to this premise, a novice completes simple versions of his tasks during training and moves to more complex tasks as his skill level increases. Progressively, he becomes skillful at relatively more complex tasks and starts addressing several cues at the same time. Literature indicates that the measurement of task performance must reflect this gradual acquisition of skill. Merrill states that proficiency measurement requires one to detect increments in performance, demonstrating gradual increased skill in completing a whole task, a complex task, or solving a problem. Based on the above argument, it was inferred that the novice to expert transition can be viewed as a stage progression. Another group of researchers took a measurement approach to define proficiency levels in terms of the measurable attribute of jobs. For example, Chi 2006 proposed that proficiency levels could be roughly measured using inputs such as academic qualification, years of experience in performing the task, peer feedback, and professionally related tests. Schreiber 2009 developed metrics for the measurement of pilot proficiency using simulators and postulated that it is impossible to develop an objective measure of performance in complex jobs that require a range of judgment and meta skills. Recently, Kim 2015 proposed a different approach, which involved measurement in terms of knowledge structures across different levels of the learning process progress. Kim defined a set of measures corresponding to the level of the features of the knowledge structure. The relationship between the measures and the features of knowledge structures was determined based on a theoretical assumptions as well as empirical evidence. A similar approach was suggested by Dorfler, Vygotsky, and Valenci 2009, who used knowledge as the demarcation for levels to explain the stages of levels of expertise. The concept of stages conveys the idea of progression being a process both foundational and a more recent research study supports the idea that developing a higher level of performance to proficiency and expertise can be viewed as a process. While the basic idea of such a transition is that experts are relative to the novice, the goal of the approach is to understand how we can enable less skilled or experienced persons to become more skilled. This chapter describes the following 12 major models of skill acquisition and expertise development used frequently in learning, training, and performance literature. This chapter discusses the role of each model in developing the skills and expertise of less proficient employees, enabling them to obtain a higher level of proficiency. Conscious competence theory by various models of skill acquisition by Fitz and Posner, adaptive control of thought, rational actor theory of cognition by Anderson, theory of ability determinants of skill acquisition by Ackerman, cognitive skill acquisition theory by Vanlehn, theory of skill retention by Kim, zone of proximal development by Vygotsky, stage skill acquisition model by Dreyfus and Dreyfus, model of domain learning by Alexander, proficiency scale by Hoffman, levels of human competence by Jacobs, novice to expert transition by Rosenberg. Conscious competence theory. When I was a kid, I got a new bicycle, hardly able to wait even for a day. I attempted riding it, not worrying whether or not I knew how to ride, not knowing how to pedal and when to steer. I fell down a couple of times despite my enthusiasm. These were enough to convince me that I did not know how to ride a bicycle properly. As I took help and coaching for others, I started perfecting my riding and maneuvering the cycle in different situations. The more cycling practice I did, the more confident I was. Eventually, cycling was my second nature, to the level that I was completely unconscious about the efforts I was exerting but highly competent while riding a bicycle. This is the essence of conscious competence, sometimes also called unconscious competence theory. There's known work in explaining the mechanisms of proficiency development is the conscious competence theory. Through the academic grounds of this theory, though the academic grounds of this theory are unknown, an article in the Personal Journal 1974 attributes the origin of this theory to Lewis Robinson, vice president of the Industrial Training International Correspondence School. In this article, Robinson explains that an individual progresses through 4 specific stages: unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, and unconscious competence of learning a new skill, behavior, ability, or technique in common sense terms. The original nomenclature used the term competency, which was later replaced by the broader term competence. The theory is called the conscious competence theory. Unconscious incompetence. A naive is assumed to be at the unconscious incompetent stage. At this stage, he is not aware of what skills he lacks, and in several instances does not even know the relevance or usefulness of the skills lacking. Conscious incompetence, the individual then moves to the conscious incompetence stage, where he starts becoming aware of the existence and relevance of the required skills in a job and may start recognizing what he does not know. Such recognition usually happens with a discovery process. Following this, he starts working towards learning those skills that he lacked and does the necessary practice. Conscious competence. Eventually, the individual reaches the stage of conscious competence, where he starts performing the learned skill reliably and without assistance. However, the individual still requires attention and has not yet become automatic at it. Unconscious competence, however, with consistent practice and repeated use, the individual moves to the next stage of unconscious competence, where his ability to perform the skill becomes automatic. The skill enters the subconscious mind and becomes his second nature. The conscious competence model has several representations, the most popular one being the quadrant matrix representation. The representation emphasizes that the progression is from quadrants 1 through 2 and 3 to 4. It is not possible to jump stages. For some advanced skills, an individual may actually regress back to the previous stages for want of consistent practice on the newly learned skill. While there is clearly a cyclic relationship, there is still a debate on whether the end goal should be the unconscious competence, where the learner finds it difficult to explain what he is doing, or conscious competence, where the learner can explain what he is doing. Individuals do not say unconsciously competent all the time unless they continue practicing their skill and also keep making adjustments and improvements in their competence. If they do not do so, they may lose their competency. Supporting this hypothesis, a new body of arguments has emerged, which indicates that in the unconscious competence stage, individuals may cease to learn further, because of which they may lack the knowledge of skills on newer methods, thus finding themselves once again in the consciously incompetent stage. At this stage, however, individuals are aware of what they do not know. So here progress goes from skill acquisition, progression, and regression to previous stages. So I do not know what I do not know, unconscious incompetence, to I know what I don't know, conscious incompetence, to I apply what I know, conscious competence, to I apply what I know without thinking, unconscious incompetence, going back to I learn or discover something new in a totally different area. So I go back to being consciously incompetent and continue to work through those progressions. To represent this loop, William Taylor in 2007 suggested a reflective competence model with a fifth level called reflective competence that represents a continuous self-observation to keep ideas and skills fresh and also allows for further skill development. So Taylor's model, reflective competence model, from unconscious incompetence, conscious competence, unconscious competence, to reflective competence, changing knowledge, ignorance, complacency, unconscious errors, self-study, and peer review. However, the reflective competence model, though very simple, does not explain the exact mechanics of proficiency development. On the contrary, it is possible to apply this model to repetitive and familiar tasks where it is possible to achieve automaticity through practice. The reflective competence stage also suggests that learners need to be aware of what they need to know to tackle novel situations in which automaticity may not help. Another representation by Dreyer in 2000 included a superimposition of the Dreyfus and Dreyfus 1986 five-stage skill acquisition model. The Gordon Institute is known to use this as a learning model in their training programs. So here you have the Dreyfus and Dreyfus five-stage model of novice, advanced, beginner, proficient, expert, and master, a world class, past the complacency. The issue with this conscious competence model is that they conceptually explain the way in which individuals learn, but do not provide a means to quantify or segregate their developmental paths. There's no clear-cut indication of how to measure the attainment of each stage or where a particular stage ends. Furthermore, we do not know whether the models are grounded in research or not. Fitz and Posner, 1967 model of skill acquisition. Fitz, 1964, suggested that the acquisition of perceptual motor skills occurs in three stages, which supports the progression of an individual from a conscious to a less conscious form of practice. The three stages are the cognitive stage. Learners consciously and constantly interact with nature and the mechanics of what is being done. In the cognitive stage, learners are trying to understand the instructions and develop performance strategies. Cornford and Athanusel indicate basic factual understanding, the broad outline, the essential nature of each of the steps, and the order in which these must be performed. Schneider characterizes this stage in terms of the effort to understand the task demands and to distinguish between important and unimportant aspects of the task. The focus is on the acquisition of declarative knowledge about the task. The stage may involve activities like reading, having discussions, or gathering information. Practice fixation stage, associative stage. Fitz and Posner, 1967, refined the original model by Fitz and changed the term fixation to associative. In this stage, repetition of skills and involvement with reality increase the depth of understanding. Here, the steps to obtain in sequence of skilled performance gets imprinted, impermanent in memory of the learner's performance strategies get refined at this stage. Prior learning is leveraged to develop new strategies and new situations. Associations are developed by the learners between clues and responses for making the cognitive processes more efficient and allowing rapid retrieval, thus transforming declarative knowledge into procedural forms. Autonomous stage. In this stage, learners execute their skill automatically or subconsciously. They become skilled in their task to a level where they do not require a lot of resources. More cognitive resources are available to process other activities. Learners use their conscious minds In monitoring and solving problems in this stage, speed and accuracy are improved without having to change the approach and understanding of the domain. However, the rate of improvement will hit a plateau after a certain amount of practice. The last stage, autonomous stage of this model, highlights the subconscious use of a skill, indicating automaticity, whereas the unconscious competence theory called this last stage as the unconscious use of skill. However, Fitz's usage of the term subconscious appears to be more appropriate with respect to the underlying mechanism. Erickson believes that the Fitz-Posner model is helpful in achieving automaticity in everyday skills, but is not in any way an expert performance model. The majority implication of Fitz and Posner's model towards proficiency expertise development is the layering out of the instructional activities and stages. The model describes the sequences of events proposed for the development of a skill, which then provides the mechanisms and guidance for the instructional events by which automaticity is achieved. Ciavarelli, Platt, and Powers, 2009, suggested instructional strategies as well as assessment strategies for learners at each stage in the Fitz and Posner model. Anderson, 1982, ACT-R theory of cognition. Anderson proposed a three-stage learning model which described the progression in learning from declarative knowledge through knowledge compilation to procedural knowledge. The Anderson model has been revised a few times, and the updated model is called the adaptive control of thought rationale ACT-R theory of cognition, which is now considered a general theory of cognition. The ACT-R model proposes three types of memory structure through which skills are learned: declarative memory, procedural memory, and working memory. Declarative memory, according to ACT-R theory, all knowledge in the form of facts and information first begins as declarative information that is stored in the declarative memory of the human brain. Declarative memory mainly links the propositions, images, and sequences by association. Procedural memory, procedural knowledge is acquired by making inferences from the already existing factual knowledge in the declarative memory. Procedural memory, also called long-term memory, stores information in the form of representations described by Anderson as productions. Each production has a set of conditions and actions based on the declarative memory. Working memory, the nodes of long-term memory all have some degree of activation. Working memory is the part of the long-term memory that is the most activated. So interaction with outside rules, performance and encoding for working memory, which match and execution with production memory, and storage and retrieval of declarative memory. The ACT-R model supports three fundamental types of learning: generalization, in which production becomes broader in their range of application; discrimination, in which productions become narrow in their range of application; and strengthening, in which some productions are applied more often than others. New productions are formed by the conjunction or disjunction of the existing productions. During the acquisition of cognitively complex skills, learners pass through three stages of knowledge formation. Declarative knowledge, knowledge relevant to the performance of skills, begins in a declarative form. Declarative knowledge includes facts, processes, principles, concepts, and information that learners receive about the topic of skill. Knowledge compilation, with practice, the knowledge on skills is converted gradually from the declarative to new procedures that may be applied without much attention effort. Hence a chunking theory. The ACT-R theory uses the term productions that refers to a procedural knowledge which consists of goal statements and the overt action and cognitive operations that will achieve the goals under specific conditions. This stage involves domain-specific proceduralization and composition. Well composition involves making several steps into one by combining adjacent procedures. Proceduralizations involve creating domain-specific productions. During the interpretation of declarative knowledge through composition, the number of steps is reduced on each iteration of the procedure. While this leads to improved learning during the initial phases of practice, learning becomes slower with increased composition. Procedural knowledge refers to the representation of what needs to be done in a given situation. In this stage, practice refines the appropriate procedures. Responses become more generalized and automatic. The ACT-R theory also suggests that with use over time, productions become automatic and unconscious. Oyewol, 2011, explained that the actions are based on the presence of some conditions. Procedural knowledge is incorporated with production rules, condition, action pairs associated with the presence of a particular data pattern in working memory with the performance of a particular action. When a condition of production rule is satisfied, the production can be then applied to the action will proceed. G and Hardray 2010 in their review cite Anderson suggesting practice as an essential for developing learned procedures to reach automaticity in the expertise in any field. The ACT-R theory indicates that both declarative knowledge and procedural knowledge reside in separate long-term memory systems. Clark 2006 clarifies the interplay of the new problems to solve and use of declarative knowledge. When the goal is to learn or solve a problem, we apply the goal-directed production we have available, and if available productions are incomplete or inadequate, we use declarative knowledge to fill in the missing steps. If instruction provides the necessary steps to fill in the gap, learning occurs faster and more efficiently with fewer performance errors than if we must fill in the gaps using declarative knowledge. From the expertise development standpoint, the major implication of the ACT-R theory is the cognitive processes involved in the development of automaticity, a state of expertise. Oyewell supports that the ACT-R theory is incorporated with several learning mechanisms, such as translating verbal instructions into procedures for performing a task, generalizing and differentiating existing procedures, composition and strengthening. These mechanisms are translated into instructional strategies. As a result, the ACT-R theory has been used in several areas, including learning, memory, problem-solving, decision-making, language communications, perception, attention, cognitive development, and individual differences. To apply the ACT-R theory in skill acquisition training, Clark suggested instructional techniques such as goals and reason, intentional module, goal buffer, overview, declarative module, connection to prior knowledge, declarative module, new knowledge, declarative visual manual modules, demonstrated procedural production systems, declarative module, practice, integration of new and old to achieve the goals, and feedback, intentional module to correct and perform. Ackerman, 1988, Theory of Ability Determinants of Skill Acquisition. Ackerman presented an integrated theory that was partly based on the analysis of ability measures and partly based on the nature of information processing and skill acquisition. The theory described the individual differences in ability structure during the different phases of skill acquisition. Ackerman described the abilities were structured at different stages based on three components: complexity processing, the content and information, figural, verbal, numerical content, and speededness of processing. He described that an individual develops ability structures as he passes through the stages of skill acquisition. He reasons that the ability-performance relationship is the function of three task characteristics, namely consistency of informational processing demands, task complexity, and degree of task practice. He proposed that in tasks characterized by consistent information processing components, the performance of an individual in the cognitive phase is determined by general and broad content abilities. The performance in the associative phase is determined by the perceptual speed abilities. Lastly, performance in the autonomous phase is determined by the psychomotor abilities of an individual. However, for inconsistent tasks, general and broad content abilities determine the performance across all three phases. Similar to tasks involving consistent information processing, here also perceptual speed abilities determine the performance in the associative phase, while psychomotor abilities determine performance in autonomous phases. On the skill front, Ackerman supports that skill acquisition follows phases similar to those proposed by Fitz and Posner and refined by Anderson and Schifrin and Snyder. The cognitive phase, Ackerman considers that at the cognitive phase there is a high cognitive load on the learner in the context of understanding task construction, general familiarization with task goals, and formulating strategies for task accomplishment. Once the learner has acquired the basic procedures, he proceeds to the associated phase of skill acquisition. He reasoned that to go beyond the cognitive stage, the learner needs to first develop consistent information processing characteristics. Associative phase, Ackerman opined that the associated phase of skill acquisition involves the proceduralization of task strategies in a manner that makes performance quicker and less error-prone. The autonomous stage, according to Ackerman, the final stage of skill acquisition, is the autonomous stage, which involves the autonomization of task skills, such as the performance of the task once engaged by the learner, often proceeds with little or no attentional efforts. Performance of this phase of skill acquisition is typically high-speeded and highly accurate. From the expertise building standpoint, the major implication of this model is that stages 1 and 2 require cognitive resources. The need for cognitive resources slows down both the speed and performance, a phenomenon that occurs predominantly in the case of a novel, complex, and consistent task. Therefore, it may be inferred that the sequence of tasks based on the task characteristics may be an important determinant of expertise development. Subsequent research studies raise a few flaws in this model. For instance, Langham and Fox, 2002, opined that Ackerman's theory largely ignored the experience of internal processes of a person, how they feel, what strategies they are using, and the role of the external environment. Vanlehn, 1996, Cognitive Skill Acquisition Theory, developing upon the three-stage simplified theory by Fitz. Vanlehn, 1996, reviewed the research on cognitive skill acquisition and explained the findings in the form of 3 stages of cognitive skill acquisition. Though the purpose of this model was not to explain learning, several researchers appear to view this model as a simplified consolidation of the various phenomenon and methods employed at the different stages of the cognitive skill acquisition. Early stage. This stage is characterized by learners trying to understand the domain knowledge without applying it. Intermediate stage. When learners enter this stage, they have some background information on solving the problems. Their knowledge is not complete and may be missing or incorrect. At this stage, learners start acquiring heuristics and experiential knowledge for solving problems. They prefer to understand the problem through examples. Towards the end of this stage, learners become almost flawless and possess the ability to solve problems without conceptual errors. Late stage. In this stage, the speed and accuracy of problem solving of the learners is enhanced as they start practicing more and more. However, the basic approach to solving problems does not change. This is the stage at which the power law of practice holds good. The primary learning mechanism is the one described by Anderson, that knowledge is converted or compiled from declarative knowledge to procedural knowledge. With practice, the speed of applying some pieces of procedural knowledge increases, and several parts of the cognitive skills becomes automatic. Kim, 2013, Theory of Skill Retention, based on the Anderson-Akhtar theory of cognition and using Fitz, Rasmussen, Pejrezin, Goodstein, 1994, and Vanlehn, 1996. Kim, Ritter, and Kubak, 2013, suggested a new learning theory that integrates learning and the impact of forgetting during the declarative, mixed, and procedural stages. Declarative stage, according to the Akhtar model, both learning and forgetting happen at this stage, which dictates that an item from declarative memory is activated depending on how often and how recently it is accessed. Practice allows the generation of task-specific procedural knowledge as opposed to the need for the retrieval of the declarative string. Kim, Ritter, and Kubak postulated that declarative memory degrades quickly if one does not use the knowledge or practice it. Learners may reach a point where retrieval from memory may fail or the response time may increase. Such memory load will lead to degraded performance. Mixed stage. In this stage, task knowledge is represented by a combination of declarative knowledge and procedural memory. Thus, the mix of declarative memories and procedural memories is used to learn the task. The mixture varies based on the task. When learners do not use declarative knowledge, it leads to forgetting it, which eventually ends up as mistakes, especially in the case of low-frequency tasks. Since declarative memory may not be fully activated at this stage, training is required to keep it active or in order to generate new procedural rules. However, procedural memory does not appear to decay at this stage. Procedural stage. In this stage, task knowledge is available in both declarative and procedural forms, but performance is mainly governed by procedural knowledge. Practice compiles task knowledge as proceduralized skill. Though lack of practice may decrease declarative knowledge, learners can still perform the task if all of the knowledge is proceduralized. With this model is the superimposition of the Anderson-Akhtar model and the Fitz and Posner model. For a performance perspective, it does explain the link between procedural knowledge and declarative knowledge. Hence, to develop performance, learners may need spaced reinforcement training and continuous practice. Vygotsky, 1978, Zone of Proximal Development. Vygotsky, on the basis of developmental psychology, came up with a theoretical framework of the development of cognition based on the studies with children. His framework explains learning within the individual's immediate context or environment. His fundamental premise is that social interaction plays a more significant and essential role in the development of cognition. He further argued that cognitive development depends on the zone of proximal development, which he defined as the level of development that is attained when one engages in social behavior. Vygotsky defined the zone of proximal development as the distance between the actual development level as determined by independent problem solving and the level of potential development as determined through problem solving under adult guidance or in cooperation with more capable peers. Full cognitive development depends on total social interaction. The range of skills that can be developed with social and adult interaction far more exceeds that achieved alone. From the expertise development standpoint, Bransford stresses that the zone of proximal development embodies a concept of readiness to learn that emphasizes upper levels of competence. Another implication of this model is that proficiency grows when one learns in context, combining the contextual and social aspects of learning. Lave and Wagner developed the concept of situated learning. This framework by Vygotsky also suggests the key role of capable peers, colleagues, and people around the learners, indicating the role of informal learning alongside formal learning. Underlying to this is what may manifest as mentoring and guided learning. The Vygotsky framework shares some similarities with models emphasizing the social aspect of learning and proficiency development, such as the Bandura social learning theory, Lave and Wagner situated learning theory, and Collins' cognitive apprentice model. Dunphy and Williamson, 2004, suggested that learning in the zone of proximal development occurs in 4 stages. The assisted phase. In this phase, performance is assisted by more capable peers. Here, since learners have only limited understanding, competent peers or experts provide direction and modeling. In the beginning, learners may be imitating their peers, but soon develop an understanding of the overall performance. Further assistance is given to the learners through feedback, questions, or other means like providing task or subtask specific goals. In this phase, the learners start taking up more responsibilities and also start demonstrating self-regulation. Dunphy and Williamson suggest that the task in this stage is accomplished when the responsibility for tailoring the assistance, tailoring the transfer, and performing the task itself has been effectively handed over to the learner. The primary task of the experts in this stage is to provide accurate and personalized assistance to the learners and to respond to their efforts. Self-assistance phase. In this stage, learning is self-guided and learners perform the task with no assistance. However, performance is not fully automatic yet. Automated performance phase. In this phase, performance is fully developed and automated. Learners no longer need any assistance from experts. Task becomes internalized, and the need for self-regulation vanishes. This is the point that marks the end of the zone of proximal development, and assistance at this stage may become a performance degrader and may become disruptive to the learner. De-automation of performance phase. It is observed that under certain circumstances, practitioners may drop to a lower level phase of performance. De-automation of performance brings down learners back to the zone of proximal development again. During this phase, the goal is enhancement, improvement, and maintenance of performance. Recurrent cycles of assistance, both from the self and others, are likely to occur. Dunphy and Williamson suggest de-automation and recursion occur so regularly that they constitute a stage for the normal developmental process. When what one formerly could do, one can no longer do after de-automation for whatever reason. Environmental changes, stress, major upheavals, trauma. If capacity is to be restored, then the developmental processes must become recursive. This model has several similarities with the models of Fitz and Posner and Ackerman with respect to the first 3 stages, and with the conscious competence theory with respect to its last stage. From an expertise standpoint, Dunphy and Williamson opined that the zone of proximal development contained a clear outline of how individual skills can be acquired. The zone of proximal development is the only model to clearly identify that under certain circumstances, the performance of skills may deteriorate, and also outline processes by which these skills may be regained. Recursion through a lower level within the zone of proximal development. However, this model also has its limitations. There is not much literature on the zone of proximal development that provides details on how learners transition from the autonomous performance stage to the expertise stage. So it's got to get a drink real quick. 1 second. Dreyfus and Dreyfus, 1986, Stages of Skill Acquisition. The most recognized work among all in specifying the stages of proficiency was that proposed by Dreyfus and Dreyfus, supplemented by Dreyfus. Dreyfus model has been its derivation from observation of the performance of experts such as jet pilots and dancers, experts who are used to tackling direct problems. The Dreyfus and Dreyfus models based on the notion that skill acquisition is a continuous process and that skills are transformed into performance by experience and mastery, which then brings a change in performance. They believe that experience with real-time situations alone produces higher levels of performance. Dreyfus proposes that during the process of skill acquisitions, learners pass through 5 distinct levels of proficiency: novice, advanced beginner, competent, proficient, and expert. In their original model, they did not have the stage named advanced beginner. Each stage of the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model of skill acquisition involves qualitatively different perceptions of skills and or the mode of decision making. According to Dreyfus and Dreyfus, the most important difference between the different levels of expertise in the gradual shift from using analysis skills to intuition and the level of involvement. As a novice progresses, he requires more and more situation understanding and is able to exert his intuition in several different situations. Dreyfus and Dreyfus explained their model with the help of a simple example of a car driver. The student automobile driver learns to recognize such domain-independent features as speed, indicated by the speedometer, and is given rules such as shift to the second when the speedometer needle reaches point 10. The advanced beginner driver uses situational engine sounds as well as non-situational speed in deciding whether to shift. He learns the maximum shift up when the motor sounds like it's racing and down when it sounds like it's straining. Engine sounds cannot be adequately captured by a list of features, so features cannot take place of a few choice examples and learning the relevant distinctions. A competent driver leaving the freeway on an off-ramp curve learns to pay attention to the speed of the car, not whether the shift gears. After taking into account speed, service condition, criticality of time, the driver may decide he's going too fast. He then has to decide whether to let up on the accelerator, move his foot altogether, or step on the brake, and precisely when to perform any of these actions. He is relieved if he gets through the curve without a mishap, and shaken if he begins to go into a skid. The proficient driver approaches a curve on a rainy day, may feel in the seat of his pants that he is going dangerously fast. He may then decide whether to apply the brakes or merely to reduce pressure by some specific amount on the accelerator. Valuable time may be lost while making a decision, but a proficient driver is certainly more likely to negotiate the curve safely than the competent driver who spends additional time considering the speed, angle of the bank, and felt gravitational forces in order to decide whether the car speed is excessive. The expert driver not only feels in his seat of his pants whether the speed is the issue, he knows how to perform the appropriate action without calculating, comparing alternatives. On the off-ramp, his foot simply lifts off the accelerator and applies the appropriate pressure to the brake. What must be done simply is done. The following is a general description of the 5 stages. Stage 1, novice. Hey, Judas, thanks. Happy Hanukkah. We'll see if I do an Ask the Rabbi this week. I'm not sure. Stage 1, novice. In the first stage, novices work to gain a better understanding of their skills, mostly through formal training. However, the learner continues to be unaware of the specific skills or knowledge that must be applied in real-world situations. They indicate an interest and willingness to develop the necessary skill and knowledge during this phase. Novices learn to recognize the various facts and figures pertaining to the desired skills and to the rules to apply to them. Novices view these facts and figures as context-free while applying these skills. They are trained to adhere to the rules rigidly and apply them based on the situation. However, from that perspective, novices do not possess high situational perception or discretion judgment to decide whether a given rule is to be applied or not in that situation. Stage 2, advanced beginner. Novices move up to the next stage, or advanced beginners, as they start gaining experience in real-world situations and their performance starts improving to a marginally acceptable level. At this stage, learners will start comprehending objective facts, initial concepts, and specific rules and start applying them within specific disciplines or structured settings, but may struggle to apply them to real-world situations. If novices gain more practical and concrete experience, they start comparing the new situations with the situations faced previously. However, they can only apply the earlier learned rules with the help of which they deal with unrecognized facts and elements. At this stage, learners start applying more sophisticated rules to both context-free and situational factors. While these rules make it possible for the advanced beginner to learn from their experience, their situational perception is still limited. Learners may be comfortable solving routine, well-defined problems, but may be ineffective and inefficient in applying their knowledge in unfamiliar settings or in solving ill-defined problems. Stage 3, competent. With experience, learners begin to recognize more and more context-free and situational elements. At this stage, learners are able to recognize the situations and concentrate on the relevant, important elements. They're able to assess situations, set goals, and choose the best course of action. While they start handling situations, they may or may not be able to fully apply the rules. Thus, they may or may not be successful, but that constitutes an important element of future expertise. Stage 4, proficient. At this stage, the learners are deeply involved in their task. They're capable of identifying the important elements or components of the task and paying the requisite attention. Proficient learners start viewing situations holistically in terms of various elements. As situations change, their deliberations, plans, and assessments also change. With changing situations, they start seeing new patterns. They are different from normal behaviors. The decision making is very quick and fluid because the experience in a similar situation in the past. Still, proficient learners use maxims to guide their decision making. Consistency and performance distinguishes this phase from the competent stage. Benner, 2004, in her 9 studies spanning over 21 years, observed that the most qualitatively distinct difference lies between the competent and proficient level, where the practitioner begins to read the situation. The proficient performer begins to increasingly change his perception of the nature of the situation, then deliberates about changing plans or strategies in response to the new understanding of the situation. Stage 5, expert. Experts do not apply rules or use maxims or guidelines. This is the stage learners have an intuitive grasp of the situation based on their deep tacit understanding. One of the key aspects of this stage is that learners rely on intuition, and on analytical approach is used only in the case of new situations or unrecognized problems that were not experienced earlier. Experience-based deep understanding enables the learners to display a fluid performance. At this stage, skills become so automatic that even the learners, experts, are not aware of them. Based on prior experience, they can even come up with solutions for situations that are newer and have never experienced before. Experts adopt a contextual approach to problem solving and start understanding the relative non-absolute nature of knowledge. This key ability distinguishes the expert practitioner from the proficient practitioner. Reflection comes naturally, and experts solve problems almost unconsciously. To date, the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model has remained the most simplistic and most commonly used model of stages of skill progression due to its implication in the professional and training world. Over the years, several researchers such as Gunderman 2009, Benner 2004, Root 1994, Khan and Ramachandran 2012, and Dreyfus have significantly added more perspectives to the definition of each of the level stages. Urwit 1994 summarized the stages of the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model in the following Stage 1, novice characteristics, rigid adherence to taught rules or plans, little situational perception, no discretionary judgment. Stage 2, advanced beginner, guidelines for action based on attributes or aspects. Aspects are global characteristics of situations, recognizable only after some prior experience. Situational perception is still limited. All attributes and aspects are treated separately and given equal importance. Competent, coping with crowdedness, now sees an action at least partially in terms of longer-term goals, conscious deliberate planning, standardized and routinized procedures. 4, proficient, sees situations holistically rather than in terms of aspects, sees what is important in a situation, perceives deviations from the normal pattern, decision-making less labored, uses maxims for guidance whose meanings vary according to the situation. Expert no longer relies on rules, guidelines, or maxims, intuitive grasp of situations based on the deep tacit understanding. Analytical approaches used only in novel situations or when problems occur, the vision of what is impossible. However, based on the in-depth interviews with the Dreyfus brothers, Fleischerberg 1990 contested that the Dreyfus and Dreyfus model did not account for progressive innovation and practical wisdom. Subsequent work by Dreyfus and Dreyfus includes a 6th stage called mastery beyond the level of expertise. Stage 6, mastery. Dreyfus and Dreyfus in 2008 differentiated mastery from competence or expertise by stating that a very different sort of deliberation from that of rule using competent performer or deliberating expert. Khan and Ramachandran, 2012, summarized the characteristic of a learner in this stage as performance becomes a reflex in most common situations, sets new standards of performance, mostly deals with complex situations intuitively, has unique vision of what may be possible related to the given task, able to train other experts at national or international level. Stage 7, practical wisdom. Subsequently, Dreyfus 2008 added a seventh level called practical wisdom in the original model of skill acquisition. Chi, Glaser, and Farr in 1988 reported the strength of this model as the case it makes for tacit knowledge and the intuition as critical factors of professional expertise in unstructured problem areas. The Dreyfus model is proven to be extremely useful in depicting the levels of expertise in any profession. Numerous attempts have been made to apply the model to several professions such as clinical practice, healthcare, correctional services, education, and nursing. The most renowned among these studies is the one by Benner in 2004, who conducted 9 studies over a period of 21 years applying the Dreyfus model. She showed that the clinical nurses advance in their experience. They become more and more proficient in the clinical environment. Benner found that the Dreyfus model was predictive and descriptive of distinct stages of skill acquisition in nursing practice. From a workforce development standpoint, organizations like to most of their employees to proficient stage, while there may be several of them coming up to speed at advanced beginner and competent level. However, some of the employees typically get intuitive skills developed to a level where they are considered as operating at an expert level. Literature shows evidence of the application of the Dreyfus model to complex high-tech jobs such as software engineering. Based on these studies, it has been inferred that the model can be applied to other high-tech industries such as aviation, engineering, manufacturing, and scientific research to explain how employees' ability to solve complex problems increases progressively as he moves up towards the expertise stage. Despite the widespread simplicity and appeal of the Dreyfus model, another school of thought questioned its validity. For example, Day, 2002, noted that it was difficult to apply 5 stages in professional settings because practitioners perform a range of tasks in their jobs, and they will not fit into one stage for all the tasks they do. Thus, the most common objection raised was the representation that proficiency acquisition is a linear process independent of the influence of external factors and domain expertise. Another objection to this model was its failure to explain how someone becomes an expert and its stress on the importance of experience and not of its impact. Another concern included the absence of a social structure in the process of knowledge and skill acquisition, lack of objective quantification on how to measure the attainment of each stage, or where a particular stage ends, and lack of operational definitions of intuition. Even though these staged skill acquisitions models conceptually explain how an individual learns, one cannot accurately predict where people are in the skill acquisition process. Though the Dreyfus model does not directly lend itself to defining instructional strategies in the context of proficiency and expertise development, some researchers have proposed a few instructional models based on it. Ross, 2005, created a comprehensive set of training guidelines on tactical decision-making based on the Dreyfus model. Novice give learners the rules needed to guide performance, provide direct coaching, and close mentoring on task and strategy. Advanced beginner emphasize experiential learning through scenarios designed to illustrate recurring patterns and instances, requiring the learner to formulate his own strategies and task performance guidelines. Competent, increased complexity and variety of task performance conditions, and full mission scenarios to include higher level planning and decision making. Proficient, required learner to formulate the test and test probable solutions given exposure to novel situations. Increased mission, task complexity, and time pressure. Expert, insert lessons from real-world case histories and operational experience. Train with and against other expert-level performance. Conduct peer evaluations and feedback. Alexander, 1997, model of domain learning. Alexander introduced the model of domain learning that focused on the journey of a learner, conceptualized as the systematic changes within and across stages of development. Alexander postulated that the stages of expertise developed were governed by the nature of the interplay of 3 components, namely knowledge, domain, and topic, strategic processing, surface and deep, and interest, long-term and situational. Alexander suggests 2 kinds of strategies that learners employ during their progression: surface level and deep processing. According to Alexander, surface level strategies, rereading and paraphrasing, are processes individuals use to make sense of the text. Deep processing strategies, by comparison, involve delving into a text, as when students judge author credibility or form mental representations, while service level strategies are used by learners to understand unfamiliar content. Deep processing strategies allow them to follow an analytical approach about the topic to be learned. Alexander asserts that the deep processing strategies that she refers to in her model are different from the proceduralization or consolidation of knowledge suggested by Anderson in the ACTAR model. Further, the Alexander model of domain learning model also specifies the two types of interests that are considered in expertise development: individual and situational. Individual interest is the enduring interest by the learners to stay engaged with the experiences. Individual interest may be of two types: general, professional. Professional interest is more in line with the vocational activity. Situational interest is interest triggered by immediate situations or events that is considered key to expertise development. The model presents the journey towards proficiency or expertise as a three-stage process. These stages are acclimation, competence, and proficiency expertise. Acclimation: in this stage, learners possess only limited and fragmented knowledge, and they are yet to form a well-integrated body of domain knowledge. Therefore, their ability to discern the situational elements is limited. Most of the problems encountered by the learners during this stage are new and challenging, which trigger a surface level strategic process. Thus, situational interest is very important to keep learners focused on the topic. Competence: Alexander stated that the competent individual not only demonstrate a foundational body of domain knowledge, but that the knowledge is more cohesive and principled in structure. Since the problems of this stage are somewhat familiar, learners apply a mix of surface level and deep processing strategies. Also, the individual personal interest and the problems is now much more marked than in the acclimation stage. Proficiency expertise: based on Alexander's model, Kim summarizes the proficiency stage as follows. In this stage, proficient learners with increasing expertise construct sufficient contextual information and organize their knowledge base for a problem situation that includes some domain-specific principles. They conceptualize a sufficient problem space in all three dimensions that accommodate real features of a given problem situation. The probability of resolving a problem markedly increases. Proficient learners sometimes represent a relatively small but efficient knowledge structure in which sufficient key components are well organized, good structural and semantic dimensions, with the surface dimension that is lacking. The knowledge base of learners in this stage is both broad and deep. Alexander believes that learners who have reached this stage pose questions, conduct investigations, and push their boundaries in an attempt to problem finding. This stage is marked by the use of deep processing strategies and a very high level of personal interest in the topic. The characteristics of these three stages, as suggested by Alexander, are summarized in Table 3. The models of domain learning, stages of proficiency development, so stages of acclimation, competency, proficiency, expertise, based on knowledge, domain topic, strategic processing, surface and deep, and interest, individual or situation. So in acclimation, learners have limited or fragmented domain and topic knowledge. Challenging tasks prompt the use of surface level strategic processing. Reliance on situational interest to maintain learner focus and performance. Competence stage, learners demonstrate the foundation body of knowledge. Use surface level strategies and develop deep processing strategies to acquire knowledge. Individual interest reduced the reliance on situational interest. And proficiency expertise, broad and deep topic domain knowledge base. Use deep processing strategies almost exclusively. High individual interest and engagement. Alexander states that the components of knowledge, strategic processing, and interest can figure differently as individuals progress from acclimation to competence and proficiency expertise. Synergy among these components is necessary for the learners to move from competence into the proficiency expertise stage. Alexander has cited examples of several studies which have applied the models of domain learning model in different domains as a means to identify strategies towards expertise. Very recently, Kim noted in a study of 133 students in problem solving that the study suggests that the three-stage model provides a better framework for measuring learning progress in complex problem solving. From the proficiency expertise standpoint, this model has some useful implications. Baker cited Alexander, claiming that suitable training interventions can be designed to move learners to the proficiency expertise stage. This model is majorly used in managing the progress of learners and providing them with a practical instructional environment. Hoffman, 1998, proficiency scale. Hoffman recognizes the challenges in defining expertise. He commented, if one acknowledges that expertise develops and that qualitative changes occur over the developmental period, then one must make some attempt at a stage-like categorization in order to motivate research. That is, if he could define novices and experts in terms of characteristics, knowledge, and performance, the remaining stages in the continuum of development can be retrieved from the literature based on the craft guilds in the Middle Ages of Europe. Hoffman proposed a novice develops into a master through 7 stages, similar to a craftsman. So stage, the naive, one who is ignorant of the domain; the novice, one who is new; probationary member who has some minimal exposure to the domain; initiate, one who's been through an initiatory ceremony; a novice who has just started the profession; an apprentice, one who is learning; a student undergoing program of instruction. Beyond the introductory level, traditionally the apprentice is immersed into the domain by living with and assisting someone at a higher level. The length of the apprenticeship depends on the domain, ranging from about 1 to 12 years in the craft guilds. Journeyman, a person who can perform a day's labor unsupervised, although working under orders; an experienced and reliable worker, one who has achieved a level of competence. It is possible to remain at this level for life. Expert, the distinguished and brilliant journeyman, highly regarded by peers, whose judgments are uncommonly accurate and reliable, whose performance shows consummate skill and economy of effort, one who can deal effectively with certain types of rare or tough cases. Also, an expert is one who has special skills or knowledge derived from extensive experience with subdomains. And the master, traditionally a master is any journeyman or expert who is qualified to teach those at a lower level. A master is a member of an elite group of experts whose judgments establish regulation standards or ideals. Also, a master can be the expert who is regarded by other experts as being the expert or the real expert, especially with regard to the subdomain. The model has characteristics similar to the Dreyfus model, in which the apprentice corresponds to the advanced beginner, while the journeyman corresponds to either the competent or the proficient. Hoffman opined that proficiency scaling should be one of the fundamental actions that need to happen in accelerated proficiency studies to forge a domain and organizationally appropriate scale for distinguishing levels of proficiency, explaining the suitability of changing knowledge and skills in progression. Macmillan stated, 2015, Hoffman's scheme, on the other hand, presumes a progression of knowledge and capabilities associated with different amounts of instruction and domain-specific experience. It describes relative levels of expertise or proficiency within a single knowledge domain. In doing so, it fulfills its traditional function as a means of describing the progression of increasing knowledge or skills as one moves over the many years from the status of novice to a master in specific fields. However, some researchers criticize the lack of scientific rigor of the framework. For example, Farrington, Darby, and Wilson in 2006 commented, what this classification does not provide is the process that has to occur to move between the classifications. Hoffman himself admitted that he does not create the model on the basis of a scientific principle. The major implication of this scaling is that it offered a full spectrum of proficiency and suggested that individuals at different stages of their careers may possess different levels of proficiency or competence. Thus, the scaling taxonomy did not propose proficiency as a specific stage as suggested by the Dreyfus model. Rather, it views that even a competent person has a certain level of proficiency in skills, tasks, or job functions, though qualitatively and quantitatively, if it can be measured, may be less than that of a proficient performer. In organizations, we expect some employees to be at journeyman stage, while there may be some individuals who are still coming up to speed at the apprentice level. Then some selected individuals may be considered experts. Jacobs, 1997, Levels of Human Competence. Similar to the model proposed by Hoffman, Jacobs proposed a taxonomy of human competence, which suggested that humans' competence could be scaled with designations such as novice, specialist, experienced specialist, expert, and master. The distinction was based on an individual's ability to produce outcomes. At the same time, it was recognized that a master, experts, a specialist, and novice are usually relative notions, while novices are those whose outcomes are less valuable and who produce no outcome that can have lower of competence, experts are those who achieve the most valuable outcomes in organizations. Masters are considered the experts of the highest order based on the value individuals produce in a given job role. Jacobs' taxonomy approached the stages of expertise development from a human resource development perspective, which included perspectives such as career progression and skill development. So, novice, one who is new to the work situation, minimal exposure to work, lacks the knowledge and skill necessary to meet the requirements set to adequately perform the work. Specialist, one who can reliably perform specific units of work unsupervised. The range of work is limited to the routine ones. However, it needs coaching to use the most appropriate behaviors. Experienced specialist, one who can perform specific tasks, units of work, performs the work repeatedly, skillful, and can perform the work with ease. Expert, one who has the knowledge and experience to meet and exceed the requirements of work, highly regarded by peers for their skills and or expertise, can use skills for routine and non-routine cases with minimal effort. And master, the expert among experts, the one among the elite group whose judgments are looked upon to set the standards. Both Hoffman in his proficiency scaling and Jacobs continued to position experts at the highest level of competence, even though they specify master as the last stage. Jacob defined experts as the people who possess the highest level of competence, are called experts by definition. Experts achieve the most valuable outcomes in organizations. Only a few in an organization will qualify to be called a master, as they are the experts of the highest order, and not all experts can achieve this level of competence. Typically, organizations position development of most of their employees as experienced specialists stage. While there may be some individuals who are still coming up to speed at specialist, some brilliantly skillful individuals may be deemed as expert level. The definition of novice, expert, and master presented by the taxonomy of human competence are quite close to those presented by Hoffman. However, the definition as of specialist level and experienced specialist presented by Jacobs' taxonomy align closely with those of apprentice and journeyman levels presented by Hoffman. Conceptually, this model has the same implications as Hoffman, but has more organizational appeal with the Jacobs structured on the job training methodology. And finally, Rosenberg, 2012, novice to expert transition. Based on his experience, Rosenberg postulated that skill acquisition or development in learners is a four-stage process, each characterized by the way the learners, individuals perform the job in each stage of progression. These four stages are novice, competent, experienced, master, expert, as described below, and novice. The novice or apprentice is by definition new to a job. Novices know nothing or very little about the work, certainly too little to be able to perform the job to an acceptable standard. Novices must be taught or shown the basics of the job before they can be expected to be productive. The learning strategy here is overwhelmingly instructional. Show me, teach me how to do my job, they ask. Competent or journeyman workers can perform jobs and tasks that meet the basic standards. They're those who have had their basic training and continue to look for more coaching and practice to get better at what they do. Help me do it better is their primary request. Experienced, this is where it gets really interesting. Experienced workers are beyond being merely competent. They can vary their performance based on situations, since they're likely to encounter a variable and often unpredicted set of work problems and challenges. They need access to knowledge and performance resource on demand, and the ability to search those resources in ways that are flexible and customizable by them depending on the situation. Help me find what I need, they ask, as they search for information from sophisticated online systems to the coworkers around them. Master expert, masters and experts create new knowledge. They invent new and better ways to do a job, and they're capable of teaching others to do it. They're truly unique individuals who seek to learn in a unique and personal way, primarily through collaboration, research, and problem solving. I'll create my own learning, they say. The model borrows on the nomenclature of the stages from the Hoffman, Dreyfus, and Jacobs models. From a workforce perspective, organizations would position the development of most of their employees at the experience stage. At the same time, there may be some individuals who are still coming up to a speed of competent level. They may be some truly exceptional employees who are considered to be at the expert master level. In the Rosenberg model for the diagram, novice to competent, experienced to master, with the needs, formal, not informal structure and approaches. The Rosenberg model is a simple representation of how learning and job performance are integrated and acts as a good guide to develop training for the appropriate audience. This model provides a framework for designers to put together programs and appropriate for learners at different stages. Okay, so a lot of information there. That was like 50 pages. So, God forbid, it was like 50 pages I read from that book. So, next week, I plan to do more. So, hopefully, I'll finish up all of the various models in the Rami Attri book, and then over the next 2 weeks, over the next year, many of those I'll go in depth. I've already read some of the original papers from Dreyfus and Hoffman and the Actar. So we've seen some of these before, and we'll see more of it. So God willing, we shall return and continue more research. So happy Hanukkah, everybody. God bless. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do an Ask the Rabbi this week. I had thought about doing it. I have those Ask the Rabbis prepared, like on different topics, like the Jewish Gentile distinction, the origins of the Noahide laws, the origins of Tikkun Olam, even stuff on slavery. So it's remotely possible I'll pull myself together and try to do a stream. I think on Tuesday, Michael Sisko, who I guess used to work with Ethan Ralph, and he'd been on Week in Review. Church of Entropy knew him. I'm not sure from where, but he's got his podcast back, and he wanted to have me on a guest, as I guess he's an Orthodox Christian, and he wants to talk kind of theology. So I'm looking forward to that. And tomorrow is the menorah lighting in Southfield. So hopefully I'll stream the ceremony. There'll be like a menorah parade with a whole bunch of cars attaching menorahs to it. And, then there'll be, I don't know if they have like the gelt drop and a fire truck, and they'll drop gelt from it. There'll be a lighting. Maybe there'll be speeches, local politicians or local rabbis. So I haven't really been going to shul. So you might see some people I haven't seen for a while. So, if it's possible, I'll stream that. Rabbi Mendel Stein from the local Chabad International Academy. So I haven't been as caught up or affiliated with that in the last year. I've been busy with other things, but always happy to help out, be a part of that. So that should be like 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow night. And with that, God bless. Happy Hanukkah. Have a great night. Have a great week. And the week after next, hopefully I'll be back with part 7 of my philosophy of science series. So with that, signing off. God bless. Have a great week.